I don't post. Usually I don't post, but I want the world to know. Time to pull the drop tops out. Summer nights, it's a vibe, yeah. We've been keeping it in the house. Netflix and chillin', I GDM'in', yeah. Didn't wanna share my love till I found someone I'm sure of. Young and untamed, I've been out of range, keeping it low. But I wanna be bold with it. Don't care who we told about it. Wow, baby, got a hold on it. Let love unfold tonight. They'll be calling us gold. No lies, so fair with it. You can let them stare at it. Now I'm prepared for it. Instead of love out loud, since we ain't going nowhere. So tonight, baby, meet me. Timing's right, so right. Our meant to be, can't deny. Love the things we do when it's just us two. But tonight, meet me outside. Usually I don't post. Usually I don't post, but I want the world to know. I'm a good catch, but I never let him catch me. No, I never let him claim me. Wild thing try to tame me, but you got my mood on sunshine. Let's take a trip, souls on big smile. Let's hit this lake, stars are in line. I'm posted, lay with me in the moonlight. I wanna be bold with it. Don't care who we told about it. Wow, baby, got a hold on it. Let love unfold tonight. They'll be calling us gold. No lies, so fair with it. We can let them stare at it. Now I'm prepared for it. Instead of love out loud, since we ain't going nowhere. So tonight, baby, meet me. Timing's right, so right. Our romance to be, can't deny. Love the things we do. But tonight, baby, meet me outside. Outside. Your eyes tell me that you don't wanna leave just yet. No, my eyes agree. It's almost like when we first met. Oh, I don't care, it's getting too late. I want you and I can't wait. Don't wanna spend a minute without you. I know you feel the same. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, yeah. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love, I can't fake it. When I'm with you, my legs go weak, yeah. Can you hear it? I think my heart just skipped a beat, yeah. This feeling is getting so strong. Love me till the morning, love me all night long. There's something special about you. You're the one that I want. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby.
Audio Jungle.
Good afternoon, people. Y'all know who it is. Y'all know the voice. Y'all know the sound. James Bubba Williams is finally in the building, man. Good to see everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. I know it has been a minute. It has been a while because so much has been going on, but I'm here now. First of all, Happy New Year to all of you, and it's good to see y'all, like I said, once again. Glad to be back in the chair, man. It's been so much going on, but it's all right because when one door closed, 10,000 more open. So, say the least, I'm here, I'm queer, and I'm, lifing. It's good to see everybody, man. Like I said, I know it's been a long time, so it's good to see everybody. So, of course, keeping up with tradition of what we always do when we start Beer Butter Chronicles. I want to shout out everybody that is in the building today. Let's go from the top of the list. We got Johnny Too Late. FTV is in the building. I forgot I got these doggone new headphones, and the noise cancellation is like I can't hear anything. And when I tell you, it's like it irks my soul. So I have to talk with one ear on because I'm talking and I hear myself so much. It's crazy. Okay, Johnny Too Late, TV, what's going on? HBX is in the building. Rich PJ, what's going on? Emily Swamp is here. The letter hack. I love me some Leather Hack. Leather Hack, good to see you always. Marilyn Everett, what's going on? Let me see. Make sure I got everybody in the comments. Keep showing. Tyler Hackner is in the building. Nachi Cat 4537, what is going on? Lily, hey Lily, I love you too. Good to see you. Six Sensation, what's going on? Six Sensation, good to see you. Gentlemen, Gentleman is in the building. Devil's Advocate Productions 2. And shout out to Mama and Daddy who is joining somewhere and probably ain't in the chat room. You know, Mama can't do both of them at the same damn time. So shout out Mama and Daddy as well, too, who's in the chat room. And of course, shout out Whiskey, who's in the background barking. Whiskey, of course, wants camera time. So I'll show y'all Whiskey soon. I don't know if y'all remember Whiskey from last time. He's but the wee pup when we seen him last. Now he is a big wee pup. Like, Jesus Christ, just stop growing. But yeah. Anyway, how y'all been? How have y'all been? Life, like Leonard Hack said, life has been lifing, but we are here. And it's good to see everybody. But how have y'all been, man? Let's check in with everybody in the chat room. Let me know how y'all doing on the scale of 1 to 10. What's your mental health rating, especially in the new year? 2026 started with a bang, I'll say. It ended, 2025 ended with a bang. 2026 then started with a bang. And it's just the 8th already, and it feels like it's the 18th, 19th of January. Y'all know January is the longest month of the year to me because it feel like it's 2-3 months rolled up into one. I swear it do. Because next week it's just gonna be like, damn, January not over yet. No, it's still like a whole bunch more left. All right, so let's see. Letterhack says he is at a 7.5. I feel you on that. Let's see. Brandon Woods, shout out Brandon Woods. Good to see you. Brandon Woods says 6.5. I would probably say myself probably 7.5, maybe 8. It's just nothing. It's nothing really wrong, and I'm happy and glad and satisfied to be on the other side of the ground because there's so many people that are not here. You know what I'm saying? Q told me something the other day. He was like, you wake up thinking like it's millions of people that didn't wake up or didn't make it into 2026. So for us to be here, that says a lot. So that in alone makes me about an 8. So Six Sensation says a 9. Okay, Cloud 9. Okay, I mean he probably high over there. And then Brandon would say, or I can say 6.7. I feel you. I have my friends. Otherwise, maybe a 3. Letter hack. I feel you on that too. So let's see. Today I really don't have a lot to talk about, but just tell y'all, catch up with y'all and let y'all know everything that's been going on because, like I said, it has been a lot. So I guess we can start in a chronological we start in chronological order and go from there. But before we do, I guess I'll go ahead and throw y'all some dad jokes, man. It has been a minute. So what else to kick off the new year with some dad jokes? Now, granted, I don't have anything prepared, but Bubba always has the ace in the hole. So here we go. Some goddamn dad jokes.
Dad joke.
You want to talk about mama?
And before I go on, shout out to Journey Too Late who says negative 7.5. Yeah, negative 7.5. Woo, I don't even want to know. Maybe I should start taking calls this year on the show because some stuff I want to know. Like, I want some explanations sometimes. So we might start doing that. I'm gonna have to talk to Nick about that and see what's going on. Shout out to Nick, man. Happy New Year to Nick as well, too, holding it down in the background as usual. So let's get into the Zad jokes. Here we go. I have a clean conscience. It's never been used. This conscience dirt. You know what? Let me go to the next one. How do you make holy water? How do you make holy water? Boil the hell out of it. Why shouldn't you play? What is it? Why shouldn't you play poker in the jungle? Why shouldn't you play poker in the jungle? Too many cheetahs. Hey man, I love my furniture. My recliner and I go way back. Why were the utensils stuck together? Why were the utensils stuck together? They were spooning. On real talk though, I'm not lazy. I'm just in energy saving mode. Period. What did the drummer call his two daughters? What did the drummer call his two daughters? Anna 1, Anna 2. I hate those people who knock on your door and say, you need to get saved or else you will burn. Stupid fireman. And I think this will be the last one. Last one. Okay. Why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Because they're extinct. Come on, y'all. Y'all know that. That's my dad jokes, y'all. I had to give y'all a few dad jokes because it's been a while. Don't worry, next week, y'all gonna get some no.
Dad joke.
You want to talk about mama?
I ain't got no sense. I swear I don't. But that's why y'all love me so much. And if you haven't already, please like, share, subscribe, and all that good stuff, man. We are going to get this thing built up and running. I'm going to start streaming on TikTok Live. I'm just trying to work out the licensing stuff and all of this stuff because, it's just time. It's time for me to start making some more money first because, one, I don't have a job. So we'll get to that in a second. But and also just to get the presence out there, man, because there's so much to be done. I got a lot of free time, and I'm going to do a lot of stuff this year. So yeah, we're gonna make that happen. All right, so again, there's no top 10 today because I just wanted to go through and let y'all know what Bubba has been doing. So I guess we can start. Oh, duh. Finish that first. Patreon.com/like it or not. Patreon.com/like it or not. Also, if you want to support and give DJX3C on Venmo, DJX3C on Venmo, Granny Panties on Cash App, which is my mama's. She'll let you send her money for me or whatever. Y'all said it right. Granny Panties. And then DJ Exclusive with 2 X's on PayPal. Yeah, if you can support. If not, hey, you being here and watching is support enough, and I really appreciate you. All right, so December 5th, 3 days before my birthday, got let go. You just got let go. That's Atlanta radio station thing. Knew it was coming, but didn't expect it to come that soon. But it was cool. It came with I won't say severance. They call it a bonus. A bonus for me getting laid off. Okay, cool. So December 8th was my birthday. Of course, I did the birthday show. Y'all remember that, which was fun, man. I really enjoyed everybody being here and celebrating me for my birthday. Didn't get a chance to go to Disney World at that time, but Bubba, for his birthday, is going to get his ass to Disney World. So the following week, because I had to DJ like 3 or 4 events that weekend after my birthday, then that Monday, first thing in the morning, we crunk it, went on to Disney World, man. Disney was a lot of fun this time. Actually had a really great time. We rode some rides that we didn't ride before. Q had a scooter this time. Oh, let me show you this. Dry, girl. He don't know how to drive the scooter. Looking like Stitch for real on the scooter. Why would you do that? So yes, we were scootering all through Epcot the whole day. We ate so doggone much, y'all. Oh my gosh, we ate so much. We were miserable by the time, by what, 1 or 2 o'clock? Miserable as hell, to the point where we were considering going to take a nap and come back because we were that full. But because it was the holiday, we went that following week. So that was around the 16th of December that we went. Park wasn't that crowded at all. Wait times for the rides wasn't that long. I think, first of all, we found the cheat code going to the park. Okay, so I get a lot of the rides at Epcot now are doing single rider lines, which means that if you're just by yourself, then you could just basically walk right onto the ride and just ride. So it was Q and I both that were there. But when I tell you, we got in the single rider line, they were like, groups will be split up. Everyone that we went to, your group will be split up. So the first one we did was Ratatouille. And every time that we've gone to Disney World, I haven't been able to ride the damn Ratatouille ride because the wait time is like always over an hour. And I'm just like, nah, bro, it's not that serious. So wait time was like 20 minutes. I'm like, oh man, let's go ride it. We never rode it before. Let's jet on over here and ride the ride. By the time we got there, walking up to the line, the time jumped from 20 minutes to 50 minutes. I'm like, bro, I'm not about to wait no line for this. So then they had a single rider line entrance. And I saw this other lady that was going this way with her group. So I'm like, Q, let's go this way. Wheeled through the single rider line entrance, walked right to the front of the line. And they already told us, hey, your groups will be split up. I'm like, okay, so we parked our scooters on the side and getting ready to get on the ride, and they trying to split us up. I'm like, I'm in the car by myself. Q was about to be in the car by himself. I said, Q, bring your ass on over here. So we both got on the ride together. But I'll say this. If I would have waited 50 minutes to get on that ride, I would have been pissed off. It's a cool ride, but it's not worth 50 minutes waiting in line. It's really not. It was cool, not 50 minutes worth of line waiting. Okay. So boom, we sped off, went to another ride. We rode Test Track this time. Test Track has always been one of my favorite rides. Haven't gotten to ride it because the line is always long and it just opened back up. So same thing happened with that, but I think the time was like 45 minutes to an hour. Again, single rider line. Took it up on our little scooters right to the single rider line. Once again, they tried to split us up. Two girls that were in front of us in the single rider line, they in the car together. So I'm like, hey, Q, let's go. And it was so funny because you walk past these people that have been waiting in line for so long and they looking at you like, well, where the hell are they going? We going to get on the damn ride. We'll see y'all when we get off. But really enjoyed ourselves this time at Disney World, man. I'm already ready to go back. And at this point, I can't afford it, but I'm ready to go back. I am. Disney will always hold a place in my heart. It's like one of those things. I've become one of those deplorable Disney adults who talk about Disney and want to go to Disney all the time because it's literally my happy place. And I love being there. It's like when I'm there, it's nothing else matters in the world to me. There are no I ain't gonna say that. It's no issues I got to worry back at home. It's no me worrying about work, not me worrying about DJing. It's just me there being happy, full, and drunk. Who could ask for anything more? Okay. So yeah, got my Disney World trip. Booked a permanent gig on Friday nights at a small club here called Fort West. I've been loving it. So every Friday I get a chance to DJ, and people have been coming to me like, man, we're like you're mixing your transitions. Everybody say the same thing and they love it. And when I tell you, it has just been so much fun to do. And I bought you a little clip as well too. I don't think I've ever showed anybody me in action. Y'all probably seen like a few pictures, but never a clip. So I bought y'all a clip today. Oh, I think my clips are running slow. Hopefully, it's on time for everybody else, but I don't know because it's moving slow for me. But yeah, man, doing the club thing, it has been fun, especially not having any real work, should I say, a regular 9 to 5. So it's good to be able to do something that keeps me occupied. Last week for New Year's, I had a party. New Year's Eve, I was able to chill New Year's Day. I had my Friday night gig. Then I had a party on that. My other StreamYard went out. 1 second, Nick. Let me see what's going on. Oh man, which means I'm probably gonna have to reload all my videos. Okay, there we go. Stop cam in the studio. Yep, it did, but that's fine. We can work through it. But yeah, being able to DJ and do everything, man, it's been fun. It's keeping some money in my pocket until I find a job. And my gosh, I've been applying like crazy. I'm just like, I don't know where else to apply to. I mean, my next step now, I'm just showing feet on OnlyFans. So, I mean, they ain't the cutest, but that's feet it is. I don't know. I can show some feet. I can get on there and show like some chest hair like that. Just like, and that's it. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. We praying on it though. But I will say, since not working, like I said, when one door closes, several others open, and with DJing and everything, I feel like a lot of doors have been opening up with DJing over the past few weeks. So I'm very grateful for that. Very blessed. Sometimes I get worried and stressed out, but then I have been a strong believer in my faith as of lately. And I'm walking in my faith, man. I really am. So that's that. DJing has been fun. Been having a lot of fun doing it. Of course, I got an event this weekend. I'm actually off at the club tomorrow, which is good. I'm off on a Friday night, but having a baby shower. I'm DJing a baby shower. Like I'm having a baby shower. Like I don't have no kids, but DJing a baby shower on Saturday. Yes, Johnny Too Late. Freaking love you. Please follow my TikTok. You don't want to miss that, man. Because when I start going live on TikTok, I really hope to change the game on some of this DJing stuff. I'll be seeing some people that's DJing on there. I'm just like, I know I can do that. I can do that with no problem. So y'all just wait for it because it's gonna be a whole show, man. I've decided to start investing more into my DJing self and investing more into myself as well too. That's the main thing we got to do, y'all. Definitely it is. Okay, so yeah, I've been working. DJing. Life is lifing. Been building a lot of damn Legos. I think real bad. I have a problem. I have a real problem. If I could turn this camera, let me see if it turns. All those, y'all, are Legos. Okay, that's just the top bag, the box, and there's some more bags down here that are Lego sets. So what I'm working on right now is the Batman, what's it called? The Batman Lego set, the Gotham City diorama. Man, thing is massive. But of course, like I said, I bought videos of everything today. So let's see which one it is. Let's do. Oh, before I do that, of course, like I said, I went to Disney World for my birthday. And after we left Disney World, we went out to eat, right? We went to Olive Garden. Look what this mother sucker Q had these people do.
Special birthday in the house. On the count of three, please help Baba sing happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Baba. Happy birthday to you.
It was so much fun. I had everybody in the restaurant singing happy birthday to me, embarrassing the hell out of me. But it was cool, though. It was cute. I really appreciate that. That was so much fun. Okay. So that was the birthday trip. That was the last one. The Legos. Okay, back to the Legos. So, yes, Brandon, DJ equipment is expensive. I just bought that I'm on a payment plan with. Real bad. See if I can lift this up. God dang it. Just bought a new toy, a new mixer. Okay. When I tell y'all, my other mixer started going out on me, cutting off during gigs and everything. So I'm like, I got to start investing. I love it, man. I invested into that, and I'm glad that I did. Still making payments on it, but it's good to have some new stuff and something that elevates your skill and your talent to another level. And I feel that's what this has done. So I love that, man. For my Legos, these sets, first of all, let me show y'all the video of the sets that I got, the new sets. And y'all are gonna be like, Bubba, I know, man. I know. I got a problem. Okay, boom. Here's one. Boom. Oh, hello. As you see, I have two big ass boxes here. And I know you're probably asking, Bubba, what in the hell do you have? So, let's drive that back some. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Mm-hmm. Oh, did my video free? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh. Well, she is taped up, honey. Tape, girl. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let me get into this box here. Boom. Let's go here. Mm-hmm. In box number 1. Oh, yeah, so you gotta be able to see this. Okay, good. Mm-hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God. This box was kicking my ass, y'all. And then I'll tell y'all while they're packaged like this, I'll tell y'all that after we get through the videos. You got that in there. Let's see. We have put that back in there. Open up the book and show y'all what we have. Now, if you can see that, yeah. So if you turn to the back of the page, oh, so it's a lag. So excited! Been waiting for this one. A pretty nice size book too. Okay. Yes, that's gonna be fun. So that is the Lego Batman sign, the throwback one, and yeah. Can't wait to put this together, y'all. Have y'all seen? Did y'all see the picture? Box number 2. Be right back. Oh yeah, so it's a delay, but it's getting there. Just give it a second. I think my laptop is acting crazy on me. Yep. Okay. It's coming. It's catching up. Yep. Here we go. Any day now. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. That sucks. It's my StreamYard. Oh, it's terrible. Which just shut down again on me. What is going on today? All right. Give me 1 second here, y'all. Let me reboot my StreamYard. No, it's actually not Beyonce's internet. Thank you, Sensation. Somebody cancel her. Let me show you. All right, here we go. Mute there in the studio. Okay, here we go. We're gonna try this again. Doggone it. So y'all can see what it is. Actually, give me 1 second. Q, you want to do something for me? Can you bring me Batman? Like, slowly and carefully bring me Batman. Then we're going to fight. So, y'all, this is the Batman diorama that's only halfway done. Woo! Okay. Yes. So I'm only on man, so I still got bat to go. So if this takes up this much space now, think about how big this crap is going to be. That's one side. So add another half to it. Okay. Yeah. So that's one. Thank you so kindly. Please. Try it. Please. Whiskey. Come here. And while I show you stuff, come here, buddy. Come on. Come here. You gotta come up. There you go. Y'all remember Whiskey? That's Whiskey. Hey, Whiskey, look. Say hey to the people. So he's getting big. The Whiskey is a golden doodle standard, which means by next week, he's going to be a damn pony. Ain't that right, buddy? Yeah, I know. All right, go get in your bed. Love you, buddy. Okay, you down. Okay, good. All right, so we're going to try to get this other video to play, man. I'm not sure if it will. This will be the second box. We have box number 2, which I've already cut open, so it'll be easy open. So let's see what we got in box number 2, y'all. Oh, box number 2 is one I'm really excited for. I had a whole song and everything. Yeah, I don't. My StreamYard is acting crazy. So, just how can I do this? So, anywho, the second box where we were just about to open, that was doggone the Avengers Tower, which is like 3.5 feet, 4 feet tall. That's another one I've been building and putting together. Haven't started yet. We probably won't start that until a few weeks. The Disney Castle, the big Disney Castle, got that one. The Daily Bugle, the Lego Daily Bugle, which is also a tall one. What's the other one I got? The Millennium Falcon, the gray one. I showed y'all the black one. They got the gray one as well too, and Harry Potter's castle. The love bricks. They spell out big love, and then and some other stuff that's coming. So the thing is, these are not real Lego sets. They are basically mocks, what they call them. And I ordered these from AliExpress. They're basically what you would call Lego knockoff, but you're paying what you would pay for a regular Lego set. You're only probably paying a quarter of the price. So let's say the Batman Lego set, right, that I showed you, that set retails probably for about $3.99, if I'm not mistaken. Paid $67 for it. The Avengers Tower, $499. $100 for it. Thank you. With the lights. So lights up and everything. The Disney Castle, a retired set, which is probably about $400 or $500 now. $85 for it. The Daily Bugle, also a retired set. That's about $400, $500. $80. What's the other one I just got? The Eiffel Tower. The Lego Eiffel Tower set that is 10,000 pieces. I don't know what I was thinking about. 10,000 pieces. Normally that box I think is $6.99, $7.99, $92 for it. So if you like building like I do, but don't want to pay those Lego prices, go to AliExpress. Temu might even have some, but Temu don't have a lot. Go to AliExpress. That's the cheat code. Granted, the biggest thing that you're going to deal with is waiting for everything to come. Biggest thing. If you don't have a problem waiting, then you'll be good. Because some of the stuff can take a few weeks to get here. But it is definitely worth it. It really is. So now I'm sitting on all these Lego sets. Don't know when the hell I'm going to have time to build out. I mean, well, I have time now because I'm not working. So yeah, but yeah, I have no room for it. Let's say that. Okay. But it's a dog. It's a fur baby. You're supposed to kiss the fur baby and show them some love. God dog it. You wouldn't understand that. It's okay. I understand. But yeah, y'all, my Lego building stuff has been coming along greatly. I just love building Legos, man. It really helps the time go by. Now let me see. I have a way to send this video. I think I got everything. Yeah. But yeah, y'all, that's in a nutshell what's been going on. Legos, DJing, and finding somewhere to stay. So, the lease is up here in March, but I have found somewhere to move to. Probably by February, end of next month, I think I'll be moving. And I'm excited, man. I'm really excited. Everything is going as it should. And I'm very grateful for that. So that's why I said I definitely had to make sure I get on and see everybody, talk to everybody, man, because it's been so long, and catch up on everything. Yep, I am moving. It's going to be The background is going to be different. It's different. So, you know, how you doing everything because it's been so long. So, but I'm excited for it. Excited to see what the change is going to bring. Being in a new place, a new space, and everything. I can't wait, man. I'm excited. Okay. But yeah, that's what's been going on with Bubba. Y'all, it's been, like I said, it's been a whirlwind of stuff, but hey, I'm still standing. God dog it. All right. So I do have another video for you that I came across on probably Instagram. Who knows? But this crap is funny. So I'm just gonna let y'all take a look, okay? So now I got smart and put this on my other computer. Now if I can oh, there we go. Man, I still gotta do it from there. God dog it. And it's still gonna watch. Let's watch this. I know it's got.
I tell you guys, it's going to be awesome.
Nothing beats an island holiday.
Jeffrey, welcome.
No age discrimination.
Look around. This is our core audience, though.
Limitless joy.
This is the best day of my life. Do you like, you know, sleep? Excuse me. Could you rub my back, please?
Boundaries-free experience.
I want to play with that boy. No, I want to play with that boy. Listen. Are you sure this is healthy?
Of course. Private procedures.
Whoa, I think I feel something. Hello, guys.
Book your dates now and get a free photo shoot.
Shall we go to my place now?
Some of the stuff that I find on the internet is way too damn crazy. I swear it is. I swear it is. But man, I don't know if y'all been following everything that's been going on in Minnesota. I'm really pissed off about it. I think everybody is at this point. I've seen the videos and everything that's been happening, and especially with her wife being right there, then someone trying to render aid on the scene and them denying the physician to even go over there and try to help this person. Where in the hell are we living at right now? Mm-hmm. What in the hell? Where in the hell are we living? Because at this point, you can't say this is America because I don't know what this is. I really don't. Where y'all just, people are just shooting people in the street. It's all willy-nilly. You know, so that's why I wanted to still do what I do. You know, which is come in and try to be a joy to everybody, to get your mind off of a lot of the shit that's going on. Right, Rich. Rich says, I firmly believe we all live in the first layer of the Silent Hill universe. I think this is the upside down. Literally, it is the upside down. It's got to be. Then when you get the people, and I said I wasn't going to talk about this today, but then it's kind of, like I said, just thinking about it. Then you get these people that get on TV and try to flip the narrative of it was done in self-defense. That's just like, what was that movie? Don't Look Up. Hey, it's a comet coming toward the planet. If you look up, you will see it. But the narrative that's being flipped is don't look up. It's not there. What you saw was not real. I mean, you can't deny all the videos that are running around that everybody's recording. Because one thing for certain, two things for sure, somebody's going to always film something. And it's multiple cameras that were filming that caught everything. So for y'all to get on that effing TV and talking about it was self-defense, mm, mm, hmm. Y'all make that make sense, man. Shout out to Georgia Fort as well too, who's on the ground in Minneapolis. That is also covering everything that is going on. So if you have not followed her channel, please make sure you follow it. Georgia is a very strong independent journalist, man, that is out there doing the work. So make sure that if you have not followed her, make sure that you follow and take a look at the story, man. She's been out there a lot. That's how I found out about everything that was going on. So shout out to Georgia Fort, y'all. Shout out to Ben and Rebecca as well, too. I miss my brother and my sister, and I hope to see y'all soon. But like it or not, she'll be returning very soon, y'all. I know it's been a while. Everybody has been, trying to do their own thing, dealing with work. Life is lifing like a mother sucker. So y'all bear with us. We'll be back soon, man. But all right, I ain't gonna hold y'all too long today. I just wanted to come in, check with y'all, say what's up, catch y'all up on what's going on. Next week we'll be here 1 p.m. Like I said, I ain't got no damn. Wait, what's Thursday? Okay, cool. I ain't got nothing to do. 1 p.m. next Thursday, I will have my ass here in the seat, and I will have a full show set for y'all ready to go. We'll get back to this thing, man, and kick the new year off right. But until then, in the meantime and in between time, I love you so much. And I thank y'all again for tuning in today and just chilling with me, man. And let me vent and just run my damn mouth. And I've been doing that a whole lot lately. Q will tell you, I've been talking and I just won't shut the hell up. I don't know what the hell been wrong with me lately. But it's okay. Sometimes it's good to talk it out and get it out instead of leaving it all bottled in. But yeah, y'all, love y'all, mean it. I will see y'all next week. If you haven't already, please share, like, subscribe, and all that other good stuff, man. Thank you, Johnny Too Late, for posting that. Let me get that on the screen as well, too. Yeah, DJXXXC on Venmo, Granny Panties on Cash App, and DJ Exclusive on PayPal. Love y'all, mean it, and I will see y'all next week. This is y'all.
Audio Jungle.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you guys, new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey, First up is a video from a woman who literally almost died because of her vote. This is just crazy. Check this out.
I am a wrestling coach in Iowa, mother of 4. I voted conservative. The craziest thing has happened to me a few weeks ago, and I really feel the need to share it from the position of a very pissed off conservative Christian woman. I almost died. I almost died because I was denied medical care here in Iowa after being diagnosed with a fatal fetus. So my baby was not going to make it. There was no chance of it. We got multiple opinions. No chance. No chance. Shortly after that, my health started to rapidly decline, and I was not able to seek care in a timely manner or nearly at all without really, truly advocating for myself. And I almost died. And in 2025 America, I don't think that should even have to be possibly an option. I was told to miscarry at home or wait it out or ask Google what to do. When I asked where could I go for a resolution to my problem, sorry, our hands are tied. We can't tell you. So I had a fetus in me that's poisoning me from the inside out. I have 3 healthy, lovely children at home, a business to run, a husband, and I'm not allowed to choose me? Where's the pro-life in that? This is not what we voted for, you guys.
So that was Jessica. I did a little bit of digging because I wanted to make sure that that video wasn't fake. There's been a lot of people on TikTok making fake videos, either trying to fool people or trying to show MAGA how ridiculous they were for voting for him. So I want to make sure it wasn't a fake because, as you may have caught, she first said she's a mother of 4, and then she says later she has 3 healthy children at home. So that really stuck out to me. Well, she is a real person. This is a real person. This did happen to her. And apparently she's catching heat from both sides of the political aisle because she posted on Facebook some things that let me know that, yes, she is going through something and she's getting shit from both sides. Now, I did try to reach out to her, but she's not taking any messages. Like her accounts are basically locked down, so nobody can reach her anymore. I'm assuming that's because of all the crap that she was getting. But anyway, first of all, let me just say I'm glad she's okay, right? I would never want anyone physically harmed or to die over their vote. Second, how does a grown-ass mother of 3 or 4 not know that this was the law of the land in her state? Herein lies the problem, right? You've got MAGA that is so cocooned in their conservative news bubble that they have zero clue what's going on in the rest of the world. They only know what they're being told. I mean, Jessica, I'm glad you're still here. Please be better. Please pay attention to More Than Fear News Network from now on. All right. And if you have any daughters, if any of those children are girls, they're counting on you to protect them from things like this. Anyway, next up, I have a post to share from an online investment forum. This is really funny. This guy, he apparently invested in Trump's failing social media site. Well, he is now freaking out that he's never going to recoup the principal investment. He posted this on this website. I'm sure you guys might not be able to make it out because it's pretty tiny, but it says, "Crash imminent. Biggest regret ever buying money sign Trump. Seriously, broken heart emoji. This thing is tanking, seeing massive losses. Don't follow the hype. This is a painful lesson learned. Be careful out there." And then down below, you guys might be able to see this part. It shows an image of the stock crashing. And it appears that he may have purchased the stock when it was at $60 a share. It was higher at one point. You guys might recall it was like up to almost 80, I think. Anyway, it looks like he may have purchased when it was $60. And here's where it was on the day that I found this post, although it's gone down since then. So as you can see here, this was December 26th. As of today, it's now in the 12s. So it's down in the low $12 range, but it was even lower than that. It was much lower. So toward the end of November, this stock was almost down to single digits. It was in the low $10. So honestly, I think it's going to drop back down to that soon, because it only jumped up recently because the company announced another merger. So what seems to be happening, this is like a pattern I'm noticing. Day traders come in whenever Trump or, his company announces, oh, we're merging and we're doing this, we're doing that, we're adding this, we're adding that. They jump in, they ride the bump because they know all of Donald Trump's supporters are going to bump up the price, and then they dump it again. So, I mean, they just keep tricking them. They do this over and over and over again, and MAGA hasn't caught on yet. So anyway, next up, the next Leopards Eating People's Faces Award recipient is a woman called April. So back in November in 2024, so a little over a year ago, April was creating and selling pro-Trump merchandise. And I'll show you here. You can see some of the designs down at the bottom here, but she's talking about the pricing and the sizes and how you can pay her. Well, 1 year later, almost to the day of this post, April realized that Trump screwed her over. So evidently, April is a nurse, and she is not happy about how Trump took away her professional designation. So on November 21st of this year, April posted on Facebook, and I'm only going to read part of it to you because it's very long. So she said, as much as I like you, you made an official dumb decision that impacts healthcare. We cannot operate this country without healthcare professionals such as nurses, PAs, and social workers. This by far is the dumbest decision you've made. Your one big beautiful bill is actually one big dumb bill. And for anyone who hasn't heard, as part of the big but ugly bill, the Republicans eliminated the professional degree designation for nurses, physician's assistants, and social workers. And what that means is, because they were, reduced, their designation was reduced, they're no longer entitled to borrow the same amount of money from federal student loan or for federal student loans. Doctors can borrow up to $50,000 a year, and then there's a $200,000 cap. Well, those other professions, the nurses, the PAs, and so forth, they're now capped. They used to be able to borrow the same amount. They can now only borrow $20,500 a year and $100,000 overall. So in less than 4 years, they're capped. So April is right to be pissed off. We do have a nursing shortage and a social worker shortage in our country, and this is bound to make it even worse. It also tells these professionals they're not valued as much as doctors, even though they do so much of the work that really matters. Next up, I have a video from the latest, or I think it was from the latest focus group podcast, the one conducted by Sarah Longwell of the Bulwark. So check this out. This is a voter explaining why they've become disillusioned with the apricot Antichrist.
I'm ethnically Venezuelan. I was born here, but I'm ethnically Venezuelan. We have a really, really bad name now. It's terrible. People hate us now, which is not, I think, extremely unfair. They think we're all gang members, stuff like that. So I think it's important to have that divide. And I don't know, like I wanted a lot of them, there's this gang from Venezuela that came here. I wanted them gone. They were terrorizing Times Square here in New York City. I'm for immigration. People want to come for better lives, and that's fine. But, at the same time, there has to be much better border control. And we got that, but, at what cost? Many innocent people have been taken away.
So that guy was perfectly okay with Trump and his allies referring to Puerto Rico as garbage, right? He was totally fine with all of them lying, saying that Haitians were eating dogs and cats. I mean, he, I guess, was cool with Trump's lie about Obama not being American. And he accepted Trump referring to Hispanic people as murderers and rapists, apparently, right? But now that his nationality is being targeted with lies and with hate, now he's not on board with the bigotry. I mean, seriously? These people are the living embodiment of that poem. I think it's called, First They Came For, or First They Came, or something like that. Remember, like, first they came for this group and I said nothing. Then they came for that group and I said nothing. I mean, this is him. This is that guy. Like, who's left, guy? I mean, Democrats are left. Are you going to embrace Democrats now since they're your only allies? Next, I have another Facebook post. This is from someone who's unhappy that Trump is doing exactly what he and his allies said that they were going to do. So this person posted, quote, "At real Donald Trump is losing me. The deportation of hardworking, long-established workers was not what he told his voter base. It's happening and it's fucked up, among other things." I mean, this is what they said. This is what he said he was going to do. And then I will leave you with some of Bill's posts. This is a guy named Bill. He is now entering the find out phase of his journey. So Bill was a very ardent defender of Trump, and not too long ago. In December of last year, he posted a very lengthy screed defending Donald Trump's honor. So here it is. Again, I'm not going to read this whole thing to you because it's just way too long. But basically, it's like the written version of "Leave Britney alone." Like, remember that when everybody was bagging on Britney Spears and there was like some guy who was like, "Leave Britney alone." So this is what it is. It basically is like, oh my God, he's being pummeled constantly and everybody's just, on top of him all the time and picking apart his every word, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, what a difference a year makes. More recently, Bill posted on Twitter, and he said this: "Dear President Trump, what is the use of us getting a $40 increase in Social Security and our health insurance goes up also? We need something done. Thank you." Yeah, I'm sure he'll get right on that, Bill. Sure, he's really paying attention to your post where you didn't even tag him. Like, these people. All right, guys, I will have more for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Happy New Year. Love you all. Please like this video, share it with others, spread the joy, spread the New Year's cheer. Subscribe if you have not. If you can donate, truly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have some information to share with you guys about the midterms. As I've been sharing with you, it's looking really good for Democrats. There are several key groups that have turned on Donald Trump and the Republicans. We can't just take it for granted, of course, and check out, but it is looking really good right now. So I have some new polling to share on that. I also have some surprising polling data to share about J.D. Vance and a Democrat that MAGA loves to hate. So first up is polling from Quinnipiac. Although they found that Democrats have an 18% approval rating, 18, 1-8. That is admittedly abysmal, and it is a record low for the party, but respondents still favored the Democrats over the Republicans in the Quinnipiac poll. So take a look at this. They asked if the election were held today, or they said if the election were held today, 47% of voters say that they would want to see the Democratic Party win control of the United States House of Representatives, while 43% would want to see the Republican Party win control. So not good for the Republicans. And this is just one of several, as you guys know, that have shown Democrats in the lead. Now, I will say this is down from 50%. When they did their last poll, 50% said that they would back Democrats. That was in October. I have a feeling, though, this number is going to increase again. I think it's going to go back up after the new health insurance rates kick in January, and when voters realize how much the Republicans screwed them just so that they could give their tax breaks to the wealthy. Especially because the Quinnipiac respondents already trust Democrats more when it comes to health care. That was another thing that they found. So 51% said that they trust Democrats and the Democratic Party to handle health care over Republicans. Only 37% trust the Republicans more. And there was another positive indicator in this poll for Democrats as well. So 49% said that the Democrats are more trusted to protect democracy versus only 40% who trust the Republicans in that regard. Now, this dovetails with another question that they asked, which was, do you think Donald Trump is going too far, just far enough, or not far enough in regard to his presidential power? 54% said he's going too far. Only 37% said, yeah, he's handling it about right, as other places, or as other presidents would. And then 7% are psychos and said, no, he's not going far enough. And then Donald Trump's own pollster, Tony Fabrizio, you may have heard me mention him before. He published a report, and this was on December 8th, or it was drafted on December 18th, saying that the Democrats have a 7-point advantage in the midterms. Donald Trump's personal Republican pollster. The poll was primarily about AI regulation, though, and the report said that the Republicans have a chance they can close the gap with Democrats if they move to protect kids from the dangers of AI. So they are pressing them, they are urging them to enact regulations to kind of claw back some of the free rein that they've given to these AI companies. As always, you know, this puts the congressional Republicans at odds with Trump and at odds with some of his base because they oppose federal regulations. I mean, Donald Trump signed that executive order saying, no, states are not allowed, which is just in total violation of the Constitution to take away states' rights. But, Fabrizio and his partner are like, no, you guys got to do this or you're screwed. So, just one more way for Trump to screw over, and his cult to screw over his own party. Personally, I love it. Keep doing it. Keep doing what you're doing. And in a generic ballot polling aggregator, which brings a bunch of different polls together and takes the aggregate and the average, this one that I'm going to show you, it was published by the site called Race to the White House. It shows that Democrats held an almost 5% lead over Republicans. And again, this is an aggregate. So 45.9% said that they would go for a generic Democrat versus 41.1% who would go for the generic Republican. And then Real Clear Polling, they have an aggregator as well. They also show that the Democrats have a lead. Now, it's by a smaller margin. It's only 3.9%. Morning Consult also shows Democrat with a slight advantage. As you can see here, it's only 3%, 45% for Dems, 42% for Republicans. But as I've mentioned before, Morning Consult always leans Republican. So this pollster always favors the Republican Party and Trump. So you can automatically assume it's a little bit better than this for Democrats. And here's why Democrats are leading in most polls. So in addition to the concerns about healthcare costs, preserving democracy, voters are freaking out about the cost of living. Take a look at this. So this is from the latest PBS NPR Marist poll. By a 5-point margin, voters say that they trust Democrats to handle the economy over Republicans. That is a huge shift, massive shift. So Trump is losing a lot of first-time voters over his economic failures. He's also losing a lot of minority voters who took a chance, rolled the dice on him because of the cost of living. And there's a news outlet called Cuba C. They reported on some Latino-specific surveys. These were conducted by Somos Votantes and Somos PAC. And they said that 1 out of every 3 Latino voters who voted for Trump now regrets that decision. So 1/3 of the Latinos who voted for Trump in 2024 regret that vote. And they cited economic concerns as the main reason. And then 2/3 of the respondents said that they blamed Trump's tariffs for the price increases. And then the pollsters also reported that Trump's approval rating with Latinos is now underwater by 26%. And on his handling of the economy, it's negative 30%. So he is losing support among every group. And then he's losing support among Somali Americans as well. So take a look at this. So as you can see here, this was an article that just came out, and this report says that Somalis shifted towards the Republicans by 14% in 2024. So they previously had voted for Democrats. They shifted towards the Republican Party by 14%. Well, many of them are now regretting their vote and their choice to go for Trump, not only because he called them garbage and he's been attacking them, but also because of his economic failures. So just as with every other demographic group, it's because of the economy. And Trump and the Republicans are also losing young voters in droves. So this includes young Republicans because a lot of them are fed up with the funding of Israel. This was part of an IMEU polling. They conducted a poll of Republican voters specifically. And what they found is that the majority of voters 44 years of age and under, want a candidate who is going to stop giving money to Israel. So this is a very big divide in the Republican Party. The older Republicans are still totally for Israel and funding them and, oh, they're our ally, blah, blah, blah. The younger Republicans are like, no, this is ridiculous. This is money that can be used here. And here's one of IMEU's key findings. In a general election where both the Republican and Democrat support unconditional funding for Israel, just 4% say that they would support the Democrat. That rises to 17%, including 24% of Republicans under 45, if the Democrat supports prioritizing lowering prices for Americans over funding for Israel. I don't know how that correlates. I mean, I don't know, if you take funding away from Israel, it doesn't reduce prices, but there are ways to, help the American people, like with healthcare and so forth. So, it could be used for that. And here's where Democrats have a real shot at winning over a majority of Americans. So take a look at this. There is a new Pew Research poll that showed that 66% of Americans now believe the government should provide health care for everyone in the country. And even though only 41% of Republicans said they think that the federal government is responsible for providing health care, that number has increased. It's a lot higher than it used to be. So that position is even winning over Republicans, because in 2021, that number was only 32%. So this could be why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is leading JD Vance in a recent poll. AOC was only ahead of him by 2%. But here's how it breaks down per demographic. So this is really telling. So she leads with Black voters 79 to 21%, with Hispanic voters 64 to 36%, with voters who have a college education 56 to 44%, voters ages 18 to 29 58 to 42%, voters age 30 to 44, she leads by 51 to 49%, and women voters 56 to 44%. So pretty much almost with every single group. The only groups that Vance has an advantage among is with white voters, of course, 57 to 43, voters 65 and older, 52 to 48, and then voters without a college education, 51 to 49, and men, 54 to 46. So, yeah. Now, unfortunately, if you look at just Democratic polls, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and Pete Buttigieg have an advantage over AOC. They are ahead of her by quite a bit. So in other words, Democratic voters have not learned anything. They still have not learned their lesson. They still want to go for the typical made in a consultant lab politician who isn't going to get out the masses. They aren't going to excite anyone other than the base. So I guess we're going to get stuck with JD. I guess we're just going to keep doing this until Democratic voters get with the program, until they understand that the masses don't want a typical politician who is owned by corporate interests. And that is who all three of them are. Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and Pete Buttigieg are owned and controlled by corporate interests. That is why they stand for nothing. That is why their ideas and their policies change with the wind. They go with whatever the polling says. They go with whatever their large dollar donors want. So, you know, I don't know what to do to get through to people. But anyway, I guess we just need to keep losing. And then when people get sick of that, they'll finally go, hey, maybe the progressives know something. Maybe they've been right. Maybe we need to go with a populist. All right, guys, I will keep you posted. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have more Trump regrets to share with everyone, more recipients of the Leopards Eating People's Faces Award. So first up is a video of a Trump voter. And she is someone who is now calling for his impeachment after voting for him last year and fully supporting him and trusting him. So take a look at this.
Supporting this administration. I redact any support I've ever given to him, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I am so disgusted with this administration. I think that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel both need to resign. And I would love to see number 47 get impeached over this. Why are you going above and beyond to hide the identities of these men? And I do believe because of all the shame and guilt the survivors have gone through and the public scrutiny and the backlash that we've received and the shame and embarrassment that doesn't even belong to us. It belongs to the men that continue to have business and personal relationships with a known pedophile and his accomplice.
So
the embarrassment and shame belongs to them, Trump included.
So I don't know if you recognized her, but that was Jeffrey Epstein survivor Haley Robson, I think is how you pronounce it. She has been very open about the fact that she voted for Trump, but as you heard, she's realizing he's as big of a piece of shit as we all said he was. So another post I have is from yet another nurse who's pissed off about Trump reclassifying her profession. So a woman named Renee posted this. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's very long, but she says, first of all, I'm a Republican and have been since I turned 18. Second, I have been a Trump supporter in 2020 and 2024 and still am. I work in pediatric emergency room. And I have a bachelor's degree in nursing, BSN. I worked very hard for 4 years to get this professional degree, and now you and Department of Education are taking this away from me. And then she ended her post with this, which she says, this move is saying we don't need nurses or other healthcare allies. It will decrease the nursing field and decrease frontline workers for our already hurting and failing healthcare system in this country. What about our next epidemic? At a time our government should be recognizing and supporting healthcare professionals, not downplaying our recognition that we earned. Very disappointed in this move to downplay my hard-earned professional degree. Signed, a professional BSN nurse. So, yeah, I don't know. I agree with Renee. I feel for other nurses, including my best friend and some of her family members who are nurses. But Renee, you can kind of suck it. I mean, you still support him. She still supports this sociopath who is directly affecting her. And she didn't give a damn about any of the other millions of Americans he's been hurting this year. She only spoke out when it started to affect her. This next Trump voter is almost there. I'm thinking by the beginning of next year, maybe when her health insurance premiums skyrocket, thinking she might get pushed over the edge. She might be all the way there. So on November 10th, a woman named Kathy posted on Facebook, and she said that in part, again, this is long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but she wrote, Dear President Trump, I respectfully urge you to refrain from making any changes to the Affordable Care Act. It is imperative that we protect the most vulnerable members of our society. We entrusted you with our votes because we believed you genuinely cared about the well-being of all U.S. citizens. Personally, I rely on the ACA to afford health care. I would appreciate it if you could explain why you seem to be targeting the most vulnerable members of our society. Is it not your duty to protect and serve all U.S. citizens? My support for you is about 75% less since I voted for you. Oh, Kathy, where to start? So first of all, the ACA subsidies were killed long before the government shut down in November, which tells me she wasn't paying attention to what was in that big butt ugly bill that they passed, because that's when it was taken away. And then second, I guess she missed the part where Trump took massive donations from all of the billionaires, and in exchange, they got tax breaks. They got more tax breaks than what he gave them the first time. So how does she think he paid for those? Where does she think that money came from? That's your health care. That's your health insurance money, Kathy. That's why he's targeting the most vulnerable, because the most vulnerable can't afford to pay him off. And he never gave a damn about the forgotten man and woman. So I'm glad Kathy's starting to wake up, but Jesus. As I've said before, some of these people must have been in a coma during his first term, because this is nothing new. This is absolutely nothing new. And they're acting so shocked by all of it. Anyway, next up, I have news about a UFC fighter. His name is Sean Strickland. He used to be a very outspoken Trump supporter. Well, in August, Strickland posted on Twitter, and he wrote this. He said, quote, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I will vote for a Democrat over an AIPAC Republican candidate. 4 years of a Democrat sounds easier than a politician owned by a foreign government. So, not digging Trump's stance on Israel and everybody else who's taken money from AIPAC. And then more recently, Strickland was interviewed by Aiden Ross. You guys might remember him. He's that Trump humper podcaster who's like dumber than dirt. So he was interviewing him at the gym. And here's what Strickland said when Ross asked him, hey, you know, I would love to see you at that UFC event that Trump's hosting at the White House next year. And here's how Strickland reacted.
I'd want to do the White House. Yeah, if there was some kind of like inclusion for like no, so if there was some kind of inclusion for fans, it'd be more. But like, you know, just to go hang out the fucking Epstein list, I'm good, dog. I'm good, dude.
Did you see Aiden Ross' face? Let me play it again because it's just too good.
So I think I'd want to do the White House. Yeah, if there was some kind of like inclusion for like fans. So if there was some kind of inclusion for fans, it'd be more. But like, you know, just to go hang out the fucking Epstein list, I'm good, dog. I'm good, dude.
That was priceless. He seriously didn't know how to react. He didn't know what to say. I think Strickland's my new hero. That was like a drive-by bitch slap. It was like... Anyway, next I have some posts to share from Trump's failing social media site. So even on Kool-Aid Central, they're starting to turn on Trump. So a man named Joe replied to a post and he told Trump, and most of these, I should say, were from the period of time when Trump was going off on Marjorie Taylor Greene. So this is what Joe told him, quote, "This is some bullcrap. You have done a lot of good, but guess what? Your ratings have dropped too. You're not doing what we the people expect of you in a couple areas. I'm 1,000,000% MAGA, but this crap is starting to tick me off too. You have blind spots, and I think you're being played by some of the people you have put into positions like Patel, Blondie, Bongino, and the department director of the DOJ, Blanche. They're screwing around bad, and we are getting sick of it." So some of them have been reacting to the whole meltdown with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Others are reacting when Trump says things like, oh, I fixed inflation, and all the prices are down, everything's perfect. Anyway, another person, a woman named Denise, also told Trump, quote, "I'm losing all faith in you. Middle-class people are started to suffer. We still have no affordable health care. Groceries and gas are still on the rise. I voted for you 3 times. Promises made, we need promises kept." Yeah, don't hold your breath on that, lady. And then this next Truth Social user responded to a post in which Trump was slamming Marjorie Taylor Greene. And this person said, quote, "No loyalty, Mr. President. Midterms will be a disaster for the Republican Party. I'll be staying home. What the fuck happened to you?" Nothing happened to him. This is who he's always been. You just didn't notice until now. Anyway, all right, guys, I will have more for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe if you have not. Please donate if you possibly can. Happy New Year. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So by now, I'm sure you guys have all heard the insane news that our U.S. military, at the direction of Donald Trump, illegally bombed and invaded another country and kidnapped their president. And I mean, for anybody out there, you know, the MAGA right who says, oh, well, you guys just, you're defending a dictator and, you know, a brutal regime, but no, we're not. No, we're saying do things the right way and also keep your word. Keep your word about no more foreign intervention. Keep your word about no more endless wars, no more regime change wars. And I want to remind everyone how Donald Trump spoke when he was campaigning versus what he just did. Take a look at this. I put together this, quick shot of all the things he said before versus where we're at now with this whole thing.
We're finally putting America first. Our policy of never-ending war, regime change, and nation building is being replaced by the clear-eyed pursuit of American interests. Our current strategy of nation building and regime change is a proven absolute failure. We will break the cycle of regime change. We must abandon the failed policy of nation building and regime change that Hillary Clinton pushed in Iraq, in Libya, in Egypt, and in Syria. Not a reckless interventionist globalism. We're getting out of the nation-building business. The United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars, but we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. They always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
Judicious. Like, beyond the craziness of what he just did, why does this guy sound like Arthur? Why does he sound like Dudley Moore and Arthur? Like he's had one. I know he doesn't drink, right? So it's like, what the hell is going on here? Judicious. You can have a judicious. Like, serious? Are his teeth falling out? Like, what is going on here? And this is not going over well. So again, for the MAGA right who thinks, oh, this is great and everybody loves this and, this is going to win him another term. Like, first of all, he's not going to be alive, okay? The guy has 1.5 cankles and feet in the grave. Like, he is on his way to meet his maker down in the fiery place. Guy's not going to make it to 2028. Sorry. Hate to be, or actually I do. I like to be the bearer of bad news in this regard because, yeah, he's on death's door, guys. Not going to make it. Sorry, I don't buy this whole thing about, oh, this is just, he's got bruises from handshaking. Bullshit. Does he use his left hand? Now I sound like him. Does he use his left hand to shake hands? No. So why does he have bruising on his left hand? Anyway, as I said, this is not going over well. For the first time ever, I took a poll online. It was a CBS poll. Sorry, guys, I feel like I have a hair on me. It was bad. It was like 70% said, no, we don't like this. I'm not happy about this. Then this came out just a little while ago. Only 33% of Americans, this is a Forbes report, only 33% of Americans say that they support this attack on Venezuela and the kidnapping of Maduro. So basically, it's his base. It is his MAGA Kool-Aid drinking base. They are the only ones who support this. So once again, he's playing to this tiny minority in the country, and this is going to be his undoing, and subsequently JD Vance's undoing, because JD Vance is going to have to answer for this. As the supposed, heir to the MAGA throne and who's supposedly going to be running for president in 2028, JD Vance is going to have to walk a tightrope on this, because he's going to have to explain how he has always been, no foreign wars, no interventionism, or intervention in other countries, no regime change wars. How is he going to square that with standing behind Trump on this and not saying anything and not breaking with him on this issue? And here's the thing, we're learning more about this covert operation. and what countries Trump is planning to invade next. So before I get into all the details, though, and some of the online reaction from Trump voters, which also proves that this is not going over well with independents and swing voters, I want to show you guys a video of Donald Trump, Don Old, literally falling asleep during this press conference. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this was just more proof that he is not long for this world. So let me bring this up for you.
Forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Did you guys see him? Like, oh my God. He is so sick and elderly. He is falling asleep while standing. He is on stage at a press conference announcing military action in a foreign nation, and the guy can barely keep his eyes open. If that was Joe Biden, if any of this was Joe Biden, MAGA would be losing their shit. This would be played on a loop 24/7 on Fear News Network, on every right-wing channel. They would be pissed off that we have boots on the ground. They would be pissed off that we're doing another regime change war. They would be furious that we have this, obvious 1 foot in the grave so-called president falling asleep while standing up at a press conference. And they wouldn't be wrong. But no, instead, this is the greatest thing ever. Oh, this is just monumental, blah, blah, blah. They're cheering on this demented criminal and claiming that this is what they voted for. They have absolutely zero principles. There are so few that actually do, which I did find some MAGA influencers who actually do, and I'm going to share that with you guys in another video. I have a special FAFO video, Venezuela edition today for you, so be sure to check that out because I have some videos and some very fun online posts. Anyway, Trump said in this presser that we are now, as you heard at the beginning, we are now going to run Venezuela. He and his incompetent regime can't even run our country. Now they're going to take over another country? And now they're talking about more countries? And we're going to fund another foreign occupation, but we don't have money to provide health care for Americans? Are you freaking kidding me? Our government proves to us on a daily basis we don't matter. We are an afterthought. And here's what we're learning the day after this, what we learned the day after this kidnapping took place. So here's why Trump decided to do this right now, apparently. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, he was just dancing too much. That's what we're hearing from insiders. Excuse me. So the New York Times, they went and spoke with some of Trump's insiders, people who actually work in this regime. This is their takeaway. The Times wrote, quote, Mr. Maduro's regular public dancing and other displays of nonchalance in recent weeks helped persuade some on the Trump team that the Venezuelan president was mocking them and trying to call what he believed to be a bluff. According to two of the people who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk about the confidential discussions. I mean, Trump dances a lot, right? He dances at his rallies. He dances at public events. where's our liberator? Where is our liberator from the madman that we have in charge? And here's the thing. I know Venezuelans say Maduro is violent, he's dangerous, he's a dictator. I'm not going to dispute any of that. But how is it that the opposition party leader, Maria Machado, number one, hasn't been imprisoned by Maduro, and now she's fled the country? How did that happen? He never did anything to her. Right? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if you measure it in that way, Vladimir Putin is far worse, and he threatens the U.S. So why are we not invading that country? Why are we not taking Putin into custody and black bagging him, as they call it, and whisking him away to the U.S. to face charges? It's absurd, right? And one of the things in the indictment is that, oh, well, they were trying to secure weapons. Yeah, that's what governments do. They try to buy weapons, right? We make weapons, we sell them to other countries. Why is that okay? Why is it okay for other countries to secure weapons from us, but their country can't secure weapons for their military? Like, that's the basis for arresting him? And why is this our business? What were they doing to us? Nothing. So few of the drugs that end up in America come from Venezuela. If that's what we're basing it on, which we're clearly not, again, why are we not invading another country? Why are we not invading China? Why are we not taking Xi Jinping into custody and trying him? None of it makes any sense. So anyway, the Miami Herald reported that our military killed Maduro's guards, and they're saying in cold blood that, apparently these were Cuban guards, as I understand it. And Venezuela's defense minister said in a press conference that Maduro was taken after, quote, the cold-blooded murder of a large part of his security team, soldiers, both men and women, and innocent civilians. And this was confirmed by the New York Times because they reported that there were 40 people killed by our military, including some civilians. And now Trump is threatening to invade multiple other countries. I mean, let's go back to how this went down. Imagine if another country did this to us. Imagine if another country came in, killed a bunch of Secret Service agents, and took off with Trump and Melania. Threw black bags over their heads, tied them up, killed innocent civilians here in America in order to get to them, and took off with Trump and Melania. I mean, I personally would be cheering in the streets. I would be throwing a party. But imagine how the right would deal with that. Imagine how MAGA would handle that and how they would react. Would they just be like, oh, well, I mean, Trump was acting kind of like a dictator and he was doing things that harmed other people. He was blowing people up in boats. He was blowing up, fishermen in boats, innocent people in other countries. And so, he's got to go face charges in another country over all of this stuff. Seriously? No, they would lose their minds, what little they have left of their minds, and they would demand retribution. So this is just insanity. And then, like I said, he's talking about invading other countries, doing this in other nations. So he first talked about, quote unquote, helping the Cuban people. I don't know if you guys saw this, but he told journalists, quote, I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. So, I mean, you're violently taking these people off the streets. ICE is kidnapping people, taking them and locking them up in ICE facilities. But we're trying to help Cuban people who came here from Cuba. Really? Really? And again, you want to talk about a failing nation. We are a failing nation right now. Our economy is spiraling into the toilet. Unemployment is up. We have no sense of right or wrong anymore. The three branches of government are not acting as an equal check on each other. Donald Trump is just allowed to do whatever the hell he wants. He is literally a felon, a 34-time convicted felon running the country. He was literally found liable of raping a woman. Yes, the jury said, the jurors said it was sexual assault, but the judge made it clear that it was rape because in New York, you have specific laws that say unless it is a man's member, I'll put it that way, OPP, how can I explain it? Unless it's a man's member, unless it's his OPP, it cannot be considered rape, but it, by all measures was, because they believe that it was done with his fingers. So, I mean, talk about a failing nation. We are a failing nation right now. We are truly a failing nation. Everything in our country is disintegrating and falling apart before our eyes, including the rule of law. I mean, you have Trump violating the Constitution, violating the court's orders constantly. So does that give carte blanche to another country to come in here, black bag Donald Trump and Melania and take off with them? And then Stephen Miller's tantrum-throwing, spoiled brat wife, Katie, she posted this on Twitter. So for anybody who can't make this out, it's an image of Greenland, and it's basically in the colors of the American flag, and she just wrote, soon. Now, I would normally say, yeah, this is, sad clout chasing by an attention whore. But Donald Trump then later confirmed this. So he was in an interview with the Atlantic news outlet, and this was on Sunday, and Trump said, quote, we do need Greenland, absolutely. We need it for defense. And so Greenland's leader had to put out a statement basically saying, you guys need to stay away. Like, you guys need to be, our allies as we're supposed to be. We're part of NATO, like reminding them, hey, if you invade, we're protected under NATO, under the NATO alliance. And now we're going to have NATO countries fighting each other. This is how absurd this is. And then Trump also told other news outlets that he is, quote unquote, very interested in sending troops into Mexico. And then he threatened the Colombian president, and he said, quote, he has factories where he makes cocaine. He does have to watch his ass. So there is so much pretzel logic and cope going on within MAGA right now. They are trying to tie themselves into knots to justify the complete reversal of everything Trump promised on his campaign. He promised no new wars, America first, no regime change. Blah, blah. I mean, you heard it all in that video I played for you guys. So the majority of MAGA is refusing to call him out on this. And I mean, think about the waste of taxpayer money on this. But there are, I will say, a bunch of people pissed off about this latest move. And so, again, you've got this break between the base, the hardcore Kool-Aid drinking 30 some percent base that will just go along with whatever he wants to do. No matter, I mean, if he wanted to come in and murder their families, they would be like, okay, sir, sure. Oh, you're so base. That's so great. You're such a leader. Thank you for killing my children. Like, that's how out of their minds these people are. That is how insane in the membrane they are. But then you have the rest of the people who voted for Trump who were not all on board with all of this. They don't necessarily like Trump on a personal basis, but they bit the bullet and voted for him, hoping for economic recovery, hoping that he would actually pull his head out of his ass and do something to help them in a material way. They're independents. They are, moderates. They are swing voters. These are not the Kool-Aid drinkers. And these are the people who are most vocal, a lot of them young people who went and voted for Trump on the advice of the manosphere, of Joe Rogan, of Andrew Schulz, Theo Vaughn, all of those guys. They went with the crowd. Right? Everybody was doing it. Everybody's doing it. I'm just going to go along with the crowd. And they jumped off that cliff. They voted for Trump. And now they are furious, especially the younger men. So here's what I found. So Kylie Kramer, I don't know if you guys all remember that name, but she and her mother are huge Trump pumpers. They helped to organize the January 6th rally. Well, Kylie was one of the MAGA influencers on Saturday trying to convince her followers that Trump invading Venezuela is actually a really good thing because tyranny in other countries is dangerous for us. So the majority of the comments, I will admit, they were from fellow Kool-Aid drinkers. So they went along with her. They agreed with it. Not everybody was buying it, though. So one person replied to Kramer and told her, quote, I voted for Trump. I didn't vote for this. I voted to fix our country. I am exhausted, overtaxed, and overworked. So not what she was hoping for. And then there was another guy named Bobby. He also replied and he said, it's not about recognition. It's about authority and working within the scope of the world. It was not our place to take those people by force. There are numerous regimes throughout the hemisphere and world. We did this because of superiority and the resources of Venezuela. The decision was made by Trump's machine alone without working within the Congress and other countries. That is wrong, no matter the positives that can be argued. And I am a conservative. So people are not digging this, and they understand that this was done illegally. Another person replied and said, quote, it's a complete disaster. Definitely not what I voted for. And then another guy told her, I don't give a fuck. I still can't afford to buy a house in America. Americans don't give a shit about the Venezuelans. We voted for America first and Americans. And in general, not in response to her, but in general, I found a ton of Twitter posts saying, like, I didn't vote for this. This is not what I voted for. This is not what we were promised. Like, people are pissed off about this. So again, I'm going to have those for you guys in a special FAFO episode today. So check that out. Very, very interesting. Some people are even calling for his impeachment. Trump voters calling for his impeachment. And I looked at their history, and these people are MAGA. These are not Democrats pretending to be MAGA. They have posts that tell me they were all in on all the conspiracy theories, or they were, just totally down with the America First line and all that jazz. So anyway, guys, I will have that for you today as well. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have news for you guys about another scam pulled by the right. And this is going to come as a shock to you guys. Make sure you're sitting down when I say this. But MAGA makes up stories to incite hate against minorities. I know that is hard to believe. We've never seen that before, right? So, yeah, we have another one. We have another story about a bigoted MAGA man, or actually several bigoted MAGA men, lying and making shit up about a minority group. So if you haven't heard yet, there's this big brouhaha going on in the state of Minnesota. So there was some legitimate fraud that took place in Minnesota. The Biden administration prosecuted, they did something about it, took these people to trial, got them, I believe they were all convicted, took care of the issue, okay, legitimate fraud. But now there is this whole big thing about alleged Somali fraud in the state of Minnesota, and MAGA is just swallowing this latest BS hook, line, and sinker because, of course they are, right? Anything that they can believe negatively about a black or a brown person, I mean, they're all for it. It's just confirmation bias. So here's what all's been going down and how these latest lies were all exposed. And before I get into the details, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is totally free to subscribe here on YouTube. It just helps the show tremendously in the algorithm and to tell other people that, and YouTube especially, that you like the channel, that you like the video. So please do that. Or if you want to wait till the end and make sure that you do like the video, you can do that as well. Anyway, so here's the deal. There's a MAGA media figure. His name is Nick Shirley. He's like 23-year-old guy. So he posted this video in late December in which he claimed that Somalian-run Minnesota daycare centers were committing fraud by receiving state and federal funds to help them care for children at their centers. So, this program is something that we should have everywhere, right? Minnesota is a very blue state, so they have run with this, trying to help out working class Americans. Well, according to Shirley, there aren't any children at these facilities. This is what he contends and what he said in this video. So this video went viral. This thing has been seen literally tens of millions of times. It got the attention of the federal government, so much so that it prompted the FBI and the DHS to launch investigations. They made this big show about, Cash Patel and what's her face, Ice Barbie, puppy killer Kristi Noem. They made this big thing. Oh, we're going to Minnesota and we're going to investigate and we're going to look into all of this. Then Trump used this as an excuse to screw over everybody, basically. It started with Minnesota. I think he's now rolled this out throughout the country. But basically, he wanted to take down this very blue state, which the governor, as you all know, is Tim Walz, who was the vice presidential nominee last year. He doesn't like him. So Donald Trump cut off federal funding for this program. This is absolutely devastating for working families. And the reason being, and this was reported by CBS News, The federal government provides $218 million for this program, and then Minnesota State contributes another $155 million. So this helps to cover the cost for parents who need to work, but they can't work if they don't have childcare. What are they going to do with their kids, right? So they absolutely need this funding. Well, as usual, MAGA maniacs ran with these lies. They started threatening these facilities. Of course, the bigotry, the hate just ramped up towards Somalians throughout the country. So this is on top of all the stuff that Donald Trump has been saying, calling them garbage, just putting a target on their back. I mean, we've seen this over and over again. There's always a group. It's the Muslims, it's, the Haitians, it's now Somalians, it's Puerto Ricans. He just puts a target on the back of various minority groups. And he's been doing this, right? It was Hispanic people when he launched his campaign in 2015, calling them rapists and murderers. So this is just what he does. He is the most hateful person to ever sit in the White House. So these lies have had real world consequences, not just for Somalians, but for anyone who needs help with daycare. So here's how this all started to unravel and why I'm really thinking that Shirley and at least one other person, they could face defamation lawsuits over all of this. So first of all, the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, and Family Services, they conducted compliance checks and they reported there are children. There are, in fact, children at these facilities. Now, they said children were present at 8 out of the 9 facilities that they inspected. The 9th facility wasn't open yet that day. So, of course, there weren't children there yet. They hadn't opened their doors for the day. So this agency said, quote, investigators confirmed the centers were operating as expected, gathered evidence, and initiated further review. So on the ground, government agency, local government agency or state government agency looked at this, said, no, this is BS. There are children here. They're not defrauding anyone. CBS also conducted an investigation. They reported that Shirley's claims were bogus as well. So they went and specifically reviewed security video. So there were cameras up, security cameras at these daycare centers, and you could see, or CBS could clearly see, children being dropped off that day. So, and they looked at the cameras on the day that Shirley and his so-called source were at these facilities filming. So they reviewed the footage from that day and saw children going into this facility. And then it was also revealed in several news reports that there was a 10th daycare that was targeted by Shirley and his source. That 10th facility shut down in 2022. So it wasn't even operable when they went there and claimed, oh, see, this is a scam. There's no children. Yeah, there's no children because they're not in business anymore. And then the other thing was, Shirley and his source were going to these facilities, just randomly knocking on the door, two men going, we want to see the kids, show us the children. It's like, you're freaking strangers knocking on a door of a facility that is there to care for and protect these children while their parents are gone. You think they're just going to let some random men off the streets in with cameras? I mean, you could be anybody. You could be terrorists. You could be there to kidnap the children. Like, gee, I wonder why they wouldn't let you in, you psychos. So anyway, as this is all falling apart, people and news organizations started looking into this. They started investigating Shirley and his so-called whistleblower. what they found is exactly what we would expect. A history of racism, flagrant bigotry, other schemes. So in the video, Shirley is interviewing and walking around with his so-called whistleblower. It's a guy named David. That's all they told us. They never showed David in the video. They never told us his last name, but you could hear him speaking off camera, and he's talking about this alleged fraud. Shirley in the video made it out like, oh, David's just some random concerned citizen. Not true at all. The Intercept news outlet did some digging, and they reported that David is a quote-unquote lobbyist and one-time right-wing candidate for Minnesota Attorney General, whose full name is David Hawk. I believe that's how you pronounce it. It's either Hotch or Hawk. It's H-O-C-H. And then the Intercept wrote this, which I pulled up for you guys. So it says, accounts bearing his name have a long online history posting about the Somali community in Minnesota. A TikTok and a recently deleted Instagram account posted almost exclusively on the subject, including derogatory statements about Somalis and Muslims. Quote, every Somali in Minnesota is engaged in fraud. All of them, Hawk posted on the now deleted Instagram account. In November, he posted, even the blacks have had enough of the demon Muslims. Even the blacks. I mean, these people are so racist that they don't even realize that they're being racist. To them, this is just normal, like that people speak this way. The blacks. Really? Do we say the whites? No, we say white people, the white population, white citizens. Like, they're so gross. They are so just disgusting. Anyway, based on some of what was shown in Shirley's video, The Intercept easily tracked this David guy down, this David Hotch. What they discovered is that he received some of the information that he was telling this Nick Shirley about from a Republican staffer for the Minnesota House. It's a guy named Joe Marble, who's lost his marbles, apparently. So Hotch is not just some rando. He's not just someone, oh, I'm just a concerned citizen trying to expose fraud. No, these are political operatives. These are people who are purposely trying to target Somalis because they are bigots. And apparently, ginning up hate against minorities, this is how Nick Shirley has built his entire online following. So evidently he started off just doing like pranks and, kind of stuff like Mr. Beast would do, showing up where he's not supposed to be and worming his way into events he's not invited to and stuff like that. Well, that's how he built a following of about 1 million people. But then he goes away on this missionary event in another country and comes back. He's massive Bible thumper now. And his mother, who also makes right-wing, I guess from what I'm hearing, bigoted content, she encourages him, hey, you got to start doing this. So this is his thing. This is his gig. So the Intercept reported that Shirley's previous videos, quote, target immigrants in the U.S., platforming individuals who spread xenophobic and Islamophobic beliefs and conspiracy theories. While Shirley's videos include interviews with those protesting against such hate, he often presents immigration and Islam as a growing threat taking over the country, combined with sensationalized headlines. And then they gave a couple examples. So one was exposing dangerous illegal migrant scammers, Another one was the UK's insane migrant invasion. And then they went on to say, the end result is often a portrait of immigrants as lawbreakers, a societal threat, and a strain on government resources. And they described one of the videos, and they said, quote, in September, Shirley and a small crew filmed a video antagonizing street vendors in New York City's Chinatown, referring to them as, quote unquote, dangerous migrant scammers. Vendors could be seen scrambling away while Shirley strolls down Canal Street. At one point, one man tells Shirley to leave and ask why he's filming, leading to a physical confrontation with Shirley's cameraman. Several weeks later, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents raided the street, detaining 9 individuals. Shirley praised ICE for the raid that left the street completely clean of illegal activity. That's a quote. And taunted an individual who was detained as a quote unquote scammer who got iced. So this kid is causing harm to immigrants in this country. He is purposely targeting these people, making them out to be dangerous criminals, and then inciting attacks against them, inciting immigration enforcement against them. And, you know, you look at this and you hear about, oh, you know, the male loneliness epidemic. I wonder why. I wonder fucking why. These incels can't figure out why they can't get any. I mean, it's a big mystery, right? I mean, it's so obvious. This is a young man who feels inferior. He doesn't have anything to be proud of in his own life. So he hates on people of other nationalities and other colors to make himself feel better. It doesn't take Freud to figure this out. I mean, it's sad, really, you know? And it's completely hypocritical because, as I mentioned, Shirley is supposedly this great Christian, right? Yeah, this is God's work that he's doing. I mean, if there is a God in heaven, I don't think Shirley's going to get the warm welcome he's expecting. God does not like ugly behavior. I would imagine if God is real, this bigoted, ugly behavior is not what he would exactly embrace and praise, you know, because these people claim, oh, God made everything, God made everyone. Really? So you're targeting, hating on, and causing harm and sorrow to God's creations. Yeah, real Christian-like behavior. The biggest freaking hypocrites on the planet, right-wing Christians. Christians, in quotes, because it's bullshit. So anyway, guys, there you go. Just another example of how the right doesn't have facts on their side. They don't have legitimate stories to share. So they just make shit up and feed it to the sheep, and the sheep run with it. They just run around, repeating it. Fraud, Somalians. I mean, they're just pathetic. It's so sad. It's like I saw in clearly AI video yesterday on Twitter of a woman supposedly on a New York subway or a New York bus claiming that that Zoran Mamdani has actually increased, he's caused the increase of prices on the buses, that he was supposed to make them free and now they're $3 more. And the thing is, it wasn't even good AI. Like I've seen some good AI videos that really have you wondering, like this seems legit, like this looks real. This one was not even close. It was so fake. Her movements, her pattern of speech, the people walking by in the background, like it was so clearly AI. And some idiot MAGA person on Twitter shared it and said, "Oh, see, Zora and Mom Donnie is already making things worse." First of all, idiot, you can tell it's AI. Second of all, he was just sworn in a couple days ago. So how could he have made buses more expensive in like 2 days? There is no rational thinking going on. No logic with these people. So anyway, this is what happens. This is what happens when you have, you know, a real world, what was that movie again with Luke Wilson? Idiocracy. I mean, we are living idiocracy. They're the only one, they're the ones in charge. They're the ones who are, you know, procreating like rabbits, pumping out babies that they can't afford, that they, you know, just don't take care of, that they don't raise right, that they push their bigotry onto. I mean, yeah, and we're running all of the intelligent people out of the country. I mean, yeah, we are living idiocracy here. All right, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more on this very false story. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Happy New Year. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Hey ho, let's go. My name is Mark Allenderry, and this is Noise Filter. So when we talk about the future of medicine, we often talk about breakthrough cures and smarter technologies. But the data recently released this week by the CDC offers a sobering reminder that not all change is progress. Between 2019 and 2023, infections caused by a certain type of nightmare bacteria, microbes impervious to our strongest antibiotics, rose by 70% across the United States. At the heart of the problem is a specific gene called the NDM, short for the New Delhi metallobeta-lactamase. This gene acts like a molecular shield, allowing bacteria to shrug off carbapenems. Carbapenems are a class of antibiotics considered our last line of defense against the hardest to treat infections. Imagine trying to lock your doors against a determined intruder only to realize that they've mastered every key. In 2023, the CDC, from data from the CDC from 29 states, reported 4,341 carbapenem-resistant bacterial infections. That's an alarming 1,831. Because of those that were NDM related, there's been more than a 5-fold increase in just a few years. Now, that number may sound small, but to picture it, think of it as like an average passenger jet, like a Boeing 737, which seats around 180 people. Now imagine enough infected patients to fill more than 24 of those planes, all in a single year, in just part of the country. And since many hospitals cannot yet test or report these infections, experts believe that the true number is likely much higher. So why are we seeing this sudden jump in cases? Well, several factors are at play. Many researchers link the surge to the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw a spike in antibiotic use sometimes when not medically necessary. This overuse gave surviving bacteria more opportunities to become superbugs. And furthermore, these NDM genes spread very quickly, not just within one species, but between many different types of bacteria, sort of microbial networking, if you will. And this makes that threat harder to contain and predict. So, for now, only 2 very expensive antibiotics delivered by IV remain effective against these NDM infections, and those require hospitalizations. Routine infections, like a simple urinary tract infection, could become severe and much harder to treat if NDM bacteria become more widespread. Most cases so far have involved patients already in hospitals, especially those using devices like ventilators and urinary catheters. But as these bacteria move beyond facilities and into the community, the stakes rise for every one of us. Now, the reality is unsettling. Many people may carry these bacteria without knowing it, risking not only their individual health, but also the potential for broader outbreaks. And since the CDC's reporting only covers 29 states, not including some of our largest states, the total number of cases is surely an undercount. So what can be done? First, prevention is key. Good hand hygiene, careful use of antibiotics, and robust infection control in hospitals and clinics. Second, ongoing investment in laboratory detection helps catch outbreaks early. And finally, we need to continue research for new treatments and faster testing methods to stay ahead of the bacteria's evolving arsenal. Drug resistance, as experts often remind us, is not a distant problem. It's here now, silently testing the limits of modern medicine. And like a chess match against a clever opponent, every careless move, every unnecessary antibiotic prescription gives these microbes new chances to win. So for now, the best defense is vigilance and smart action. Wash your hands, use antibiotics wisely when doctors tell you, and don't ask for antibiotics unnecessarily. And more than anything else, support hospitals working on the front lines. America's superbug battle continues, and as the saying goes, the game isn't over until it's over. So stay informed, stay safe, and don't give the bugs a head start. You've been watching Noise Filter. Thank you.
You skipped it, you dissed it, you said it's a bore. But what if that film's got a little bit more? What if I don't like it? What if it's bad? What if it's awkward or lazy or sad? But what if it's genius, a total surprise? What if it's gold when I open my eyes? We're watching the films you love to avoid. Now sit down and deal with your cinephile void. What if I don't like it? Let's give it a spin. You might hate it or love it. Let's dive right in.
Welcome back to What If I Don't Like It? For the season 2 finale, I wanted to end on a movie that comes with a lot of baggage. It's Night of the Hunter from 1955. It's one of those films that is constantly called one of the greatest films ever made, and with good reason. It's also regularly described as your favorite filmmaker's favorite film. And that kind of reputation can make it really hard to want to sit down and actually watch it. Because when something is that praised, it can feel a little intimidating. It can feel like homework, or perhaps like something that you're supposed to admire from a distance rather than actually enjoy. And then there's this pressure that if you do not immediately love it or fully understand it, the problem must be you. Well, this episode is for people who have not seen Night of the Hunter or who have avoided it for those reasons exactly. Maybe you heard about it for years. Maybe you know the title, but not much else. Or maybe you were aware that it's important, but you're not sure why, or you're not convinced that it's going to be for you because it's from 1955 and it's in black and white, whatever reason. What makes this movie especially interesting to me is that it's not always been treated like a masterpiece. I mean, when it first came out, it failed. It confused people. It got written off. And even now, decades later, it's still getting misunderstood, dismissed, or reduced to something that really only film nerds are supposed to care about. And so today's conversation is not about putting this movie on a pedestal. It's more about taking it down and taking a good look at it. And so I'm talking with film critic Carl Gustafson, Carl the film critic, about why filmmakers love this movie so much, also why it works as a genuinely tense, scary, emotional experience, even if you don't really care about film history at all. And so this episode is maybe perhaps not exactly for the deep cut experts, although I do love them. I try to be one myself. This is about lowering the barrier of entry to get new eyes on a film that is still being rediscovered for good reason. So if you have ever thought, I should probably watch this someday, but I'm nervous I will not connect with it, that feeling is valid, and this episode is for you. So let's jump right in and let's talk about Night of the Hunter. Welcome to What If I Don't Like It? As always, I'm your host, Katie Baldassaro, and this is the show where guests take movies that they've decided they might not like, despite not having seen them, actually watch them, and see if they really deserve that reputation. This time we're talking about one of the most important and most misunderstood films ever made, The Night of the Hunter. When it came out in 1955, The Night of the Hunter was a total failure. Critics didn't know what to do with it, audiences stayed away, and it was considered such a disaster that its director, Charles Laughton, an Oscar-winning actor making his first feature film, never directed again. That's how much people hated it at the time. And honestly, even today, it's easy to see why someone might bounce off this movie. It doesn't behave like most thrillers. It's slow and stylized and full of deliberate artifice. The acting can feel theatrical, the tone swings from fairy tale to horror, and the dialogue can kind of feel biblical. If you're expecting realism or a straightforward story, The Night of the Hunter can feel alienating or maybe even pretentious. But the thing is, it's neither of those things. The Night of the Hunter was just really ahead of its time, in a league of its own. It was one of the first American films to boldly use the visual language of German expressionism, exaggerated shadows, distorted perspectives, heightened performances, and blend them with a distinctly Southern Gothic story. It looks like a dream, but feels like a nightmare. Every frame is composed with painterly precision, and yet it's full of raw, almost childlike terror. As a piece of filmmaking, it's daring. The lighting design alone feels almost theatrical in a way that Hollywood didn't allow at the time. And the tone shifts constantly between poetic and horrifying. It's not naturalistic, it's allegorical. Laughton wasn't just making a thriller about a corrupt preacher hunting two orphaned kids. He was crafting a cinematic fable about innocence and evil and survival. And Robert Mitchum's performance as Reverend Harry Powell remains, in my opinion, one of the most chilling portrayals of evil ever captured on film. It is charismatic, absurd, and terrifying all at once. He's the prototype for the modern movie villain who weaponizes faith, charm, and masculinity. You can see his influence in everything from Cape Fear to No Country for Old Men. And even though The Night of the Hunter was rejected in its own time, it went on to influence generations of filmmakers. Scorsese, Lynch, the Coen brothers, Spike Lee, all of them have cited it as formative. It's the kind of film that teaches you how visual storytelling can operate on a subconscious level, how light and shadow can mean something beyond mood. And to unpack all of that, I am joined by Carl the critic, a reviewer who is unafraid to ask why a film works or doesn't, who digs into genre films with real curiosity, and who is just as comfortable questioning the crowd's favorites as discovering hidden truths in what people dismiss. He's got a real appreciation for genre-bending films that kind of risk failure in pursuit of something bigger. And Night of the Hunter is exactly that. Together we're going to dig into why the film was so misunderstood, what makes it so visually and thematically groundbreaking, and why it deserves a spot not just in film history, but in your personal watch list, even if you're convinced it's not your kind of movie. Welcome to the episode. I am really excited to be ending out the season on this film. It's considered one of the greatest films ever made, but also a film that is very disliked when it first came out, so it's almost perfect for the podcast. And I have a very extra special guest to discuss this with us. I have Carl, the critic, here with us. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Awesome. When we had originally discussed having you come on, we had talked about a completely different film. And I know when we segue over later, I'll talk more about how this came to be. But we had almost recorded on the film Onibaba, which would have been a good film to discuss as well.
Yeah. It's
When I
sitting on
found
my
out you
shelf right
hadn't
now,
seen
ready to
this,
go.
I got excited. Were you familiar with this when I said to you, have you seen Night of the Hunter? Was it like, oh, I've kind of heard of it? Or was it like, I've never heard of this at all?
You know what's funny? The exact same day you proposed this movie, my dad sent me an article about the movie. He was like, have you ever seen this movie before? I was like, I've never seen this movie before. It looks interesting. And then, of course, I also did my video Smash or Pass movie Monsters edition. And one of them was Quasimodo, played by Charles Lofton. And so it was just all coincidentally all around the same time. So it's kind of fated that like this movie came into my life when it did to see and talk about it.
That's so funny. I love when things start to all of a sudden line up where you're like, nobody was talking about this movie from 1955, and then suddenly everyone is talking to me about it.
Exactly.
Well, your dad did you a favor by pointing you in this direction. It was a good choice. But before we dive into the movie, I will always like to start with letting our guests talk about themselves, letting our viewers find out more about you, because they might not know you as well as I do. I've been following you on TikTok for a long time. That's how we met. You're also on Instagram and YouTube. But why don't you tell us all about how we can find you?
Yeah, of course. So as you mentioned, you can find me on TikTok at Carl the Critic. You can also find me on YouTube at Carl the Critic, and on Instagram, my film channel is Carl the Film Critic on Instagram as well. I also had a Facebook called Nobody Cares Productions, where I also post reels and stuff as well.
Nice. So no matter what platform people are using, they can definitely connect with you in one form or another. That's how that's the game. Spaghetti
sure.
against the wall, kind of. Why did you start doing film reviews?
So it was actually over 10 years ago. I was in college. I was in college for engineering for film, and I needed a way to make some money. And so my very first reviews were done on hub pages way back in the day. And so I would post like reviews on hub pages and get back when we got comments on that, I got feedback, instant gratification. I was like one of the top film critics there at that time. And then slowly I sort of weaned off of it when I started like focusing on trying to get some work done. And then after college, I had to do a bunch of odd jobs. I eventually joined the Navy and was there for 7 years. And I then started realizing that I was really not happy with being in the Navy. And I was also the biggest cinephile on my submarine, which is what I was on. And so I would start watching more movies. And then eventually people were talking about TikTok. And at the time, TikTok was kind of like a gray area in the military. So I didn't really pursue it right away. But eventually I was like, you know what, this could be a good opportunity for me to make some content, because I used to love making reviews way back when. And I can start getting back into that. And so I started like some like lists without my face in it. I talked about Lisa Frankenstein. I think it was one of my first ones. And I was just like, and that one started taking off and blowing up a little bit. And then I started showing my face and talking more and playing around with like features. And then when TikTok was kind of iffy, I then started switching over. I made sure that I had everything on YouTube. So I had multiple places, and then was able to play around with YouTube's features. So then like if TikTok went away, then at least I have like YouTube, because that's never going away. And so I was able to like bounce back and forth and didn't put all my eggs in one basket. I made sure I was out everywhere so that people could find me.
Yeah, that's such That was the game at the time. It makes total sense. I never really thought about that, how using TikTok at the time when you were in the Navy is kind of like, you said, like a gray area, but that was the whole thing that happened with why it almost disappeared, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm instantly need to ask you, because I've never seen it and my husband has been on my case about it. Maybe we'll have you come back on depending on how you feel about it. How do you feel about the movie Das Boot?
I have not seen Das Boot, admittedly. Weirdly enough, I have
there
not
was
seen
there was
Das
part of me that I thought
want
because you're on a
to. It
submarine,
looks-
you wouldn't want to.
It's not that I wouldn't want to. It's just I've never like. There's so many other submarine movies that people play down Periscope like over and over and over again to the point of just.
Do you
And
have
also
a
Crimson
submarine
Tide.
movie you recommend?
So I personally liked Crimson Tide. I think that that's underappreciated. I know that there's a lot of it's like it's a Tony Scott film, so obviously it's not a masterpiece, but I think that there are some aspects about the movie that are a lot of fun. And it's, from a person who's been in a submarine, I could say like there's a lot of things that like it's fun to point out that wouldn't happen on a boat. That doesn't happen. Maybe most people wouldn't think that way because not a lot of people have been on a submarine, but I think Crimson Tide is an underrated one. In terms of accuracy, I'm not saying this is a good movie, but there was the Gerard Butler movie that came out, Hunter Killer. I would say that I wouldn't say it's a good movie, but I would say that if you want accuracy for what submarine life is like, that is probably the closest you will get to that. And if you want something zany that's also bizarrely accurate, I would also recommend Down Periscope. Also, can't believe I didn't even. Hunt for Red October is my personal favorite submarine movie so far. I still need to see Das Boot and a bunch of other movies, but Hunt for Red October is my personal favorite. That's also a good movie.
Nice. I just know with anything that's so niche and so specific, as someone who, my husband and I were both fencers, he teaches fencing, I've fenced for forever. Whenever there's a fencing scene, we both like our hearts stop because we know it's going to be wildly inaccurate and like almost offensively inaccurate. So whenever I think of submarine movies, I'm like, oh man, is this even close?
Well, because of there's a lot of things you can't really say about submarines. So it's really hard to make one that's like 100% accurate. But there are some that have like good ideas or good things. So, oh yeah, that's actually really, really true.
Nice. Well, this segues perfectly right into the first couple of questions that I always ask everybody to kind of expand our knowledge on people. First question I have for everyone who comes on the show is, what is the first movie you can remember seeing?
So the first movie that I remember seeing in theaters was Lion King, the very first time in like 1994. That was like the very first. Like, it was the very first cinema experience I had. Although I don't necessarily remember it, according to my parents, my very first movie ever was Dumbo, the animated film from what they would always put me in a swing set, play a Disney movie, and just like push me in the swing, and I would always be having a good time.
Yeah, I always say remember seeing because, again, I am told by my parents the first movie that we went to the cinema to see as a family was The Fox and the Hound. And my sister, Kit, remembers it. I no freaking memory at all of this. I remember being at home and watching My Fair Lady as the first time I saw a movie that stuck with me. So I think what your brain holds on to is a little bit more important than what is literally the most accurate answer.
That's true. That is very true.
You have a daughter, right?
No, I have no kids.
No? For some reason you were talking to a dog when we first signed on?
Pearl's my dog.
Yes, I'm sorry. The way you were talking to Pearl, I was not 100%. And if you hear me talk to my cats and dogs, it does also sound like I'm
they're
talking
basically
to
our
children.
children.
I was going to ask. Yeah, I was going to ask what the first movie you showed Pearl was. I could tell you what my pet's favorite television shows are based on when they hang out with me, which is a weird answer.
Remind me later of this because it's relevant to today's topic. But also, What's funny is that when I was at my house in Maryland, I would be watching like Hell House LLC, and Pearl was just very interested in that movie. She would just like sit there and just watch intently. Or if there was ever like a dog on screen, or if ever there was a doorbell that rang or a knock at the door, like she would just instantly just bark away. Just like, no, sweetie, it's the movie. It's the movie.
I love that kind of shit. Yeah, apparently cats really like the show John Oliver, and they get a lot of notice about like cats just line up to watch whenever John Oliver is on. One of my cats will love watching Bob's Burgers, so you know they're little people.
They really are.
Carrying on in our conversation, next question that I do have for you is, what movie do you think you have seen more times than any other? And this could be something that is a comfort movie, or maybe something happened in your life where, like, my brother made me watch Sniper 100 times one summer.
So technically, I think the movie I saw the most was Edward Scissorhands, followed very closely
Okay.
by Blue Velvet, and then third place would be Requiem for a Dream. Those are my comfort
You
movies.
win the award for like, no judgment, but the strangest part. I've never had that caliber of answer. First of all, I've never met anyone who has been willing to watch Requiem for a Dream twice. That is often described as a once and done, a movie that's great, but like, can I watch it twice? Comfort movie. Tell me more. That's so fascinating.
I really enjoy it. I see it like almost every year. Like I usually just like, oh, it's time for me to watch a Requiem for a Dream. And like, if I'm having a bad day, I'll put that on and be like, oh, wow, my day is so much better now compared to what they're going through.
Okay, yes, that makes sense. It's kind of like the Henry Rollins Crisis Clinic, where you think you're having a crisis, and you come there and he breaks your arm. Now you're really having a crisis.
Exactly.
Man, have you seen Perfect Blue, the anime?
I love Perfect Blue. I think that is my favorite Satoshi Kon film. It was the first film I saw that got me in love with Satoshi Kon. And initially when I saw, what's that ballerina movie called? Black Swan. Initially,
Black
it
Swan.
annoyed me because I was just like, this is so much like Perfect Blue. And then later on, I kind of eased off of that, like, more and more, because it's like, it's not really that much like it. There's just certain aspects that are very similar, but like,
Yeah.
Perfect Blue, I love Perfect Blue.
I do. I think Perfect Blue is one of the really like amazingly perfect animes in my mind, and a great depiction of an unreliable narrator and a descent into madness. I was actually thinking about how people say that Requiem for a Dream contains graphic matches from scenes in Perfect Blue, and like
The bathtub
there's a
scene, yeah.
similar situation going on there. Yeah, the bathtub scene, and like, I'm glad that you've seen both, because if you like one, I still think you'll like the other. They are very similar to one another and different in their own rights, because fame is the addiction instead of drugs, to put a point on it.
I mean, I've always interpreted Requiem for a Dream as just, it's all about how the American dream, or the Calvinist view of the American dream, is bullshit, which is why each one of the main characters, they're all doing slightly different things. However, it's actually all related, because you have like one character that wants to start their own business. You have one character who wants to be valued for their artistic merits. You have one character that wants to make their mother proud. You have one character that just wants to be on television. And it's just like all of them, it's like basic Calvinistic idea of the American dream, that you could achieve it if like you had like enough money, blah 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 blah, and then like they're trying to get the money through drugs. So yes, drugs is like the baseline obvious issue of the film, but like if you dig deeper, it's actually capitalism and the Calvinist view of the American dream.
I do love how at a certain point you can, with almost every American film, be like, it's about capitalism.
It's about capitalism.
It's about capitalism. Because, you know, I'm also thinking about how you said Edward Scissorhands is another one of these comfort films for you. And I'm like, oh, that is also about the American dream, as often a Tim Burton movie from that time was. But like these almost misunderstood American Dream movies are your comfort movies. That's fascinating.
For sure, for sure. Like Edward Scissorhands, Edward Scissorhands, and Edward Scissorhams. What the heck? Was for a very long time my favorite film ever. But over time, like experiencing more, like it certainly still sticks with me. It's one of my favorite Tim Burton films to this very day. And again, it's also about how we love to exploit the weird and bizarre until we can find ways until we can't exploit anymore, and or if we like find something dark about it, which is what many people are like, oh, this guy with scissor hands is amazing, until like possibly committed a crime, and all of a sudden we just hate him now. It was like pre-cancel culture before there was cancel culture.
Yeah.
if,
Yeah, that is
if you
fascinating.
consider that.
Yes, it is. I think it'll come back around because it's very similar to the Frankenstein story. This thing has been created and then it's misunderstood. It's also not nurtured enough to be educated, and then misunderstood after it's released onto the world. This is a story people love to come back to because it is deeply human.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. And Tim Burton is hugely influenced by Frankenstein, so that does check.
Check. Last question here. Is there a story or narrative that exists that has not yet been made into a film? It could be a video game that you play. It could be a book that you've read that you wish was made into a movie.
So I wanted to option the rights to this great graphic novel called 100 Bullets, where it's sort of like an anthology sort of thing, where these people who are down on their luck, but they're approached by a mysterious man who has a briefcase, and like all their problems are based on one person, like that's like causing their issue, whether it's like a boss or an abusive spouse, etc. And like he offers them a pew pew. I'm not sure if you can say actual things, but like it offers them that, but it has a single bullet that is untraceable. Like if you use it, you could use it and like no one would ever know it was you. And I do like that. I think it's like a really great noir story that I feel like could be modernized and could be told today. And I wish it would be like, I've had ideas for it. Unfortunately, I'm not really able to do a lot of filmmaking as of right now, which is life. But I've always wanted to option that and make that into a film.
Oh, that sounds like a fascinating place to start. That's almost exactly kind of how we wind up with what we have today, which is a book that gets optioned, noir story that gets optioned into a movie that is kind of both a really true to and interpretive version of it through a couple of different lenses. So nice setup there. I feel you though, even if we had the time, the budget that something like, when I think about something that I care about so much that I wish it got made, I'm like, oh, I'm not in the league to get the budget that something like this even deserves. Because like, can we make it on $2 or $3 grand? How many people owe me a favor? Speaking of which, this film that we're watching tonight, we're talking about today, that we've watched already, was made on a $600,000 budget in 1955. I always like to look up the budget of the stuff that we're talking about just to get an idea. I often like to compare it to how many Dusks Till Dawns. That's a lot of Dusk Till Dawns because that was a $19 million movie.
That's
but
like a
at the
million
time,
of Rodriguez films.
At the time, the average budget of a film is $300,000. So this movie was like twice the budget of a film should be. Often, so like when you look into why a lot of people were like, it's really artsy and I don't understand it. They also put zero budget into advertising this movie. And in Britain, it got an X rating. So no, people weren't really interested in seeing a movie that was rated X in 1955. Although, when you were watching this, did you have any thoughts about well, the Hays Code is not totally fallen apart yet. This seems dicey for 1955.
The underwater car scene For sure. I was just like, up until this point, I was like, huh, like, this is like pretty chill so far. And then like there was also that scene where I was like, oh, they went through with that. Wow, and they cut away from it. Makes sense. And then you see her underwater, and it's just like, that's awesome. Can't believe they got away. I can't believe. I was like, I didn't even know that was allowed to be shown on on screen at the time.
At the time. It's really fascinating. And don't worry about spoiling anything. I always tell people that this is a podcast for people who have also, like us, watched the movie. So we're going to talk about this freely. So no worries about spoiling anything. I did look up, and so the Hays Code was kind of falling apart. And even though this was made with a person on staff making sure and changing certain things, it was really important that they made it clear that Harry was not actually a preacher. He was not ordained by anyone. He was kind of schizophrenic and thought he was talking to God. So that there was this oh, we're not making a preacher seem bad, even though they clearly were. But it's fascinating that they were able to make this because the Hays Code started to fall apart and these stories were starting to get made. It's really fascinating. The scene you're talking about, have you seen The Shape of Water?
I love The Shape of Water. I think it's one of the great modern fairy tales the past 20 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Night of the Hunter, and I'm sure while you were watching this, you had these moments of why do I know that? So many people have been influenced by Night of the Hunter that there are all of these graphic matches that have to be unpacked. One of which being the scene we're discussing, and many of this underwater scene in Shape of Water. And Guillermo del Toro in interviews says, yes, that is exactly a sight from Night of the Hunter. And I have been basically chasing that high in every film I've ever made to just try and match this film that I saw when I was a kid, because it's so graphically jarring.
It's very dark and beautiful at the same time. And yeah, you're right. Not just that, I was thinking of Eraserhead, the beginning of Eraserhead was very similar to the beginning of Night of the Hunter. I was thinking of Do the Right Things, Spike Jones, Spike Lee.
Spike Lee.
The Spike Lee film with love, hate,
Yeah.
just there were aspects. And I was also thinking about Reverse, the silent horror German expressionist films that it reminded me of as well, including the Cat Dr. Caligari, Nosferatu, obviously, just how exaggerated things were in terms of its lighting and cinematography. Just how everything was at an angle. The uses of stairs was that's not necessarily a German expressionist thing per se, but how everything is at an angle and how people are either higher and lower, and just the use of that thematically to the story, I thought was very fascinating.
Yeah, I think one of the most fascinating interviews that I listened to regarding this was from the cinematographer Stanley Cortez, who says that he's very interesting, but he's not by any means humble. Said that everything regarding the light and the way the camera was set up was him. And that Lawton didn't understand anything about how cinematography was put together because he was an actor, which, credible. He does also go on to say that he believes that Lawton taught him more about the philosophy of film narration and storytelling than he feels he ever taught Lawton on film technique, because he really truly was quite a genius on that aspect. So it was a push and pull. But he does talk about the kind of low-key lighting, and that's where we have this very stark lighting and extreme angles. And when you're talking about the staircases, the way that those are lit with that low-key lighting, that makes it German expressionist. And what's so fascinating is to use such a German and European style of filmmaking to tell an American Southern story written basically by a British guy. It's how does this fold together into something that feels so authentically American?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was also fascinated with Charles Lofton at the time was known for being like gay, and like his feelings towards people who were, you know, using religion as an excuse to be hateful. And I think that I think especially today, the film is a lot more relevant today. I'm not saying that it wasn't relevant back then, just people didn't understand it back then. But like, especially today, what we see now, it's very relevant in terms of like what it's saying, how people are treating the preacher in the film, you know, as a holy man, even though he clearly isn't. You know, but like they don't really seem that. They just see, oh, man of God, clearly he can do no wrong. What's that? Like
Plus,
this mother of these kids just mysteriously ran away? Well, I'm gonna just believe that at face value.
I got a note. It's fine. Like, he's also incredibly charismatic and attractive. And those like that's like a trifecta of evil. It's like if he was just a preacher but he also looked weird, people might not believe him. But like the wrapping it all up in this very attractive package and then being like it's still rotten to the core. I think there's a line where they say they're talking about trees and the good tree can bear fruit and a bad tree from its core will always bear bad fruit. And that's kind of how it feels looking at Lawton's character. Like he's alive and bearing fruit, but that shit is poisoned.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. It also makes me think of like Alfred Hitchcock, because Alfred Hitchcock does similar things with like his villains. His villains are not necessarily the Wicked Witch or the evil queen from Snow White. They're always like attractive men who like seem pretty normal and outgoing, and then like they have like that dark side to them, for sure.
That's a very fascinating thing to pick up on. Do you think it might be, and they're both British men who are slightly overweight. Do you think that that's a reaction to probably being ostracized for that?
That, you know what? Well, Charles Lofton was Quasimodo.
Also, I think his Quasimodo gave a lot of influence into what we see here with Mitchum. And people have said this in interviews too, that like he understood what it meant to be ugly, beautiful, broken, all of those things folded in. It was fascinating the way that he would direct. And it's such a shame that he never wound up being another director in a different film. He would just let the camera roll and yell at the actors what they should do and then let them go. So there's all this B footage of different takes, and you can literally hear and see how Lawton influenced what wound up being the final takes of the film. It's a fascinating process. It wasn't done at the time because film was mad expensive.
Right. One of the things that fascinated me was definitely the split view. So like they would have something in focus, like hits on a boat and like the background, but like it's in focus, and yet they would have like animals in focus, like in the front foreground. To me, and that technique was used quite a lot throughout the film.
Yes, yeah. And it's eerie. Things like that kind of make it feel like it's not that old. I don't often watch a movie this old without feeling very much like the fact like this movie is from 1955. But the subject matter, as well as the way the camera handles stuff, and like you just said right there, this cool technique keeps you really engaged.
And you also see it nowadays. Like I can think of like several instances where like you see that split. I think even in Brian De Palma's films, or very recently there was Us, the Jordan Peele movie, especially like the confrontation at the end of that, where like you have two characters and you have one in the background in focus and you have like the other one in foreground in focus. Just like it's just fun to see those techniques pop up again. And I don't know if that was that done before Night of the Hunter?
You know, I was trying to look up all the information I could get on those particular scenes, on the way that that technique was done. I assumed it was done either through projection of one scene while filming the other scene live together, or film composite later on, but I literally couldn't get any information. And I've been Googling for a couple of days. let alone when the first time it happened. If I do find out, it will be added to the errata at the end, but it is the first thing that I noticed, and it is frustrating me how little information. Everybody wants to talk about the one scene with the kids in the barn and the way that that was shot. So it's very hard
Yeah,
to find any information about everything else.
that was also just a beautiful scene, just in general. And like overall, like the cinematography was fantastic, and just the use of darks lights was very important to the story as well. Just, because the preacher was always in dark colors. When the mother was unalived, she was wearing a white gown. The kids tend to wear a shade of gray. They're still young, so they're still trying to get morality in this world. They're not quite white. They're not quite dark. They're just somewhere in the middle, which I found fascinating. But then when they find the woman later on, she's wearing mostly white with specs. You had like the eldest daughter wearing mostly dark gray as she's going to the downtown to talk to boys and stuff. So I just found the use of shades was very, like, I don't know if you could ever remake this today and not incorporate, at the very least, the themes of like the colors and the contrasts.
Yeah, so when I went to pull this up on Amazon Prime, they've colorized the photo that advertises it, and my heart sunk because I thought, oh God, no, I hope this isn't a colorized version, because if there ever truly was a film that should not be colorized, it's this film. I've seen colorized Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, and it's an atrocity, but like this would be an offense to the senses.
I didn't see the
Man, yeah,
colorized
let alone modernizing it.
Yeah, I didn't see the colorized version on Prime. I saw the original black and white one, thankfully, and that was very good. We've had conversations about colorizations in film, and it's one of those conversations that pops up, and it's just like, how do we get kids to see these old timey movies? We'll make them colorful, and it kind of like ruins the meaning of the scene. You take a woman who's in a black gown and like standing next to a guy in a gray suit, and like your focus is on the woman with the black gown. You colorize that and give the man a bright blue suit. Now you're looking at the man with the bright blue suit, and like it's so you're drawing your eye away from what's most important in that scene. I just wish we just leave those movies the way they are and appreciate what is being said to us in black and white.
Yeah, Cortez, the cinematographer on this, says multiple times that he really, really believed in setting up shots and camera angles and lighting that meant something. Never anything because it looked cool, but because it added narratively to the story. And I get excited nowadays when I see that happen in a film, because that's not typically what we get with our movies. We can see that in Coen Brothers films because they are insanely influenced by this film. In fact, I think there's one line from Night of the Hunter in every single Coen Brothers film, including the reason why the dude abides is the final line of this film, which is astronomically cool.
I didn't even put that together until you said that.
Oh yeah. When Lillian Gish, the famous silent film actress, the top 17 best actresses on the AFI film actresses of all time, when it zooms out and she goes, "Children abide and endure." That's why the dude abides. That reason right there. Do you find yourself excited by? Do you find yourself excited by films like that? Like, do you like the Coen Brothers?
I do love the Coen Brothers. Most of their films. There's a couple of odd ones here and there, but for the most part, I enjoy Coen Brothers' films.
Do you have a favorite? Put you on the spot. No worries. Sorry about that.
Probably Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I think
Great
that
choice.
it's a great retelling of the Odyssey story, and also it's one of the most underrated musicals of all time. I consider it a musical because it does have music that does push the narrative, and I don't think people realize that it's a musical until I say that, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, it is a." I guess you're right. Excuse me, can I help you?
It's kind of like Silence. Silence of the Lambs, where people want to be like, oh, Silence of the Lambs is like a thriller drama. It's not really a horror movie. Like, don't try and change the genre of the movie because you want to say you don't like musicals, but you like Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Sometimes
Exactly.
there's an exception. Yeah.
Exactly.
Fascinating. When we had originally started talking about movies for you, to go back to this conversation, we had picked Onibaba, and I had not yet seen it. So I threw it on and I watched it. And the reason why I said this is an interesting movie, but I think I've seen part of this done ultimately better, we need to watch Night of the Hunter, is because I saw an interesting through line with Onibaba, which you haven't seen yet, right?
I have not seen it yet. No, it's still on my shelf.
Okay. Okay. I'm not going to spoil Onibaba for you, but for people listening to this who are like, how the hell did they get from Onibaba to Night of the Hunter? There's a lot of discussion about sexuality for women and the control of religion in that aspect, and how women should be afraid of enjoying sex and enjoying sexuality, and that religion should be used as a false way of controlling them. And I see that here in this movie as well, especially with the character you were talking about earlier with Ruby in her gray dress when she goes to talk to the men, and she's just like, she gets spoken about as this like full of rocks idiot who's going to probably have sex with a man and wind up having children, and how stupid that is, and how women shouldn't realize that that's their role at all. And like, it puts so much pressure on the women. How do you feel about the like way women are represented in this movie?
So I think that it's very interesting that you bring that up about promiscuity. And I do think it goes back to like what they're wearing and like how important what they're wearing is to how they are. Like you said, when like of course with Ruby, she's young. So she's just starting out. Maybe she's still exploring sexuality and like what that like means to her. You're also looking at like the little kids, they're just blossoming. They don't even, that's not even a thought in their mind, but like they're still trying to understand. They do make the youngest daughter kind of, I mean, she's like, she's supposed to be like, what, 5 in this movie? And like, it's like, oh, can't we just talk to the preacher? No, stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even Lillian Gish's character, Mrs. Cooper, says to Ruby, like, oh, you're not stupid. You were just doing the best you could to be loved with the tools that you had.
Exactly.
So yeah,
It's the influence
like,
that they have like at the time.
Yeah.
I can't speak for anyone that grew up in that time period, but I could like see from there that like how do I put this? The same religious persecution that Lofton felt about his own sexuality, when it came to women, it might have been seen very similarly. Like, you know, just like you should be ashamed of like of feeling that way or wanting that stuff. But how like I forget the characters in this movie, but the adoptive mother, how she handles it, like you said, she is just like, you know, that's not your fault. You are just, you know, that's all you had and that's all you understood at this time. And, you know,
Mhm.
we continue to be better, but also know that that like based on like your environment and what you've been like pressured into believing based on the society, it's not your I tend to like go with the film, and like I think that like there should be better education for these people, but yeah. If that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a wonderful way to get to have these two characters, these dual characters, dual, it's in French, the duality of these two characters, where one is obviously light and one is obviously dark. They're good, they're evil. The whole movie is very explicitly black and white, and that's part of the Hays Code, wanting there to be no confusion for us.
Mhm.
But you get to have one, which is the charismatic white man representing religion, and then this older woman representing religion. And the actual one you should aspire to is this woman who's teaching forgiveness even through their stupidity, even if Ruby had a kid, she'd still take care of it. It's just the circle of life. People make mistakes and they need to learn. Whereas the preacher is preying on people's stupidity and their mistakes to get the better of them, not to teach them anything. And I think to show women in that light in this time period is a wonderful, like, subtle way. And I think you're absolutely right that Lawton's gay, bisexual nature probably led into this, because although it says that this is written by James Agee, in interviews, all of the actors say that the script that Agee handed in was like 11 pounds. It was too big, too clunky, and that Lawton himself rewrote the entire thing, but they still gave the credit to Agee. So I think that that's probably right, that there's an influence there.
For sure. And also, speaking of religion, I also think that that's also huge in this film for a number of different reasons. Like you said, there was like characters eating apples. There was the story of Cain and Abel. I think that with Ruby, that's the story of the prodigal of the lost son. Technically, if you think about it, like how she's going out in the world and like she's literally lost part of the time in the movie, and then she goes back to her mom, and rather than like her mom scolding her for being like, oh, that's stupid, like her mother is embracing her and being like, you're home, you're safe. Even though what you did wasn't wrong, what you did was what you had at the time.
Yeah. Forgiveness despite our own, to err as humans, so you kind of have to forgive us for being that way.
Yes.
Something that I read about this film that I thought was really funny is that critics say that if you ask, because this film is called the filmmaker's favorite film you probably haven't seen. And in that same article, they said if you ask any filmmaker what their favorite scene from Night of the Hunter is, you will almost always get a different answer, because so many of these scenes are visually arresting for different reasons. So what is your favorite scene from this movie?
There's so many great. This movie reminds me of Beau is Afraid, which is my favorite film of 2023.
Yes.
In the same regard, it was it was critically warm received more than this movie was, but it was a huge failure. It had a huge budget. It was an epic for its time. And like with that film, like there's so many great scenes. I think that if I were to do like a top 3, the barn is definitely in my top 3. The scene in, I don't even know if I can do a top 3 because there's so many. The scene when the preacher is with the mother and like he does that, her underwater is fascinating. Man, the underwater sequence I think might be my favorite, just because of how shocking, beautiful, dark, just like it just is the emotional moment for me where like everything else is like, this seems like a pretty standard 50s movie, and then like that happens. It was like, shit.
I think that scene is so crucial for that beat where suddenly you realize, I am watching a different movie, and every single thing that you thought you expected goes out the window, and it just starts to go, and it builds up the steam. Movies from this time period can be described as having pacing issues, which is another way of saying that like, modern audiences don't really like stuff that's this slow. And sometimes I will admit I'll watch a movie from the 50s or 40s and be like, wow, this is long. And it's like 50 minutes.
For sure.
Did you feel that way with this at all? Or did you feel like as soon as you hit that point, you were like, let's go?
For the most part, no. I would say that the scenes where like the kids are escaping and they're like on the river might be a little slow-ish, but it does pick back up rather fast when like they go to the other house and they're found. And also like the scene in the barn was also like another one that was like it picks back up, but then when they're back on the river it's a little. But other than that, no. I felt I didn't feel the time at all watching this movie. It went by really fast.
Nice. Yeah, I mean it's only 89 minutes, which is blessedly that's the length I like a movie to be personally, unless it's like for some reason it needs the length. I guess Braveheart might need the length. There's a lot of story there, but like this is a good length for me.
I would say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would say
No,
that
please do.
one of the things that I would say that if anything, I would say that things happened really fast at the beginning. Like 1 minute, the unaliving happens, then he's in jail, then the father's in jail, and then like he's out of jail, and then they're married, and then that seemed a little fast. But I don't know if that's really a pacing issue as much as it is just as much as it's trying to get all that information in a short period of time. But I didn't think that, I still thought that it still flowed well, even though it was fast.
Yeah, and the beginning intro with Lillian Gish's floating head, which does go on to influence a lot of intros, including the intro for Dune. So you're right when you say that David Lynch definitely has said that this has influenced specific things that he shot. And then you have the floating kids' heads. And I do know that aspect with the kids' little faces was added after the fact to kind of pacify the Hays Code, because starting right with the murder was a little bit too much for them. So they're like, let's try this. And it winds up working very well. But the intensity of the beats did wind up having to be pushed down a little bit. And I think if they had had their way, they would have maybe amplified that even. I do love the way that kind of contrasts we get these really cool helicopter aerial shots. Like right within the first minute and a half, 2 minutes, I'm like, wait, this is 1955? This is an aerial shot.
I didn't know they had drone shots back then.
This is mad expensive to do, if at all. So it was very interesting to get to see that, because a lot of the B unit, second unit shots are all high key, which shows full light and daylight, and it's bright, and that really contrasts when we get to the night and we do scenes like the one in the barn where you see the preacher walking by and the kid says the famous line, "Don't you ever sleep." That was actually done with a midget pony and a tinier actor in the distance on a closed set. So that was, again, another really great practical effect. Most of the things in this film are practical effects. My favorite scene is the scene where she's sitting with the shotgun and outside Harry Mitchum is sitting and he is waiting for her to fall asleep, Miss Cooper, so that he can come in and kill everyone. And there's this really insane intention. And the shade is down. And what we're looking at is a projection of Mitchum onto the shade, but it feels like he's on the other side and we're looking through a window. And then Ruby comes in with the candle and it makes this, they turn off the projection. And so it looks like you can't see him because it's obscured. That's like when a candle is lit inside a room. And then they come back after she leaves and Mitchum isn't on the stoop anymore. It's so subtle and so scary and so fucking technically cool. And I think that really hits a lot of this movie. Like, as a filmmaker, you're like, shit, that's so cool what they just did.
Also, did you jump when he appeared out of that? Was definitely I was like, there's probably other jump scares before this, but I was like, this is probably one of the very first effective jump scares in a film from way back when.
Like, how old are the two of us? How many horror movies have we seen? How did that jump scare get us? It's
exactly, yeah. It definitely got me for sure, because I was not expecting it.
Conversely, do you have a least favorite scene? I'll break the ice on this. I am not entirely the biggest fan of the scenes with the old lady and her husband. Although I do like how sassy the husband is. Sometimes they broke the tension in a way that I get. It's humor, so hard, so there's a balance and duality, which the whole film is about. But
I think I agree with you there. I understand why they're there and I understand what they're doing. It also plays into that theme of people being caught up in oh, well, he can't lie. He's a preacher. And like I said before, I was like, what do you mean she just ran off? Well, I guess she just did because he said so. And then, but it also later on plays up, later on, she's one of the first people we see who's just like, let's lynch him.
Which is very Frankenstein Nosferatu again, to have the mob coming to get the monster. I know we also see Mitchum doing these hands on the staircase, but this vigilante mob justice is also another thing that you see a lot in monster movies from that expressionist period.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So I would agree with you that the scenes with the old couple might be my least favorite, but it's not by. But like they're fine, but like they also do drag, like you said.
Any other thing that upset you about the film? I mean, I guess I'm sorry to keep jumping in with this. How'd you feel about Pearl as she only ever does this film? The
Pearl, that
actress
was her
herself,
name.
the little girl. Yeah.
um, I guess she's a kid. They kind of made her too stupid, I think, even for like a 5-year-old. But like for the most part, like I'm fine with her, I guess. I just think that they could have written her to be stronger a little bit, or a little bit like smarter. Because after the 5th time of asking, why don't we just talk to the preacher man upstairs? Why don't we talk to Daddy? And I was just like, please don't call him that.
Like, she's got a level of obtuseness that lets you know, like, this is never gonna work. You have to move the money. That girl is not on your side. And at the beginning, I think the father even says to him, like, you gotta be in charge of this because that girl ain't entirely bright. The first time I saw this, my niece had not yet been born. Actually, the very first time I saw this, it was in a movie theater during COVID. My friend had rented out the movie theater so that we could all sit really far apart and watch a movie together. My first cat had just died, and like I didn't remember anything about this movie, and so I had to watch it again later. But my niece, who has been born since, talks exactly like Pearl. And so I kept thinking, like, what's with this weird lisp that no child on earth would have? And now I'm like, oh no, she just sounds like Iona.
Exactly, 100%. I agree.
So, it's a little bit grating, but it is naturalistic for what it is worth. What'd you think of the older boy, John, that actor?
He is written very, very smart. If anything, he kind of reminds me of like the main character of most horror films that is just like something's not right here, and just which are mostly women nowadays. But it's interesting to see a young boy being in that role. He was written rather smart, and I liked how resourceful he was. And he wasn't invincible. Like, he had moments where he was vulnerable and pinned down, but he was able to use his wits to get out of most situations, which I do appreciate. And like that he wasn't just a dumb kid. He actually knew his stuff.
Nor was he precocious in a way that felt unrealistic. Like, he had lived an
Exactly.
appropriate amount to have been as smart as he was. I completely agree with that. Did you see the film Weapons that came out this year?
I like Weapons a lot. It's currently my #1 film of the year so far, but yeah, I like Weapons a lot.
Do you feel like there's any parallel between the main kid in that film and kind of aspects of our main kid in this film?
Yeah, 100%. Because he's facing with a monster. His parents are gone, both of them, and is replaced with this monster, and he's like trapped in the situation. The only difference is that the kid in The Night of the Hunter actually escapes. This kid feels like he can't escape because there's still a chance to save his parents. But yeah, I do see the parallels between the two.
I think that they're both written in a way that is that perfect level of non-precocious, where like, no, this is what I would believe a child who made the decision to try and handle this themselves at that age would do. And that's pretty hard to write, in my opinion. And then you'd said about the character of our young boy John that he was really believable. I think that that's part of why Mitchum's character also works. Like, he's so scary as a monster, but like, you can believe Nosferatu is a vampire. I know vampires aren't real, but preachers are, people are, attractive men pretending to be what they aren't are. Like, speak to the feeling of Robert Mitchum as a scary character in this. How do you feel his performance went for you?
His performance was fantastic. I've always been a fan of his. Even Cape Fear, which is one of my favorite films of him in it. He's been fantastic. And like I've mentioned before, there's a lot of parallels between his character here and what we see in like the political climate today, where people just want to see, they just see a person that represents them and not like the actual monster that he really is. I appreciate that, and I think that it's extremely relevant even to this very day.
Oh, yeah. And you see it folded into a lot of actors' performances where they're trying to play characters that are truly, deeply evil, but are also supposed to actually exist. Because this is written based on an actual serial killer. The name in the movie is Harry Powell. The name in real life is Harry Powers, who presumably killed 7 people, including an entire family. So, like, there's this need for this person to feel real, but also feel like a monster. And that's a really fine line to work. I know that Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men obviously
100%.
has
Yeah.
influences of that. Robert Englund's Freddy Krueger, he has talked about how this has influenced him.
I can see that 100%. Definitely.
In fact, it even influenced Robert Mitchum himself when he does Cape Fear. He used this character to get parts of what he put into that performance, which is why when they do it again with De Niro has the love-hate tattoo on his
Yes.
fingers as an homage. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you know that this is where those tattoos came from? I didn't the first time I saw this movie, and I was like, wait, that's from this?
Absolutely not. And like I've seen it before, like in Cape Fear, which is one of my favorite remakes of all time, and also Do the Right Thing, which I saw those movies long before I saw this film, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's taking me this long to see and recognize them as huge of an influence. And I'm really glad that it did, and that this movie is being remembered, especially with that.
It is a little bit of a shame that we wait until after Lawton dies to be like, whoa, this is the greatest film ever made.
Yeah. He died like
It
what,
does
like
break one's heart.
and then like
19...
afterwards there came the Roger Ebert review, and then there became more reviews. It was like, wait, this movie's actually pretty awesome. It's like wasn't a public domain, I think, and then like more people saw it, and they're like, oh, this is actually really awesome. Isn't that just the way? Like, same thing with Edgar Allan Poe, same thing with Frida Kahlo, same thing with most artists, that like their work gets much more appreciated after they're gone.
Yeah, that's the joke, is if you are not getting appreciated as an artist while you're alive, get ready to be a great, just gonna have to die, but you're gonna be so famous.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember watching this and being like, because Do the Right Thing has the love-hate rings on the character, but then he pretty much paraphrases the entire monologue that Mitchum gives, and I was like, oh shit, this is exactly from Do the Right Thing. There's even a scene in The Simpsons, and because The Simpsons only have 3 fingers and a thumb, so they have 4 fingers, is a scene where Sideshow Bob, no, who is the crazy one who worked with Krusty?
Yeah, Sideshow Bob. There was Sideshow Mel
Bob, okay.
later on, but Sideshow Bob is the one that wants to unalive Bart.
Murder. Yeah, it's unalive Bart. Yes, thank you. And he's like lifting weights, and on his 3 fingers is LUVHAT, because love-hate doesn't fit, but they still put it on there.
Love hat.
Louvre hot. So yeah, like the aspect to which this reaches deeply and wide into so many films. I think that having watched it now, you will still wind up watching things and being like, "Oh shit, this is Night of the Hunter. This is just
Exactly.
Night of the
This is
Hunter."
connected to the It's amazing how many films were influenced long after this film came out.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only thing that I have left on my outline for us to talk about is the score, which was by William Shulman. And I didn't know this, but he also wrote the theme to Dragnet.
I
which
believe
is like,
it.
I guess I could see that. I can see how that comes over. But what was so interesting about William Shulman being part of this is that one day on set, when they're doing the scene where they unalive the mother, and it's in that like real triangular frame, which you might recognize as a graphic match from Ari Aster's Midsommar. Again,
Yes.
you were right when you said Bowie's afraid. Ari Aster is another director who has said on multiple occasions this movie is important to him.
Mm-hmm.
They're setting up the lighting. They're talking about how they're going to put it together. And like Cortez, the cinematographer, is like staring out into space. And Lawton comes over to him and is like, "Hey, what are you thinking about, man?" And this is a story that Cortez was telling. And he goes, "I told him to mind his own fucking business, but you know, we're friends." And then I told him I was thinking about a waltz that I thought would make really cool sense to be playing while we were shooting this, like what it would be in the final edit. And he's like, "Hold on." And then he called William Shulman to be on set while they shot every scene so they could tell him what the scene was about. And then he would write his score specifically to match this, including getting together with the original writer, David Grubb, to write the song that Pearl sings when they're on that little boat and she's singing about the two flies and the children, that really creepy song. Some fascinating stuff.
Yeah, everything about this movie was way ahead of its time, including the score. I think that we definitely see influences of the score in a lot of like modern horror movies to this very day, and how important it is to this very day. I think that it was definitely one of the best scores. In fact, I think that the film itself was like the best film in 1955 so far. 1955 was a great year for movies. Night of the Hunter was one of the best, most underappreciated films of its time, and a lot of it is its score, which, you know, I was like listening to, and I was like, man, this is like haunting yet beautiful. I would definitely want this either on vinyl, or if it was available anywhere else, I would definitely download it for sure. I would. This is the kind of stuff I would love and appreciate and listen to, like, you know, every day.
Yeah, it's really fascinating the way that it fits so perfectly and so beautifully into that theme. Like, they kept coming at this story as an idea of, okay, it's a horror story, but sometimes horror is really beautiful. And we have to make sure that that is an aspect of where we come at it, from the lighting, from the acting, from the set, from the sound. If you're someone who likes horror movies, it just feels so wonderful to see that appreciation, right?
Yes, for sure, 100%.
Is there a horror movie?
Spielberg said that like if it wasn't for John Williams, Jaws would not be as successful as it was.
Straight up, straight facts.
Mhm.
I'm also laughing because I was literally just watching a documentary about Saturday Night Live, one of the writers, and how this writer and Bill Murray wrote lyrics to the theme song to Jaws. It's so stupid. I encourage you to look it up later. But it's such a quintessential piece, kind of like Dragnet is, even for the humor of it. It is something you could easily hum. I often find pieces from this time period, the music can be too much. And so to have the music tailored to this and have it be so beautiful and have it be something that I'd want to listen to by itself without the movie is testament to, like, nice job, guys.
For sure, you know, gold star.
When you think about beautiful horror movies, is there one that you would recommend our viewers see where you're like, you know, this one is really gorgeous?
Suspiria.
Suspiria, great choice. Yeah, say some more words. Why Suspiria?
I just really love the style, like both, and I want to be clear, both Suspiria movies for different reasons. They're both beautiful in different ways. I think that the Dario Argento Suspiria, being more giallo, is more formalistic, is more style and colors over the substance of the story. In terms of the remake of Suspiria, the complete opposite with the Luca Guadagnino version, where like it's, you know, the story is beautiful, but like everything looks like brown and dark and everything until like it needs to pop. So to this very day, like whenever people are like, you know, what do we want to watch, I show them Suspiria and they're just like awed with the film.
Straight up. especially if you've never seen something in this yellow like subject matter, if you've never seen color saturation like that. I was reading a fascinating article about how the use of extreme color in modern society has been on the decline for the last 10 years, mostly due to manufacturing plastics where most things come in white or black because it's the cheapest way to do it. But if you go into people's homes, you're starting to see unique colors fade away and everybody's kind of just going for white and black and gray.
Yeah, sad, but true.
It's sad, and we'll see that iterated out into our films because our films are trying to like capture the time period, and then like everything starts to become so ugh. And then you look at a film like Suspiria and you're almost instantly overstimulated. It's like every scene is that scene from the Willy Wonka where they're going through on the boat and it's like like
Hey,
holy
no
shit,
signs
it's a
that
lot.
they are slowing.
Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
That is a great
I was a
choice. Great
90s kid.
choice.
I was traumatized by that.
Who amongst us was not?
Exactly.
All right. So as we draw to a close here, any final thoughts?
One of the things I forgot to mention, and one of the things I want to talk, like I think I mentioned Pearl earlier. You asked a question about like, does she get fascinated with movies? I actually watched Night of the Hunter with her, and that was another movie that she sat down and started just, like getting really into as well. I wanted to get into this originally as like, wasn't sure if you're going to ask, how did you feel about the movie? And I was going to be like, oh, I really hate how much I never saw this movie prior to, because this movie is pretty amazing. Like, compared to the movies of 1955 that year, which included Marty, which I love, Lady and the Tramp, East of Eden, such fascinating, just beautiful movies that came out that year. I think that Night of the Hunter is not only my favorites of 1955, it might be in my top. I'd have to reevaluate like my list, but it would definitely be like in my top favorite films of like all time for sure. And an important one, and I think more people need to see it 110%.
I'm so happy to hear that. I do have to admit, knowing that you are a filmmaker and knowing the films that you like, when you told me you hadn't seen this one, I was like, sometimes I would go and we watch a movie and I'm like, I don't know if these guys are gonna like fried green tomatoes. But with this one, I was like, this is great. I'm gonna get to show someone a film they're gonna love and watch a bunch of times.
Yes.
Easy work today. Which answers the question of did you like it? So thank you for that.
Yes.
If you were to review this on a 5-star system, what would you give it?
5 out of 5 for sure. And my
Nice.
normal
Same.
rating would be like a golden heart, which is like basically 5 out of 5. So yeah, 5 out of 5.
Nice. Would you recommend this to other people? And do you have any caveats like I wouldn't recommend this to people under the age of?
So when it comes to recommending movies for younger people, I think it's definitely a trial basis. Like some kids can handle Nightmare Before Christmas or Coraline. Some kids still need to watch Casper a little bit, or something a little more chill before they get into something more darker. For this film, I would say that definitely have a parent if like you're like a little kid, you want to see this movie, which I don't know how many little kids watch this podcast, but if you are a little kid, ask your parents before you do. But for the most part, I don't see anyone of cognitive age that would not love and appreciate this film. I think that this is really great for, I mean, some people might be like, oh, it's boring, blah, blah, blah. But like, I would say that's at least worth a watch for everyone.
I do think that mostly for this podcast, I throw that on there because I have people who listen who have kids. So if you're like, let's watch Night of the Hunter with the family, which is not a terrible decision. It's a really great film. I might give it a PG-13. And that's
I would
probably just because
for those cases, I would say watch it with your spouse first. If you have a spouse or if you're a single parent, watch it first and then determine, can my kid handle this? Well, my kid does love Nightmare Before Christmas. They might be able to handle this. But other than that, like, don't just be like, come on, kids. And then they see the underwater sequence and then they're just like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you want to put their faces, and if you want them to remember every scene from this movie for the rest of their lives, then maybe show it to an 8-year-old. But
yeah.
don't. Especially because the big characters are children and they're fighting pure evil that actually exists in the real world. I think it can be a little too real.
I would say he's PG for sure.
If you were a kid in the 80s, our idea of what is appropriate for children is almost worth nothing because we have no idea.
Yeah,
The
just
shit
show
we
your
were
kids
shown.
Labyrinth. They will love it. Or Dark Crystal, like, you know, without any supervision. That's a great idea.
Even the animated stuff like The Secret of Nim, like
For sure.
it's not really freaking great for kids as much as I love it. But yeah,
I love
Dark
it,
Crystal, like what were we thinking? It was a great movie though, but also very hard for children.
Like, for sure.
Yeah. I think that this film I think people will hesitate to watch this film if they have not seen it before because it says 1955 and it says black and white. And that's just scary for people. I definitely think people worry about pacing. They worry about dialogue sounding stilted. There's so much worry. But it is such a unique and different and astounding film that, like you're saying, give it a chance. Give it a watch. You might be pretty astounded. And if you're a fan of any kind of filmmaking, you absolutely need to be watching this to see some really cool shit.
It's a must watch. There are some films that, like, there's even some films that are must watches that even if I didn't necessarily like it. Controversial opinion. I'm not a huge fan of Citizen Kane, but I recommend anyone that's interested in filmmaking to watch Citizen Kane because it's a great textbook film for cinematography. I think that it's got some really great direction. It also has some influences from formalistic films such as German Expressionism. So, you know, like, even if you don't end up loving the movie, you can definitely get something out of it that will stick with you for whether you are a filmmaker or maybe you just enjoy or maybe you're just a cinephile, just in general. Like, you will get something out of this movie that you will enjoy.
Nice. Yeah, very well said. Thank you so much. And on that note, we're going to cut the episode here. I'm going to thank you again. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, it is Carl the Critic on all the social medias. This will also be in the liner notes. If you're trying to find, you can look right down and you can get all that good information. Please check him out. Hear him talk about more films, all this great stuff. Thank you so much for coming on. This has been wonderful.
Thank you for having me on.
Welcome to Corrections and Omissions. We have a few points from the discussion that deserve clarification or expansion, and this is the part of the show where we love to do that. Not really as contradictions, but as extensions, because with a film like Night of the Hunter, historical context is really inseparable from interpretation, and film history is rarely tidy. So let's just jump right in. The first one is just a straight up correction, though. The score. I misspoke when I was discussing the music. The Night of the Hunter was scored by Walter Schumann, not William Schumann, who is also responsible, like I did correctly say, for doing the iconic Dragnet theme. And once that connection is made, the score's effort becomes a little easier to articulate, in my opinion. It carries the same sense of inevitability and creeping menace that you associate with Schumann's television work, except that here it's filtered through hymns and Americana and religious imagery rather than police procedurals. Real life interpretation. Harry Powell was loosely inspired by a real individual, Harry Powers. And here there's just a little bit of precision here. He was convicted of 5 murders, including 2 women and 3 children, though he was suspected of more. I think we said 7. The film is not really interested in recreating those crimes in literal or procedural sense. Instead, it's kind of like an abstract world of violence. It's kind of like mythic transforming of a historical criminal into like the symbolic embodiment of predatory evil rather than like this is a biopic about that guy. Charles Lawton and directing. We spend a significant portion of the episode discussing Lawton's instinct as a director, particularly how his background as an actor shaped his attention to performance and gesture and moral clarity. What we do not state explicitly is that Night of the Hunter was the only film that he ever directed. I kind of ambiguously say that. Following the film's poor reception in 1955, he never returned to directing. He actually died in 1962 before the film's reputation was fully reassessed, which lends its later canonization as particularly poignant. This was not the beginning of a directorial career, but kind of like a singular artistic intervention. So you're kind of catching this rare moment in time. It really is quite unique for that. Initial critical response. When we describe this film as misunderstood upon release, it is important to specify the nature of that misunderstanding. Several influential critics rejected the film outright, including Pauline Kael, who initially criticized its stylization and emotional distance. And like many critics, Kael later revised her assessment as the film's influence and innovation became clearer. This trajectory, early dismissal followed by critical rehabilitation, is central to understanding the film's legacy and is really a key reason why I thought it was great to include it in this show. It's a film that people have historically judged without fully watching and avoided, and they shouldn't have. Release and exhibition issues. We reference marketing problems in the episode, but the film's difficulties extend beyond just, say, advertising. The Night of the Hunter received a limited theatrical release in the United States, and in many markets it was withdrawn quite quickly due to weak attendance. United Artists promoted the film as a conventional thriller. It's kind of a strategy to obscure the expressionist, allegorical nature, set audiences up for a fundamentally different experience than what they wound up getting, which is always great. People love that. And like it did say in the United Kingdom, it was issued an X certificate, and that's just going to restrict the audiences further and lead to basically the box office performance. And to clarify that financial context, the film's budget was generally estimated between $600,000 and $795,000, which is a considerable sum, like I said, for that period. Its initial theatrical release worldwide made about $10,300, which is a significant commercial failure. This financial outcome directly influenced the studio's withdrawal of support and reinforced the perception of this film as a miscalculation at the time of its release, despite its later reevaluation. So those are your numbers. That's how that goes down. Shelley Winters' performance. We discussed Shelley Winters' character primarily in the thematic term, but her place within the film's reception is really warrants further attention. Winters' performance as Willa Harper was largely overlooked in 1955, and 4 years later she did win the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress for The Diary of Anne Frank. She would still later identify Night of the Hunter as one of her strongest performances of her entire career, despite the lack of recognition upon release. So, again, reasons you should check this out. It is an incredible performance, even in the eyes of a very gifted actor looking back at their career. And speaking of great performances, obviously Robert Mitchum's performance here is well worth noting, and we do talk about that. Our discussion of Robert Mitchum really emphasizes his character's mythic and almost supernatural quality, which gives this intentional effect. Lawton encouraged Mitchum to approach Powell less as a psychologically grounded individual and more as a figure shaped by rhythm and repetition and ritual, part sermon, part nursery rhyme. And Mitchum was given considerable freedom to adjust line delivery and cadence during production. He later drew directly from this performance when portraying his character in Cape Fear, which Carl brought up and is the reason for that film carrying forward visual motifs from this film, such as the love and the hate tattoos. Working with child actors. We didn't really get a chance to talk about this in the episode, but I just want to throw it out there that given the film's subject matter, production took deliberate measures to protect the child actors. The performers playing John and Pearl were shielded from the full narrative implications of many of the scenes, and the moments of violence were explained either in abstract or non-threatening terms. And this is kind of surprising for 1955. You always hear stories about directors doing stuff where, like, oh, we told her that her mother died and then we recorded her crying to get a really good take because she's a child. So it's nice to hear that Lawton was a great director to the kids as well. European critical reception. Although the film struggled commercially and critically in the United States, it found earlier recognition abroad. European critics, particularly those associated with CashApp du cinéma, which you'll know from New Wave from Godard, were more receptive to its expressionist style and moral absolutism. Obviously, that's their jam. And this early international support really played a crucial role in preserving the film's reputation long enough for the American critics to reassess it in subsequent decades. And we just didn't get to talk about that, so I did need to shove that in. Stanley Cortez and cinematography. We cite the cinematographer Stanley Cortez extensively, and his confidence was well-founded. His work on Night of the Hunter is now regarded as one of the most significant achievements in American cinematography. However, Cortez's uncompromising approach, also evident in the Magnificent Ambersons in 1942, contributed to his reputation as difficult within the studio system, which limited his later opportunities. As with the film itself, his contributions were more fully appreciated in retrospect. And I did want to put that in there as well. The river sequence. When we discuss the dreamlike quality of the children's escape, it's worth emphasizing that the entire river sequence was filmed on a sound stage. Artificial fog, painted backdrops, and total controlled lighting were employed to create a deliberately unreal environment. This was a stylistic choice rather than just like, oh, we're technically constrained, we can't film in a river. And this really, for me, reinforces the film's like fairy tale allegory feeling rather than realism, and I love that decision. Institutional recognition. And my last point for this whole, it's kind of like the cherry on top, is don't worry, the film's influence is eventually formalized. Night of the Hunter was added to the U.S. National Film Registry in 1992, and it was recognized as culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant. This designation reflects the long arc of the film's reputation. It goes from rejected to neglected to its current status as foundational work of American cinema. And that's it. That's the end of season 2 of What If I Don't Like It? And I just want to say that Night of the Hunter feels like a perfect film to end season 2 on, because it is exactly the kind of film that this show exists for. It's a film that was dismissed, misunderstood, and then later reclaimed once people were willing to look at it differently. What a great example. And thanks for spending season 2 with us and engaging in the uncomfortable parts of rewatching or watching for the first time or reconsidering all of the films that we looked at this year. We'll be back next year for season 3, and of course more films that challenge first impressions and easy takes.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Environmental Coffeehouse. It's great to see everybody. And I have special guest, Dr. Emily Shorning, tonight from American Resiliency, which is an amazing, amazing organization. Not just a YouTube channel, not just a website, an encompassing preparing for what's coming focused organization, and she's a 501c3 nonprofit, and it's just great to have her here again. But Emily, we have a lot of new people that probably didn't meet you the first time you were with us, and it's just great. And I have to quickly say thank you. I always do this in the beginning. Thank you to my moderators who are here. Kim, you're here, and Looney Tunes, two wonderful moderators. Thank you. Well, take it away, Emily from American Resiliency. We're thrilled to have you.
Sandy, thanks so much for having me back. I'm glad to have a chance to come and chat with you. And I
Yeah.
really appreciate your kind introduction to my
Oh,
work.
hon, you're
A lot of
wonderful.
what we do with American Resiliency is helping people understand how the changes that are likely to come to us in the next 10 years are going to impact us where we live. I think that
Absolutely.
a lot of climate communication, it has like sort of a world on fire lens. And that's not entirely inaccurate, but things are going to be different in different places. People talk about the outcomes of climate change being unjust, right? And they are unjust. They're distributed around the world, and they're distributed within the United States in ways that pose very different impacts to different regions.
Absolutely.
And it matters, I think, if you're dealing with impacts of climate change that intensify current threats, that's different from knowing that hurricane tracks are shifting to head your way, where you maybe never experienced a hurricane before, but now you're going to enjoy that privilege on the regular.
Lovely.
These are the sorts of things that, if that's the 2C outlook where you are, you need to know. And the information that we provide on our YouTube channel gives good regional and state level information based on the National Climate Assessment, which is a very high quality source that was produced by the federal government. If you want access to any of the previously published NCA 5s, you can find those on the resource tab of our website. And I misspoke. It's not just the NCA 5. We have them going back to the original, the OG.
All right, that's really good because we really are headed to a 2C world, and it's frightening. And that's a very warm world. As we've talked about on our
Mhm.
channel, 1.5 stay alive. Well, we passed it a couple of times. We went up and down, but we are, our carbon parts per million is higher than ever, and heat. And so your organization really is needed and fits a bill. And for all of you on X that have joined also, we're happy that you're here with us too. And if you want to be part of this chat, come on over to YouTube. Okay, so Emily, tell us a little bit first. I want, for the new people that have not met you, about how you started this, how you got into this.
So I have a background in research. I've spent decades, I have a lot of peer-reviewed research published on how to communicate complex concepts to the general public. I think that the information that we need to understand about how these changes are going to impact our homes and communities is information that can be understood by everybody. It's not super complex science. We can understand the changes that are going to impact our lives. I brought my academic expertise and my experience working for other nonprofits in climate education to my work with American Resiliency. I wanted to found an organization that would be different from many of the other players in the climate space. I wanted to look at what was coming next, because even before 2021, when I founded AR, it was pretty clear, I think, to many people that we were not going to stick 1.5.
Nope.
It was pretty mathematically clear that 2C is a place that we're going to see in our lifetimes. And when I founded in 21, I did think with the consensus view, which is we were looking at 2C by around 2050. A lot of the measurements coming in, we looked on track for 2C by 2050. But in 2023, things changed. In May of 2023, people who were watching Earth systems information, the incoming near real-time data that we're lucky to be provided by Climate Reanalyzer is a great source, and the Copernicus Institute, which is the EU's climate output. That's a great
Thankfully.
source.
Yeah, because
I'm so grateful for Copernicus.
Me
Oh my
too.
God.
Me too.
You know, we started seeing things get weird on those fundamental measurements in late spring of 23. We saw global temperatures increase. They did come back down a little bit this summer. We had a few months under 1.5 this summer, but the 12-month rolling average is still over 1.5 for 2 years now, and the most recent measurements are back over 1.5.
Did you
So
ever
it's
think
not
you
an
would
aberration.
But did you ever think you would be saying this 1.5 now this early? Like, because we always use
Didn't, but I'm glad
faster.
that I'm able to do it. You
Yeah.
know, when we look at science journalism, it's been so defunded, right? Like, we lost a lot of science journalists after the 2008 crash, and networks never hired them back. And a lot of news outlets, I'd like to exempt The Guardian from my critique. I think The
Right.
Guardian does pretty quality climate coverage.
Yeah, they do.
We're talking about climate coverage that is reimagined for clickbait, right? And we need real information. We need some like nutrition in our climate information. I am glad that life has been so weird that I've been in a position to watch these changes happen and talk about them as they happen.
Well, we are too. Even though it's not, yeah, that's a good explanation. Life has been so weird, and the climate, it's faster than previously expected. And we used to say that years ago. There was a Facebook group called Faster Than Previously Expected, but I don't think anyone thought it was this fast, to hit 1.5.
It's true. And you know, I think there's not good coverage of the reality that this is no longer like a crazy internet people are saying faster than expected. France was the first nation that I'm aware of to move their climate adaptation and resilience goals up, where they want to be ready for 2C by the mid 2030s. And the UK just implemented new standards requiring construction be built to a 2C standard by 2030.
Not here.
I don't think we're going to see the same level of change response here, top down, and that makes the work we do on the ground in our communities so important. Top down's not coming in the US. We need a bottom up change response, and the work that we do in our communities is so important. You know, before we went live, Sandy, you were mentioning that you're going to go and do some advocacy against data centers to help protect groundwater in your area, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
I think that's so important. That's the sort of important work on the ground that protects a generational future in places that have a decent outlook, where the 2C outlook really has some edges to hold. And I don't know, should we talk about where those edges are?
Yeah, in a minute. I just want to bring up a comment. You know this person. I've known since 1971, so I have been waiting for like forever. And she's ready.
Old Jack Wolf, I'm so happy to see you in the chat.
Yeah, old Jack Wolf. All right, well, did you want to pull up? Oh, go ahead. Go.
I just want to say, I hear from people like you, old Jack Wolf. I hear from people who were taking college ecology in the 80s that this is not a shocker. And of course, I learned about climate change as a kid in Illinois public schools. I've been covering climate change for a long time. I think that there are obviously failures in the communication that the scientific community has used, that we're in this point, right?
Yeah.
And the mitigation strategy, I think we're all at a point where sadly this mitigation is the only message for response that's not working out so good for us, right?
No. My gosh.
We need other ways of talking about this and other ways of responding. And I've found that a resilience approach where we talk about what's happening now and how can we respond on the ground in our communities, that energizes people in a different way, and it lets you get more people to the table. And this is a big problem. We need everybody at the table we can get.
You're like a first responder in a way, really, because to me, the weather organizations, the meteorologists, and the first responders add American resiliency. There you go. The full plate right there. I mean, you're responding to a need that is sorely, you're not just a proper channel, you're sorely needed. Your information is, and you can talk about the state by state and everything you've done, which is great.
It's I feel very grateful to have had the opportunity to do this work. I wouldn't be able to do this work without the support of the AR community. This is how I support my family, is by doing this work, and we're in just a wonderful place of support. Thanks to the community, thanks to the generous giving. We had a major donor double our budget recently. Thank you so much, Christopher and Luann. We are in a position to hire a third staff member in January so that we can work to serve the AR community better, and so that we can serve the public better, improve access to this information. I don't have like my own secret satellite network, right? Like, I'm not coming up with this information myself.
Jeez.
I wish I did, Sandy, but I don't. There's no like supervillain level
You're
lab
not
equipment.
Elon shorting.
No, I'm kind of like the anti-Elon.
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
So the
Vitamin
information
water.
that I use, the reports that I make, the risk assessment and change response strategies that we develop at AR, they're based on incoming information about Earth systems. We use the sources that policymakers use to make decisions, to help you make decisions about your life. And we use high quality, peer reviewed modeling research to help us look forward using different paths.
How do you come up with what you need to do? How do you come up with, okay, we need to ABC?
It's something that had been rolling around in my head for a long time. It was 2015 when I really started thinking seriously about founding AR, because that was when I became so aware of how much localized projection information we really had, that even back in 2015, we had a fair idea of what sort of changes in temperature and precipitation we expected across the US by 2C and how it would vary. And knowing that that information was out there, but it wasn't very often shown to people in a way that connected it to the ground, made me want to use the information we have to tell different stories. And so I have NCA 4 and NCA 5 outlooks for all 50 states. I also do international work, and the international modeling information is getting better all the time. I recently did an update for the EU and the UK, and we did a deep dive looking at the UK to see the differential impacts of AMOC collapse, because a lot of people know that if the Gulf Stream does shut down and it's looking very wobbly, right, that we expect extremely differential impacts to Northern Europe and to the UK. We have a lot of folks in Scotland who are part of the AR community. So being able to get them this information was cool. Right now, I'm working on an international outlook for Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. And I think that when we look overseas, it lets us see how serious 2C impacts are, and that the US is like not first in the triage line on this situation.
Oh, I don't think so. Can you do me a favor? Just real quick, give a little 2-second overview of your models and see what you're talking, when you, just so anybody that
so
may
when I
not.
talk about the NCAs, I'm sorry, this is like such a scientist thing to do, to just be like, let me drop some letters at you.
I have a sophisticated audience, but there might be some new people. So
So I'm talking about the National Climate Assessment.
Yes.
Which was mandated by Congress, a report mandated by Congress to be released every 4 years. The current administration has axed the traditional publication of the National Climate Assessment.
Yeah. Poo.
But major scientific organizations like the Meteorological Association, they're working to find an alternative venue for the 6th National Climate Assessment. This has been a key source of information for city managers, urban planners, for state DNRs across the US. Everyone gets really excited when a new version of the National Climate Assessment comes out, because usually it has more detailed maps and more detailed projection information. And since the late 90s, the modeling presented in the National Climate Assessments has been pretty accurate. We're living in a pretty accurate picture of what was predicted for 1.5 today.
Okay. Well, that helps. I just wanted to re-energize the mind to remember. And it is, what countries are looking at possibly taking up where we are not, where unfortunately we're losing time with this administration?
What countries are going to pick up the slack for the US? That is a heck of a question. You know, in the scientific community, I can't tell you how many of my friends and colleagues have lost their jobs in the last year.
Devastating.
Or are experiencing huge instability. I have a lot of colleagues at NASA, at the JPL on the West Coast, and at Goddard on the East. It's like a bloodbath. And these are people who are lifelong public servants. It's awful to see what's happening to the scientific community. And let me tell you, the funding that we're losing for research in America, it's not being picked up. Other countries don't have as large of research budgets as the US has had for pure research. A lot of people are trying to get jobs overseas, but there are not as many jobs as there are positions being lost. And it's going to be terrible.
What took us in this country how many decades to set up cannot be done in 10 months. Although the destruction that the administration has done has happened pretty quickly.
It's awful because it doesn't just impact people in the field today. We're looking at a generation of young scientists who are looking at no funding, no job market, no security. And we're not going to be able to accept students into many PhD programs and labs because of the situation. You know, it's a chain of transmission in the scientific community.
Right.
And if that chain gets broken, it's harder to repair than it is to break it.
Yeah. And I think the focus in this country now is, oh, if you're coming here, it's going to be AI, technical, but that isn't going to do anything for, mitigating or adapting to heating. They're just making it worse by building bigger data centers. I mean, people talk, there's the controversy, well, there's going to be an AI bust or boom. Will it be a bust or boom cycle? It doesn't matter if we don't have a habitable planet.
I think that you have the bottom line rolled up right there. I get the impression from people I've talked to and from futurism pieces that I read that some people feel like our polycrisis is so serious that we can't solve it. So there's a need to approach the singularity because then maybe AI will solve our problems for us. But when you look at what AI is actually doing, have you been checking out any of the AI psychosis research?
Not in depth. I've made a few videos about it. I've talked about data centers, but not that. No.
It's messing people up. And it's a small percentage of users, but it's thousands of people who never had psychiatric symptoms before or psychotic delusions have been kind of pushed over the edge into psychotic delusions by AI.
Because it's talking to them and it's becoming a partner, a friend, whatever, and it's telling them things from what
there was a
AI
transcript. on CNN recently from a young man who committed suicide, who was very involved with a chatbot. And the transcript shows the chatbot clearly encouraging him to commit suicide
I
in
did
like
see
an
that.
intimate vernacular, like your best friend encouraging you to commit suicide. Not it's not giving us the solutions that I think we would like, you know?
It doesn't sound like it, does it? No, it
And
doesn't.
it's the danger to the groundwater. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm so it's so wonderful to hear about your advocacy on the ground. We're using up a resource that we need in a world with more extreme and irregular precipitation. We need to treasure the groundwater. We need to give groundwater time to recharge. In many places, sustainable irrigation is a path forward for a generational future, even in this time of change.
Absolutely. And what are we looking at over in Iran? We're looking at Tehran, a city of like millions running out of water. Running out of water.
You know, I want to see the coverage following up from when this city was the same Mexico City was in the news for running out of water, and Johannesburg in South Africa was in the news for running out of water. It's like, what happened? Did they get water? What's the follow-up? Like, in the current news cycle, how can we understand the impacts? Because we never follow a story past the crisis moment.
No, and that's our media is just unfortunately and it's not going to get any better. So that's why we have all these alternative sources to try to it's reach one and teach one, guys. We have to share. And Emily's organization is so worthwhile and so worthy of sharing and getting the word out. Yeah, for sure.
I really appreciate it. I think that when we understand what's coming our way at 2C, it can change the way we think about what we're going into. Do you want to put that figure up? Because I think a lot of people, when they see 2C, they think that it's a really uniform picture for the US. So for my video that I'm putting out next week, this is like a sneak peek. This is a video that's going public next week. I'm talking about this 10-year climate risk map that I made. And this is like a very approximate map. This is like a cocktail napkin sketch of how much risk is heading to different parts of the US in the next 10 years, assuming that we're looking at 2C about 10 years out. I think that many people who follow climate, they have a tremendous amount of fear about what's coming, and they assume that the whole map would just be different shades of red. Like, you're going to die in 8 years, you're going to die in 10 years, maybe you got 12 years to live, right? But I think it's important to know that the outlook for the US, we're not direct victims here. We're not the primary impact victims.
No.
We're people who are going to have to watch. The decisions we make and our ability to help others matters because we're going to have to watch this unfold thanks to the relatively mild outlooks in the US. If you check this out, the red areas, they're areas that are facing multiple incoming threats at 2C, and more than one of them are life-threatening. If you look up towards the north, the Idaho Panhandle, huge wildfire risk exploding between now and 2C. That's also the red up in the Northwoods of Minnesota is wildfire risk, emerging wildfire risk. Combined with other risk factors like in the north there, extreme cold season change not only kills trees, it impacts lifeways. There's a lot of people who live as part-time trappers up in the far north there. It's going to completely change the ecosystem, change the lifeways. If we look down at Texas, it's like funny in a sad way that many of those different parts of Texas that are red for different reasons, because it's like every possible horrible threat that could get worse is going to some different part of Texas. There are parts of Texas that are looking at a 90-day hot season extension, 90 additional days over 95, as many as 40 of those additional days over 105.
There's not going to be able to be ranching in Texas. There isn't. The animals are not going.
It's very dangerous. The flooding that we saw in Texas Hill Country, that's likely to continue and intensify. There are areas that are looking at wildfire. There are areas that are looking at intense deluge type rain when they get rain. And when you get that rain, when you're in a drought, it can't permeate into the ground, right?
No.
It's those types of heat increases. A 90-day extension of your hot season. I think many people think of that as being a national threat at 2C. But there are areas where those heat increases, where the risk of wet bulb temperatures at 2C is much lower. Some places it doesn't increase much at all. Like Seattle. I know that there's some scary change that's being experienced in Seattle. I hear from friends in Washington that they see cedar trees that are sick. And when I hear people talk about cedar trees or when they send me pictures of cedar trees, I know that's a person who's watching an important indicator species. That's a person who knows what they're looking at, right?
Yeah.
The change is scary. The fire risk is scary. But Seattle is so much more resilient to sea level rise than even nearby Vancouver. They're not looking at a threat of wet bulb temperatures. They're looking at relatively low winter change. So a lot of your mature plants, they've got a good shot of staying alive. That's a place where there's hope for persistence. That's a rational hope for persistence.
Okay.
And in that green belt there, going from the edge of the Dakotas, from the eastern edge of the Dakotas up into upstate New York and into inland Maine, those areas are looking at change. Of course, there's no place like this idea of a climate haven where everything is fine and normal, right?
No.
Like, you ever hear them talk about climate-proof Duluth?
Yeah, I've heard that.
It
I have.
rhymes, so it must be true, right?
Yeah, right. It must be true.
No.
Listen, we had a drought here, and I'm in the green. We had a drought here all summer. It was very difficult. I have a rainwater system, so I can water my gardens and I had to use it this year.
It's really good that you had that system. That cycle of longer summer droughts is something we expect, even in that broad green belt kind of around the Great Lakes.
Yeah,
and far up
that's
north, like
me.
where Duluth is, you see Duluth is at high risk because it's in the wildfire band. It's in the high risk wildfire band.
Well,
People
look at
have
Canada.
these ideas about that there's a low change place, that there's a place where they're going to be completely safe. There are places where there's better resilience potential, but everywhere we want to make a stand, we're going to have to respond to change. There's no place where it's always 1990.
That's great. I have got to write that down. You better write it to me or I'll forget it. I love it. Can I steal it?
Okay.
Yeah. It's not even funny, but we have to find some humor because the stuff we deal with on this channel, your channel, this is life-altering, threatening, real information, real situations. And Emily did a wonderful job. Yeah.
I really appreciate it. It is really important to me to do my best not to give misleading information. I care a lot if the information that I'm putting out there should be able to help people and should be understandable. And
it's really important.
I'm very grateful to my many scientific colleagues who are providing new modeling data, who are continuing to engage in research, who are maintaining the websites that let us look at Earth systems in near live, especially everyone at the University of Maine who's really supporting the Climate Reanalyzer project. It's what I'm able to do, I couldn't do on my own in any way.
Do they need an applause? Yay! We'll give them applause. Give you an applause. Every now and then.
A lot of climate scientists could use a hug right now.
Yeah. I don't have a hug sound. Hug! We're giving you hugs. Trust me. We're giving them all hugs. It's a thankless job.
But we should take the risk map down because, If anyone wants to learn more about this and about the limitations, my video for this is going public next Thursday. You can learn all about it and about its problems, and it's good to go. And there's detailed, more accurate boundaries, state level information and regional information, and you can find out impacts related to if we see AMOC collapse as well. I can get you the modeling information for that as well on my channel.
Oh, all right. You know, I have Jim Massa on a lot, and we've done many, many shows on AMOC. I'd love to actually put the two of you together and produce a show with you guys. He is Science Talk with Jim Massa. He's up in Alaska, and he did an amazing thing. He took the projections from the last study where it was 65 years of data that really didn't show that AMOC was definitely going to fail or whatever. It was standard data that he looked at and extrapolated all the statistics and analyzed just a chunk of 20 years. And the numbers looked quite different. I think you guys would have a great conversation. I'm going to send you a clip. I made that video. It was a pretty long show, but I made it into a clip. I'm going to send you that particular clip. I think you'll like it.
I would like that.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
will.
I was talking earlier in our time here together that in 21 I would have made different statements than in 23, right? About where we were heading. And with the AMOC situation, it's fine to look at an average study going back a long way, but you know, if you're dealing with a human patient and they've been fine for 20 years and then they have a stroke, you're not like, oh, they were fine for 20 years.
Right.
You treat the fact that they had a stroke. And we're looking at rapid changes in some Earth systems that I think average is not always the statistical tool to use.
No, that's why he did what he did. He did such a good job. I was so impressed that the way he took that data and then worked it. Really worked it.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
I feel like just looking at anomaly patterns in the oceans today is enough to give you the heebie-jeebies. Like, you can't look at it and not think something's going on at this point.
That's what he does. Our audience, everybody knows Jim. So, yeah. Okay, that's something to look forward to.
I'd love to talk with him. That would be super fun.
Great.
Talking about the impacts is, like moving from description to action, I think is the next place a lot of us want to go.
Yeah. Action. I mean, we know what's happening. We do talk about it sometimes till we're blue in the face, the numbers or the statistics. And Elliot Jacobson puts up every day his graphs, which are great. You know, Elliot, Dr. Elliot Jacobson, his graphs and work.
Jacobson puts out a nice figure. He does a good job of identifying incoming data and anomaly patterns in incoming data.
Yes. And then you take that and work it. That kind of stuff. That's important.
It's important when we want to have the best community response we can, because we've all seen that these disasters, they impact the whole community. Like in August, when Milwaukee, Wisconsin had that huge rain event, they had parts of the city had 14 inches of rain in one day. Which is bananas.
Yeah.
The city was able to really build bipartisan support for climate action. The mayor used the slogan, "The rain falls on us all." And we're in a situation where the rain's going to fall on us all, or the drought's going to impact us all. And finding ways to talk about what's likely to come and respond to change. A lot of your policymakers and thinkers, they say this is the window. If you want to do adaptation and resilience work, it's in the space between 1.5 and 2C. Because by the time you get to 2C, everything's so busted that the supply chain is busted and it's hard to get stuff you need to make change on the ground. And people are even more stressed. Like, can you imagine that we could be more stressed than we are now?
Well, yeah, I actually can imagine it. I can.
Yeah.
I feel it
It's
in people.
yeah.
But then, then there's the other side of the street, the people that will be shocked because they're denying that it's even happening at all. So what happens? I often wonder what happens in a community where they weren't used to tornadoes and they get horrific damaged tornadoes who didn't think it could happen here and then it happened there. I often think, where's the follow up? Like you say, where the media never goes back and says, oh, this is what happened in July and the tornadoes destroyed the town, but nobody goes back for follow up. How is this town doing?
That is such a particularly dangerous threat. Tornadoes moving to areas that don't have tornadoes. I live in tornado country, and everyone has access to a tornado shelter. And even in parts of the countryside where people tend to be more of the irritable persuasion, if there's funnel clouds, you go into someone's house. People will let you in their house. You go in the basement together because that's tornado culture, right? There are areas where tornadoes are moving. They're kind of having an eastern movement. Yeah.
Yes, I had one,
People
and I
don't know
have a
what to
tornado
do.
room. I do.
Good.
Yeah.
Good for you. But people don't know what to do. People haven't seen the sky get that color of green before. The more we can communicate about likely incoming threats and prepare for them, we can save people's lives.
I think it's so important. And the farmers here also, they, people that, again, are not used to this kind of extreme weather hitting them need the education. And I live in a farming area, they need the education on what to do and how to make sure. I'll send weather reports to my farmer neighbor before they would get them. I always send them and I say, this is coming. So you got to prepare your animals. You got to prepare. But I don't know if they have that kind of thing overall here. I don't think they do.
I am very passionate about freedom of information, and seeing the increasing censorship of climate information under this administration is upsetting to me. One of the first sources of climate information to be pulled was the USDA projection information this year. And I think that it's important that people know it is the agricultural community. It was American farmers who demanded that information get back up, and the USDA climate information was restored. There are tremendous interest and use of this information by many American farmers. I feel like we're still in this narrative where we feel like the country is split, where there's plenty of people who don't think climate change is happening. I was at a conference last month, and a professor from the University of Missouri presented new survey data. She'd done national survey data. More than 75% of people believe climate change is happening in the US. It's not a minority viewpoint. It's a huge majority.
It's the bots on YouTube, the trolls, and that make it seem like it's overwhelming, but it's really not. You're right.
Well, wasn't it funny earlier this week when the location feature was added to X?
Oh, yeah. And then he had to shut it off, didn't he? Because we saw where these horrible people or organizations even were coming out of. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's not coming out of the US.
No.
A lot of the influencers that talk about the climate change stuff is like a big scam. They're not in the US. They're working to destabilize the US. They're more
What a scary time.
more than 75% of Americans believe that climate change is happening now, and more than 65% of people were making changes in their lives to try to make a difference.
That's good to hear. I did not know that statistic was that much.
It's really moved. Even since Yale did that big study, it's really moved. And I think it's because we're experiencing it. Like the extremes that we've been experiencing since the bump in 23, 24, and 25 have been weird years.
Yeah. but I doubt well, nothing's going backwards. So we are here to learn how to acclimate ourselves to what's happening and what's coming. And that's why American resiliency is so important. Your work. There's so many people. I've had the opportunity to interview amazing people like Samantha Montero. Do you know from she wrote the book Disasterology? Just amazing people.
Yeah.
But because like I said, meteorology and preparedness and adaptation and first responding. Do you have first responders involved in American resiliency?
We have some very cool individuals who are volunteering as we renew our ground volunteer program for 2026, who are involved in disaster response coordination,
Right.
as well as having first responders that are members of the organization.
That's fantastic.
I think that with FEMA being gutted, right? The states are supposed to take up disaster response. But there's not a great plan in place for that, right? For many communities, this is a really important time to figure out what you're going to do to take care of each other in the event of the next disaster. I think that if AR can get resources that help people to store water together on a community level in event of utility disruptions, we saw in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene that even people in temperate climates need to have water stored. Do you remember how long the water was out for Asheville? It was
A
horrible.
long time. I had a gal on here that lost her home, she got sick, she lost everything. She explained exactly what happened. It was horrifying. It's terrible.
It was
Yeah.
just awful. And
It's
that's
happening
a
all over the
city.
world.
It is. It is. And when I look around the world, when I do the international outlooks,
Yep.
we can't focus too hard on what we are experiencing in the US. There are places where it's much more challenging.
Yes.
And these are not countries that have as luxurious a lifestyle as we do in the US. These are not countries that were big carbon emitters.
No, but they're getting it first.
Yep. Yep.
I know. I know. I see the footage. I mean, you could say a lot of bad things about X, but there's some amazing people on there that post that we would not be able to see what's going on around the world if like Volcaholic, I always say go to her because she shows everything that's happening. She finds the clips, she puts it all together, and when you see what's happening in all the different countries, you really do get that wow understanding. So that's 65% of people that think it's happening. They might be getting information from online resources that are good resources and not just the negative and all that you hear about so much.
Yep. 75% of people thinking that something is happening probably that is convincing if there's a fair conversation going on, right? And when we have the opportunity to get information from people in other places, when we get the opportunity for people to speak freely, oh, Uganda, oh my gosh,
That's Alex
the
from the
scientific
Climate Crisis
community
Club.
in Uganda is so heroic. That's one of the first international outlooks that I did to honor Uganda, to honor the many people who are working the problem so hard there. You ever hear of pearl millet?
I haven't, but Alex might have because he runs the Climate Crisis Club that does the space on X every Saturday, and there are people that participate from Uganda. Amazing to hear that all over the world. That's why I love it because I hear people that live in so many different countries every Saturday. Every Saturday.
That is so cool. There are
Yeah.
food scientists in Uganda who have been working to breed pearl millet in Uganda, African scientists that is able to set and fill grain over 105 degrees. That's not,
Pearl
that's
millet.
way above the threshold for corn, for other conventional crops.
Pearl
And they
millet.
work to make this grain available to feed
Wow.
people in a warming world. And it's a gift to humanity.
That's amazing. Somebody in the chat, look it up and see if you can put something in the comments on it. I can't. I'm not that great at multitasking tonight. So we do have a couple of questions that I thought, well, maybe you would want to. Okay, I'm going to start with old Jack Wolf again. ABOC slowdown is evidenced by a 1.9 inch increase.
Whoa.
In this year's Miami's king tide is measured from the previous record of 2025. Well, we'll have to ask Jim about that one for sure. Holy crap. That's a
A 2-inch
statistic.
increase
Yeah.
is big.
Hi,
Oh,
Emily.
man.
Do you know about the
Bella
devastation?
Lubriti.
Yeah, that's a great name, isn't it? Do you know about the devastation of stratospheric ozone caused by satellite reentry? Aluminum oxide. Oops, wrong one. Aluminum oxide is a long-lived ozone destroying catalyst.
Bella Lugrisi, I really appreciate you bringing up this point because this is not something that I was aware of. I've heard about the increased space trash issue and the increased re-entry issue, but I didn't know about that ozone and atmospheric impact. I will learn more about that, and I am excited to have learned a new thing here. Thank
Good.
you.
He's amazing. I know him. Actually, he was here. He set up my studio.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I mean, we have a great community. We do. Just like you do. We really do. Okay, let's see. Question. Hi, Steph. I heard the president of Mexico built infrastructure to bring more to water, I was assuming, to Mexico City. So maybe there's things we don't know.
That is good follow-up. If that's follow-up on what happened with the Mexico City water crisis, anyone who's interested in the climate outlook for Mexico, that is one of the other early international outlooks that I did. And there are some parts of Mexico that have good resilience potential at 2C. When we look to Mexico, there is a lot of potential there, and it made me very happy to see that potential in such a culturally rich and important nation.
Yes. Let's see. Rollins switch. No, Billy Joe. For what it's worth, more than methane is releasing in the Arctic and Antarctica, even off the coast of California. Yeah, it's like everything happening everywhere and more than what was projected.
I hate methane the most of all of the trying to kill us combined threats of climate change.
Okay.
And so we've got this observed rapid melting in Antarctica. And with AMOC shutdown, you'd expect northern hemisphere cooling, which it's like cool. Maybe that'll cap some of the methane in the Arctic, right? Maybe. Fingers
Maybe.
crossed. And then we start detecting all this methane release from Antarctica, new methane release from Antarctica. It's like, dang it,
we can't win.
It is a polycrisis. And it's not like anyone can say, oh, there's a definite way through. But for those of us who want to be alive for the next 10 years, we might as well try to do the best we can. And I think it's important to focus on life beyond human beings. I think that it's important to acknowledge that we're in a mass extinction event and that it's a bottleneck event. That's an event where a population gets greatly reduced when it gets small, like going through the neck of a bottle. When we think about the work that we can do today, I think it matters to think about the future of life, to know that in previous mass extinction events, small populations matter. And so the work we can do to make space for other living organisms is really important right now.
She is. You're wicked smart. or what, eh? That's Canadian. That's Kelly. Kelly
Thank
from
you,
Canada. Kelly from Canada. Let's see what else.
Canada, I keep an eye on you. I've got
You
more
do.
Canada content than any other country other than the US. And I'm always looking for new updates for you all.
They are. Ryan wants to know why are updates not national? Oh no, they are.
I do detailed stuff in the US because I live in the US. And the US is huge. Like we're several countries' size, right? When we look around the world. I have some national overview information where you can see the US at a glance. For other countries, they're national level because I only have so much time, so I can't do the same level of granularity for every nation.
Yeah, but imagine a team that you could assemble if the finances were there. Wow.
There's so much around the world, and if there are people who want to do a focus on international work and they want help to learn how to access the resources, I would love to help share skills and teach and get more people doing this kind of work to help us respond to change. This is not a situation where I want a monopoly. We need more people doing this
Right.
work.
But isn't it something that, science now has to be crowdfunded in the United States?
Let me tell you, Sandy, it is bananas bonkers. When in 21, I was like, I'm going to found this nonprofit and I'm going to have an online first strategy to try and reach people. They're like, so you're going to become a mad scientist on YouTube. Emily, that's the stupidest thing ever. Get a government job, Emily. And now it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you
Like,
built something.
what kind of upside down world is it where I have more stability than some of my friends who took the government jobs?
Oh my God. Wow.
And like when I was it's just unbelievable. But I try to get up every day and I'm grateful to get up and work for our community and try to get the best information I can out there that's free for everyone to access so that we can respond to change.
Well, we are glad you're doing it. And I'm looking at, okay, let's see. Vector. And now humanity's gearing up for ocean floor nodule mining with absolutely unknown and unpredictable global impacts on the climate. We're on a mission.
Z. We're like, I tell you, it's like we're looking for as many ways to stab ourselves as possible, humanity at this moment. And when we want to look at where's the big change happening, the biggest changes are happening in the ocean. When we've looked at past mass extinction events, the death is often worse in the ocean. For people who live in countries that have a lot of food that comes in from the ocean, it's important that we know that these climate projections look very bad for life in the ocean, that marine-based food systems are under threat. If you're a person who hears there's going to be great death in the ocean and your first thought is what's on my plate. When I think that many of us, though, when we hear that there's going to be death in the ocean, we think about the beautiful and intelligent life in the ocean that will suffer.
That is suffering.
And to think that we're going to just strip mine the ocean now, too, it's disgusting. This is not an appropriate way for to behave.
The world is run by psychopaths. I mean, what can I say? Emily, do you use Rutgers-based climate assessment from New Jersey in your work?
One Living World. I have read that, and I believe I reference it in my state video on New Jersey, but I'm not sure because I've made too many videos and I can't remember them all.
Okay, One Living World, then you have to
very
go.
much the state level work that has come out from many states. I think one of the great triumphs in recent climate communication is the New York State Climate Assessment, which shows how by 3C, New York City is going to be like New Orleans.
A heat island. Yeah.
A shift towards like a New Orleans type weather, which because it's going to be flooded, it really like you could get a whole New Orleans vibe in New York as we look out towards the climate future.
Well, how interesting.
And other states have done great work too. Washington always deserves to be mentioned when we talk about state level work in climate assessment and resilience assessment.
Washington
But
State.
I'm sorry, you were putting up another question.
No, we
and
can
I'm
go
talking
back
too
to
much.
it. You're not talking too much. This is why you're here. They know what I have to
Oh,
say all the time. My God. All right, I will put it up, but I want to be interactive with our chat because this is good stuff. What is the best solution for people in big cities? How can city people help in stewarding nature?
Ree, I'm so happy to see you in the chat. First off, Ree, I'm always happy to see you. I think that when you're in big cities,
Yeah.
there are multiple ways to approach this. In cities, there are often some green space options, and a lot of those areas are cared for by volunteers. For example, I've spent some time in Chicago. I have Chicago roots. The Jarvis Bird Sanctuary on the shore of Lake Michigan is a critical stop for so many migratory birds.
Yeah.
It's like the world's largest truck stop for birds. And the thing that keeps that critical ecological island alive is volunteer labor. So if you're in a city, you should see what ecological spots are being cared for, because it's going to be other people like you and they're going to need your help.
That's
I think also
amazing.
in urban environments,
Yeah.
helping to think about what you would do in the event of utility disruption. What mutual aid can you organize in the event of utility disruption is important, because in cities, the support we give each other makes or breaks a disaster response. Disaster response goes much better if people have a basic ability to take care of each other for at least a short period of time.
I think that's exactly right. People have to, it's community. But I like what you said
Yeah.
about the volunteers. Look at who volunteers. And if you have the physical stamina, volunteer in the city to work in these spaces. It's and
It's
you know,
hard.
another thing I think is very interesting, and I don't know if you've come across this, is empty building lots like cities in like Buffalo, where my daughter lives. Empty building lots, not building on them, but making them into green spaces, and somehow going to those council meetings and petitioning that if they're city-owned lots, especially for some reason, to make them green spaces.
You know what I really admire is the work that's happened in Detroit around that, black-led work in Detroit around urban greening. The communities in Detroit have done some amazing work
So
to
they're the
totally
model.
change their
They're the model.
landscapes. I would put them as the model for sure.
Very
I'd like
nice.
to shout out Fisheye Farms in Detroit particularly.
Okay. I'm glad I realized that. Now I'll check out much more about Detroit so I can see maybe to bring some of those ideas to people in Buffalo, in the cities. Because I live, it's all green. I'm in farm area. But these city questions are very interesting. And I have one for a comment from hi John. John, please grow moss. It can grow on lots of surfaces and is better in CO2 absorption than trees.
John, I think that's a wonderful message. A, because I love moss. Moss is a great aesthetic. And B, because it kind of opens the floor onto what stores carbon better than trees. And I want to beat my prairie drum for a minute. When we're talking about a world of increasing wildfires, a tree burns, you can get all that carbon back up in the air, right? A prairie, which many parts of the U.S. in these drier, more drought-intensive conditions, a restoration of a prairie landscape, that gets carbon below the ground because their roots go 20 feet deep, prairie plants. So even if you have a fire, that carbon stays under the ground. When we look at what we can do, what we can grow, I think it's important to look at the whole richness
moss
of the
idea.
toolbox of life.
Mm-hmm. I really like that moss idea. And if we don't have another drought, I'll try. Hey, I've got moss on my windowsills, but it's probably just mold. But it's green. It's not black. It's not killing me. I don't think. Okay, let's see. All right. Though I'm not political, the stability of the global socioeconomic condition is now a very large factor in heating and the ecology of the planet. Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
directly related. It is the reason. Industrialized, lovely civilization. Here's a question for you. Is Emily ever tempted to head north to Canada?
You know, old Jack Wolf, I there's a lot that I like and admire about Canada. And our decision nationally to be rude to Canada this year is so embarrassing. Like it takes a lot to make Canadians mad at you. And when you do, you should be scared of Canadians. Like they get really mad. I have heard from quite a few people who have worked to try to get up to Canada this year, people who got job offers in Canada, that the state of the healthcare system in Canada is so bad that some people, in fact, turned back and had to give up the job offer. I know
Wow.
people who have been waiting more than a year to get access to primary care doctor. So there's problems everywhere.
Everywhere.
And I'm not trying to knock on Canada. I think
No, we've
Canada's
got
very cool, and I want to apologize for our national rudeness and horrible behavior to Canada. But I don't
Yeah.
think that it's the same like solution that it was in the Vietnam era. And unfortunately, in some early projections, we thought Canada was gonna have pretty good advantage as in a 2C future. As we understand more about the Arctic amplification effect, change is higher the further north you go. On that figure we put up earlier, you might have saw there was more red up towards the north.
Right.
There are many parts of Canada that the outlook is more challenging than we'd like to see. It was very upsetting for me when I first processed the information for British Columbia because so many people, they really have a lot of hope in British Columbia as a resilience destination.
Right.
Kelowna is one of the fastest growing places in North America. I think Kelowna is the fastest growing city in Canada. And anyone who follows Canadian climate information has seen the horrible natural disasters that have struck Kelowna in the last few years. And we can expect more of those extreme events in that area. It's we're all going to be facing such change, and we have to do what we can to support each other as we move into this challenging future. But going to Canada is not the simple solution I wish I could say it was.
Kate lives in Vancouver. I really thought British Columbia would be safe, and now things are quite disastrous. She's living right there. And
it's just so sad.
She had another comment, and in Nanaimo on Vancouver Island, the city council worked with residents. Residents worked with the city to vegetate and make urban forests. We have neighborhoods in Nanaimo that are food neighborhoods. I love it. I think
that
that's
is really cool.
Kate. It is. It is. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, John. What about alfalfa? No need to reseed. It comes back like grass. For what? Is it a CO2? Is it a carbon sink, alfalfa? For feed? I mean, they use it for feed.
I would say that a prairie grass, such as could be eaten by many large herbivores, I like to dream the dream of buffalo. Like, there's so much area that can't be ranch land anymore. Why can't we have buffalo again? Why can't we do prairie restoration that could survive in these drought conditions and have buffalo again?
Yeah, why
I'd rather do that. I'd rather dream the prairie dream than talk about growing more alfalfa for domestic livestock.
I like the prairie dream. I wonder if all right, here's my conspiracy theory. I wonder if the elites, the 1%, the oligarchs are trying to just call all of us so they can have their own buffalo theory. Jeez.
I tell you, as was said by a politician in my own state of Iowa, we're all going to die anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's really insightful comment, right?
Yeah, very, very. I heard that one. I'm so sorry for your state. We're all going to die.
We got
I
some
say,
problems.
I
Got
say
a
it.
good climate outlook, but we got some problems.
Medical practitioners and teachers have been placed in horrible, crazy conditions. We need to restructure these institutions with strong humanitarian ethics as a backbone. Yes. I think
I would
that's,
agree.
yeah, but we're going the opposite
And
way
reading,
in this
I'm so
country.
glad you mentioned teachers. I think that thinking about teachers and children is important in this time of change.
Yeah.
When we look at long-term impacts to learning and the impact that short-term video consumption is having on many people, not just young people and children, we're in a moment for education where we're still working in systems that were kind of designed to a different future than we're living in. A lot of kids don't take education seriously because they know the writing on the wall for climate. It can make work for teachers very difficult. Teachers get very little support sometimes from administration. They're put in like a customer service job role. Healthy human cultures honor teachers.
Our
The fact that teachers
Department
are
of,
so underpaid and
yeah,
disrespected in our country is a sign of problem in our culture.
it is. And they're decertifying professions now. The Department of Education is under our, what's her name, McMahon, that bastion of intelligence. They are actually going to declassify certain positions as not professional, like nursing. But certain, it's, I don't know the whole story, so I don't want to talk about what I'm not specifically educated in yet. It is something I read, and I really need to look into that. As a person that worked in higher ed for my career, I just really want to know what's happening. But that's discouraging. And that's also a way to, and the teaching profession is under assault. And what you can get grants to go to higher education for. I mean, you're right about, we have to look at the kids. What is their future to learn in this country anyway?
It's very, you know, we're kind of on this cusp between an information age and a disinformation age, right? Like, it is true that on YouTube, if you know where to look, you can learn a lot of skills.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot of practical skills, how to repair things. You can learn about climate. You can learn about whatever you want to learn about. But we're also in an era where traditional education could be a lot harder for many people to access. It's so expensive. It's getting harder to access funding to get an education. And as well as quality information, there's also a lot of BS on the internet, right?
How did he do that? Upside down world. It is.
Though there is an upside down quality to it. I think that as we're moving forward into an era where the internet is not a Wild West anymore, and it's not like a capitalist space anymore, it's becoming like an AI slop space, right? Getting access to quality information is going to be more challenging. And if we can share quality information sources with each other, I think it's really important.
I think that's why I'm sticking around and I don't say I'm just not doing this anymore, because I watched a video on AI slop. I watched somebody, I don't know why it popped up, but it was very interesting because I do see those no face channels and they're monotone AI voices and they're getting 250,000 views and they're just superficial bullshit. It's just sad. It really is. But of course my channel is, I mean, I'm not a taste for everybody, you know, we're all different. We are all different. But for a lot of good information, please guys, go to American Resiliency, and I'm going to put the link, more links in the show notes. We are an hour and 10 minutes, and guys, I'm tired. So let's wrap up. We didn't do the environmental coffee house flush of the day. So Emily, you're the guest. What would you like to flush metaphorically?
You know, if we could flush the methane from the permafrost thaw, that would be so convenient for all of us. I don't know if that's in the spirit of it,
Well, bye, methane in the permafrost. You know, my former partner Jennifer would agree. Yeah, my retired partner here, Jennifer, she would agree.
Cindy, you keep going. You bring together a lot of important ideas on Environmental Coffee House, and I'm so happy to get to talk with you again.
When I feel good enough. Not every
Yeah.
day, trust me. But Ernie, another Canadian. We've got a lot of Canadians in the audience. Ernie has a great channel. You want to relax? Go to Ernie's Cabin. He just talks and he lives in this beautiful place and he's so philosophical and lovely and mwah, wonderful. I love this is why I don't quit because of the chat, and the people that follow us, because everybody that does really cares. And I know you have the same kind of dedication, but we need a wider view for your work because it's essential. I'm just the messenger, but you're the frontline working doer person. That's what I really respect about you and what you're doing. It's unbelievable, and you are a fountain of knowledge, and I thank you. It's a love fest, but yeah, because you're goddamn wonderful. There you
Well,
go.
Sandy, thank you so much. I'll do my best to keep it up, okay?
Look at that. Sandy brings different angles and angles related to environmental concerns. Yeah, I do what strikes me at the time when I do my own shows. I have to be less lazy at getting in touch with everybody to get interviews going on again. And here we are.
Do what we're in this for stamina rather than speed.
Yeah.
So I figure we got to take care of ourselves and we do what we can do, and it matters that we keep going, not that we do everything so fast.
I like that. We're in this for stamina, not speed. Yeah. I think you're right. All right, everybody. Peace out. Oh, it's holiday. Thanksgiving. We should be thankful for the people that are in our lives, whether on the internet or in our lives. And the animals, right? You want to say the last word, Emily?
Thanks, folks, for being here. And Sandy, thanks so much for the chance to come and chat with you. You have a happy Thanksgiving, too.
And you should write a book. Let's see if she has the time to write a book. All right, guys. Good night. See you. I don't even know when. Tomorrow night. And you know my schedule. Thursday. No, not Thursday. No show on Thursday. And Friday night. Yes, I have my show on Friday night. All right. Nighty night.
So we got some not so great news for student loan borrowers. Starting on January 7th, wages will begin to be garnished from people's work checks who defaulted on their loans. And as we know, during the Biden administration, Joe Biden prolonged the moratorium and introduced a program allowing borrowers in default to rehabilitate their loans, though many remained unresolved. And this was announced yesterday, actually, that they announced that beginning, again, like I said, beginning the week of January 7th, 1,000 borrowers will be notified that a portion of their pay will be withheld to cover their past due debt. And then after January 7th, larger numbers of people will be notified following that. So it'll be a process that rolls out. And the reason why this is such a big deal, well, first and foremost, do people owe the money? Yes. And there's a huge issue with our education system and it being unaffordable. in the highest paying jobs, people who make six figures, whether those are doctors or lawyers, oftentimes owe six figures in student loan debt right behind it. Many people never pay it off. So now, as we are dealing with inflation, not just student loan debt, but credit card debt, household debt, people are defaulting on their car loan payments all over the country. People are having a difficult time paying their rent, their mortgages, the basic everyday things that are needed for survival. And thus far, no Democratic administration has really put forth serious effort to do something about loans. Now, Joe Biden's administration did try to erase some debt, but there wasn't much they could do, not just because of the Republicans. But again, Joe Biden is not really a very progressive person. He's not a very progressive politician. And so that wasn't really a huge part of his agenda that he wanted to unfold. But as we see here, in a recent analysis, the Consumer Credit Reporting Agency TransUnion found that student loan delinquencies among rental applicants doubled in early 2025, with the share of those 90 or more days past due climbing from 15% in January to 32% in May. According to the report from the Education Data Initiative in August, around 42.5 million student borrowers hold federal loan debt with a total outstanding balance of $1.7 trillion. And so again, do people owe the money? Yes. Is there a huge issue with our education system and just general affordability? Yes. But this just is not a good time to garnish people's wages for anything, but particularly this. This is not going to bode well for Donald Trump's approval. Anybody with student loans who maybe was hoping that this would stick is definitely going to be upset. And just a heads up, really, there's really not much more to say about this news in particular. Just if you do have student loans, starting January 7th, the Trump administration is going to basically start rolling out a wage garnishment. So live as frugal as you can. And yet another demonstration of how RFK Jr. Just absolutely should not be the head of Health and Human Services. He's not qualified in any way. And he, other than his basically online hobbyist and online conspiracist, that's what's dictating his decisions. And across the board, people filling positions in the Trump admin are unqualified, basically straight out of TV casting, literally, and don't know what they're doing. But this is just silly. This is just silly. RFK Jr. pulling federal funding from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Once again, a demonstration of how the Republican motto is fuck your kids. Essentially. So we got the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has terminated its grants to the American Academy of Pediatrics on the grounds that the organization of children's doctors does not align with the Trump administration's mission or priorities. Okay, again, this organization has been around for a while. It's not something that was just started. It's not controversial at all. It's an organization that helps give grants to people who are trying to take care of kids, institutions that are trying to take care of kids who need the help. But other than an effort to privatize everything in the economy and take away the public commons, that's really all that this is. It's just the same old Republican bullshit, just amplified. The grants worth millions of dollars are used to help the AAP, which consists of roughly 67,000 doctors across the country, get U.S. children the best medical care possible. AAP learned this week that 7 grants to AAP under the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services are being terminated. This vital work spanned multiple child health priorities, including reducing sudden infant death, rural access to healthcare, mental health, adolescent health, supporting children with birth defects, early identification of autism, and prevention of fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, among other topics. Okay, again, how does this not align with the Trump administration's medical priorities when these grants help to address, again, sudden infant death, which is SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, rural access to healthcare? And the Republican Party, through the big, beautiful bill and the government shutdowns and them doing everything they can to not extend the tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, they've already decimated the healthcare system. Hundreds of rural hospitals are preparing to shut down, are set to shut down across the nation, mostly in Republican areas. So that just a massive slap in the face to the people who put you in office. But at the same time, again, this really isn't new. This is the Republican agenda. It's been this way for decades, longer than I've been alive. Another quote: "The Academy is proud of this work and of the staff, pediatricians, and partners who were engaged in these important programs. The sudden withdrawal of these funds will directly impact and potentially harm infants, children, youth, and their families and communities across the United States." Of course, it will. Of course it will. But they don't really care about that at all. They do not care about that. So, and then here I'm going to pull over to here. This is unrelated to this specific story. I'm going to post this in the community section after I upload this video so that you can read through it. But this is just an example of the general incompetence of the Trump administration. The U.S. Farm Agency lost 20,000 staff in the first 5 months of the Trump administration. Now, mind you, farmers across the nation are suffering because China's not buying our soybeans, and they haven't, and they're not going to purchase 12 million metric tons or something like that by the end of the year, which is a few days from now. They've, I think, not even purchased 3 metric tons. And going forward, China and much of the rest of the world, our trading partners, are going to do what they can to weaken our ability to bully the planet, to weaken our ability to just have chokeholds over markets. And Donald Trump and his administration are just not helping with this. So again, here, what was the number here? I'll scroll down here. And the $12 billion bailout. Last time it was a $28 billion bailout. This time $12 billion, and it doesn't even cover the damages that are accrued and will continue to accrue. So we got what is it? Let me see. This is just an example of all the people that have been fired or left because they got some type of payment package. But imagine you got over 20,000 people in the agriculture department who are supposed to be there to help American farmers, and 20,000 of them are gone. And that's just within the first 5 months. We're further along than that now. So everywhere you look, this administration has just been a disaster. The U.S. aid cuts are leading to spiked levels of preventable diseases around the world. And we live in an international economy now. So that's our problem too. It's everybody's problem. The thousands of people who have been illegally fired. Luckily, federal judges have stepped up to fight back against the Trump administration here and there. But Donald Trump doesn't like listening to people, particularly not this go round. So, just more and more examples of how, I don't really know how we're going to make it another 3 years with this dude as president. Obviously we have to. If something happens to him or he steps down, it'll be J.D. Vance afterwards. But we're going to go into the 2026 midterms, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath nightmare for Republicans. I don't see how that's going to change. But when you look at stuff like this, history is not going to be kind to these people. The United States has further escalated with Venezuela in our plight to take their oil. Of course, it's that simple. It's always been that simple. It explains our presence in the Middle East for as long as we've been there. It explains what has literally come from the horse's mouth itself, saying that we should have taken Iraq's oil, and Donald Trump has spoken about Venezuela's oil, and representatives in the Republican Party have gone on national television and talked about how Venezuela's oil reserves will be open for business with the United States, and it's going to be great for everybody. This is incredibly transparent. And mind you that according to reports, we have killed over 100 people in our boat strikes off Venezuela, which, of course, that is not where fentanyl comes from. That's not where fentanyl is produced. That's not where it is trafficked. It's produced in China and Mexico, and the majority of drugs come into this country via airplane or over the southern border. And Colombia and Peru is where the majority of cocaine is actually manufactured and created, and then it gets shipped up north. Venezuela has little to do with that. It's about their oil. But now we've actually carried out strikes because, mind you, we sent aircraft carriers there. We seized oil tankers, and now this. So let's check out what Trump had to say about it.
More about the explosion in Venezuela that you mentioned in the video interview. Did the military do that? Can you share any more details about
Well, it doesn't matter, but there was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs. So we hit all the boats, and now we hit the area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
Is that the only strike that the U.S. has done?
I don't want to comment on it.
President Trump.
Again, the ploy that we're doing this for the health and prosperity of American citizens, which of course is just total and complete BS. The president's announcement comes a few weeks after he warned Latin American, quote, narco terrorists that he would start attacking them on land, not just at sea. Trump said the threat applies to countries other than Venezuela as well. He said, if they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whatever, it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay, and they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much, Trump said sardonically in early December. But I mean, you know, let's be serious. And again, I'm about to go over him threatening Iran as well, but let's be serious. The United States has had ample opportunity to address our drug addiction problems, and throwing more and more people in prison has never worked. It's never solved the problem. Okay. We need to treat drug addiction as a disease because that's what it is. It's a condition. It often stems from people, really being down, going through difficult things in life, trying to cloud their emotional distress, trying to cloud their trauma with anything so that they can get through the day. We need to bring clinics back. We need to legalize, tax, and regulate these substances the same way that we've done with marijuana. And we need to let people out of prison who are in there just because they had a bag of crack on them or something like that. But there's absolutely no real efforts into doing that, particularly not from Republican administrations. And as we've seen over the last several decades, the Democratic Party, particularly under Bill Clinton, with their 3 strikes law and the super predator branding, really bought in to that as well. So the Democratic Party has not been a very strong counter to that. And that's a lot of what we need to be working on. And this is what Trump says, that he'll knock the hell out of Iran if it builds up again. President Donald Trump threatened to, quote, knock the hell out of Iran, saying he's worried the country is building up weapons and other things following Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear and missile programs. And if you remember, Trump ordered U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites in June, but has since sought to restart diplomatic negotiations. And Israel also fought a war with them for 12 days and then pulled back. If you mind you, under the Obama administration, the Iran nuclear deal, everybody was playing ball. They had agreed to not develop, enrich their uranium beyond a certain level so that they couldn't make nuclear weapons with it. They were following that protocol, but because Obama did it, Donald Trump wanted to undo it. It was, whether it's the Affordable Care Act or, excuse me, gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Whether it's the Affordable Care Act, which a lot of people still don't know is Obamacare, or anything that Obama did, it was just it was a good hook, line, and sinker politically, not only to get people to vote for him, but to keep the movement alive of undoing everything that those gay liberals did. But which again opened up. Not just opened up Iran to actually developing nuclear weapons, but just made it such that why should anyone really agree to play ball with the United States when, depending on who's in office, we'll just backtrack on our treaties and backtrack on our deals. So then Donald Trump went in and actually bombed them, made no difference in their nuclear enrichment sites. And now he's talking about we'll strike them again. You better stay in place. So this is just ridiculous. Trump says, now I hear that Iran is trying to build up again, he said during an appearance with Netanyahu. And if they are, we're going to have to knock them down. We'll knock the hell out of them, but hopefully that's not happening. Trump said later during a joint press conference with Netanyahu that Iran, quote, may be behaving badly, which could literally mean anything. They might be behaving badly. Okay. And the president said that they're not nuclear yet, but maybe nuclear too. Okay. In other words, he has no idea. They're not nuclear yet, but maybe they are. I don't know. Who knows? I'm the president. I'm only, you have access to all the information in the world, so you should know, but he doesn't. And the sites weren't obliterated, by the way. Trump said Iran has been greatly weakened. It would be a destabilizing force in the Middle East if it was allowed to build up again. But, we know that that's total BS, because as we've known for years, the Iran nuclear agreement was one of the better things that Obama did in his during his 2 terms. So the anti-war president, who also a couple days ago bombed sites in Nigeria, he's just bombing everybody, ramping it up, daring people to do something about it. So there we go. Not even a year in, and he's already broken every promise, including not starting more wars, as he, says that he ended 8 wars. So he goes and bombs more people, of course. It's almost like Donald Trump is in a competition with himself to see just how low he can drive down his approval rating and how much he can have his legacy be one of hatred and embarrassment when it's all said and done. Now he's moving to freeze all child care funding in all 50 states. Due to what's going on in Minnesota with fraud being found since 2018, and we'll go over this in a sec, but since 2018, I think roughly $18 billion in child care funding have been doled out to Minnesota, and apparently about half of that has been collected by fraudsters. And fraud is an issue with any major pot of money that's being doled out and divvied out, but particularly within the federal government. But the thing is this is an obvious ploy to just defund childcare funding in this country. Remember Doge? The whole point of Doge was to fire people and to cut programs like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which a judge recently ordered the Trump administration has to continue to fund. And many actions taken by the Trump administration have been deemed illegal. And that's been their whole forte. This isn't new. Republicans have been doing this for quite some time. They put, like oil executives, oil lobbyists to head the Environmental Protection Agency. Mick Mulvaney, who was a ardent adversary of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, was the head of that agency during Trump's first term. So this is not new, but we read, here we go. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is freezing all future child care funding to states beyond Minnesota, with President Trump predicting his administration will find massive fraud in California. The review of government funding started in Minnesota, but will expand nationwide until feds can determine that no taxpayer dollars are being spent fraudulently. And how long can this experiment go on? They could be auditing, quote unquote, this source of funding for the next 3 years for Donald Trump's entire presidency and just never really come up with anything sufficient enough. I mean, similar to Donald Trump's tax returns. Well, I'm still being audited. I have so much money and it's so complicated that they just can't get to the bottom of it. Just like that. Another con, a simple way to go after the public commons. Health and Homeland Security has a clear duty to verify the proper use of taxpayer funds, spokesperson Andrew Nixon said in a statement. The documentation process exists to rule out fraud and confirm that funds are supporting legitimate child care providers. So why do you have to freeze all child care funding in order to do this? And now, mind you, it's the first of the year. So up until yesterday, you know, a lot of these states had already been funded. So that's important to note. So these states don't have $0. They're just not getting any more until further notice, which of course you can see how that could be a major problem. You know, food stamps had already been, even before the shutdown, there was issues with food stamps. The retirement age or the people who were exempt. It used to be the work requirements were for people 18 to 54. Now the work requirements are people 18 to 64. Foster kids up to age 26 are no longer considered exempt from work requirements. Veterans are no longer considered exempt. Homeless people are no longer considered exempt. You can no longer deduct your monthly internet bill expenses from your income, which will result in people getting less benefits in their food stamps. This has already been done through legislation. You know, I made a short the other day about how my health care premiums doubled, and we're seeing that across the board. I got people responding to me online talking about how some of their packages went from like $95 to almost $500. Family plans going from $1,300 to $2,600. I mean, people cannot afford this. So, you know, we already are dealing with a failing, crumbling benefit system and a failing, crumbling economy. Home prices are unaffordable. Mortgages, rent prices are too high. People don't have any savings. Debt is through the roof basically everywhere. Credit card debt, household debt, student loan debt, medical debt. It's just too much to deal with, along with inflation and tariffs and all of this type of stuff. It's just, people are drowning. So this absolutely is going to further crater his approval rating, because it's on top of it actually being a bad a bad action to take for people. It's a bad look too. I mean, the optics of this are terrible. How do you know, we just want to get to the bottom of the fraud, so we're gonna pause everything. We continue, and if you hadn't seen it, a YouTuber named Nick Shirley, he visited a bunch of daycare centers in Minneapolis that were closed down, but they were receiving the taxpayer dollars. So again, it's not that this isn't an issue at all, but the way to tackle it isn't to just freeze all funding. And again, here, actually, I think I have these numbers somewhere here. Yeah, so $185 million from Health and Homeland Security is what they got last year in 2025. So they still have that, but again, they're not getting anything further. So, you know, again, this is just, the optics of this are terrible, right on time with people just being fed up with the Trump administration, including huge swaths of his voting base. I mean, young men are basically gone now. The youth vote he had is gone. Latino vote he had is pretty much gone. All he has left is the diehards, and he don't even got Marjorie Taylor Greene. So we got 3 more years left of him doing stuff like this. Like I said at the beginning of this video, it's almost as if he wakes up in the morning and, you know, is just in a never-ending competition with himself on how he can outdo his unpopularity. But yeah, we'll definitely keep our eyes focused on this. Keep up with how people respond and how this actually impacts people on a day-to-day basis. So I'll keep y'all updated. Elon Musk is back once again to save us all from the radical left and the terrible policies of expanding Medicare and Medicaid and making education more affordable and making home ownership more feasible and realistic and driving down the debt, you know, things like that. He's going to save us all from it. If you remember, in the 2024 presidential election, he spent $300 million of his own money basically to end all the federal investigations into himself and his companies. There were like 12 or 13 federal investigations, maybe more than that. All of them are over. And he illegally fired thousands of people and cut money from programs that many people here and around the world depend on. including things like Meals on Wheels and child cancer research, because who needs that? But it's pretty obvious why he would be funding Republicans ahead of the midterms, is because he wants more than he already has. Being the wealthiest man on earth isn't enough. Being able to just buy your way into the government and do what you like isn't enough. He wants even more because he's never satisfied. It's really not more complicated than that. The Democratic Party is much more likely to do things like a wealth tax or to break up his conglomerate in some form or fashion. That's it. So here's what he has to say. He said, America is toast if the radical left wins, he said on X on yesterday. They will open the floodgates to illegal immigration and fraud. It won't be America anymore. And it's like you'd think that he could maybe have a more sophisticated message or a different message, like, hey, we want programs to make things more affordable for the American people. But he doesn't want that. He doesn't care about that. And it's always ironic hearing him, a man who wasn't born here, didn't grow up in the United States, act like he's so concerned about illegal immigration. But then he was one of the main people fighting back against the Trump administration for H-1B visas, because he likes to utilize foreign workers because you don't have to pay them as much and you can overwork them. And if they have too much of a problem with it, you can just send them back home because that's why they're here. So, and again, like someone who, America won't be America anymore. Like, bro, you're not even from here. You know what I'm saying? So your faux patriotism is very easy to see through. But also, why get more sophisticated than this? But the problem is that Republicans are pretty much screwed, at least in this election cycle, and 28 as well, because Donald Trump is doing such an abysmal job. The economy's a mess. People are losing their jobs all around the country. Inflation is skyrocketing. This dude made it such that he and his administration and Republicans got everybody's healthcare premiums more expensive. The SNAP system is in shambles. This dude just blocked child care funding to all 50 states, which will likely get reversed by the federal courts. But still, like, he's taking these actions that are incredibly unpopular, and it doesn't look like that's going to stop anytime soon. So that's kind of too bad. And again, he's going all in, talking about how he's cutting big checks for congressional Republicans. And also keep in mind that he got into it really bad with Donald Trump publicly, but now they're cool. So, I mean, he's just all over the place. And also, remember, in July, he said he was going to create the America Party. He was going to create a third party so that we could bypass the two-party chokehold. But there's a couple problems with that. One, we already have third parties, and the system simply isn't designed to support anything other than two big ones. That's it, because we only get one vote. And because we get one vote, we're likely to vote against something than for something. And all the resources end up getting trapped into two parties. So we've already tried this. It hasn't worked. And also, Elon Musk clearly doesn't have the attention span or really the true deep motivation to make a third party successful. That would be a generational task. That wouldn't be something that, in just one election cycle, we're just going to fund a political party and get rid of the Democrats and get rid of the Republicans. But that goes back to just honestly Elon Musk's childish way of looking at the world. Like, so much of how he got where he is through just lying to the public about what his companies are going to deliver. He's lied about what in 6 months Tesla will have a battery that can drive you from New York to California. It never happened. And that's the type of stuff he does over and over again. In 6 weeks we'll have this. Doesn't come. The people invest tons of money and then he never delivers on what they're on what's supposed to be. He has ideas like, we were supposed to be on Mars 2 years ago. Like we'll have colonies of human beings living on Mars in the next 30 years. In 10 years, no one will need money anymore and people won't need to have jobs. Like, just honestly, pipe dream, far-fetched ideas that if you think about for a few minutes, not even that long, you'll see this isn't happening. So Of course, he was never going to deliver on that third party. But yes, Elon Musk coming to save us all from policies that could help us. He says, when it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Today, the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom. Nothing came from that. Those plans quickly faltered as one of the world's foremost overpromisers. Yes, definitely a great way to describe him, who has a long history of failed projects and missed deadlines, ran up against the boring, difficult work of actually getting a party off the ground. By August, the Wall Street Journal was reporting that Vance had persuaded Musk to back off of his plans. So, hold on. Musk, currently the world's richest man with an estimated fortune of $726 billion. $726 billion for not delivering on what he says. Bro, that is such BS. He's not actually worth that much money. That is such nonsense, bro. The stock market, the stock market is some bullshit. Yeah, you can make a lot of money in it. There's a lot of wealth in it, but bro, that man is $726 billion. Get the fuck out of here. But yes, here we go. Elon Musk coming to save us all from policies that might make life better. As I'm sure you all know by now, Donald Trump, the anti-war president, has invaded Venezuela, kidnapped Nicolas Maduro and his wife, where they stand to face trial on Friday, and also claimed victory over their oil reserves, saying that oil is going to be flowing into the country the way that it should be. And of course, this flies in the face of his, anti-war branding, because not only did we do this, but we've been bombing dozens of times. We've bombed boats off the coast of Venezuela under the guise that they're carrying fentanyl into the country, when we know that Venezuela is not a producer of fentanyl. That comes from China and Mexico as they manufacture it and ship it into here. The majority of cocaine comes from Colombia and Peru, which goes up north through Mexico. And the majority of drugs come into this country via airplane or just on 18-wheelers that go over the border every single day. No one's ever believed this. We've killed over 110 people in our bombings off the coast. We seized their oil tankers, and now we just went up in there and ran in there. Now, keep in mind, this is day 3. We are on day 3 of 2026, the new year, and Donald Trump has already invaded another country. And as we discussed the other day, canceled child care funding to all 50 states, which likely will be reversed by a federal judge, but that could take months. So we're already off to an unbelievably terrible start. And keep in mind, before we go over these pictures as well, the whole idea about us, standing up against other countries' tyranny and their drug cartels with the United States. But literally a few weeks ago, Donald Trump pardoned Juan Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, who operated one of the largest drug smuggling operations in history. So you pardon him because he has investments in your shit coins and your meme coins and your crypto. Yeah, that's why you pardon him. But then your whole defense of going after Maduro is because of drugs. But we know it's because of the oil. You said it. Other Republicans have said it. And now you're taunting that we're going to run Venezuela in the meantime. But one of the bigger problems with that is we're not prepared to do that. And see, first and foremost, it's not our place to run Venezuela, but we can barely run the United States. We have so many issues here domestically. Everything's unaffordable. People don't have a lot of hope and optimism about the future. Jobs are drying up. People don't have any savings. People are drowning in debt. But we're going to run Venezuela. We don't have a real plan to run Venezuela. There was no real plan to run Iraq or any of the other countries in the Middle East other than just occupying and guarding our reserves and making sure that oil continues to be sold under the American dollar for our currency. Other than that, there's no plan. So, this is just a complete disaster through and through. Here's a picture of Maduro on the plane after he was captured and on his way here to the United States. Here's Trump at the press conference. Make sure that this is up here so y'all can see it. Here's some pictures after some of the bombings. And, you know, everybody's covering this right now. So y'all make sure that you go and check out some of the videos. I don't have those up here, but I am going to, before we go through some of the commentary made by members of the House and the Senate, I do want to go over some of the commentary for Republicans. Well, first, matter of fact, we're going to go over this, what Trump actually said in the press conference. I'm not going to play the video. I'm going to read from that. Okay, so here we go. Make sure it's up. All right, we got it. We good. So President Trump said the U.S. will run Venezuela until a proper transition can take place. He said he wasn't afraid of boots on the ground and defended Saturday's military strikes that resulted in the capture of President Maduro and his wife. He says, quote, "We're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place," Trump told reporters from Mar-a-Lago in Florida. "So we're going to stay until such a time as we're going to run it, essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place." Trump's remarks cap a dramatic few hours that began with reports of explosions in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, the scale of which became apparent only when the president said Maduro and his wife had been captured. And these are some more comments from the press conference in Mar-a-Lago. Trump claims that the U.S. We already got there. Here's what he says. "We want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with stability by destabilizing the world around us." Makes a lot of sense. "We're not afraid of boots on the ground, and we had boots on the ground last night at a very high level. Actually, we're not afraid of it. Hold on, I said, where we don't mind," it's hard to read this stuff sometimes, "where we don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that the country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain." And then here you go, talking about the oil. "We're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused by that country." Complete and total BS. Complete and total BS. No, we didn't invade Venezuela and seize control of their land so that we can be benevolent to their people. No. And not only that, but American consumers aren't going to see any of the gains from this, right? So all this oil that's about to go to American oil companies, it'll make things cheaper for them, but they're not going to lower prices for consumers. They're going to make as much money as they can off of this, just like in health insurance companies right now. Everybody's premiums doubled or tripled this year, and they know that they're not going to be able to keep it that way forever, so they just racking in as much profit as they possibly can in the meantime. So through and through, that's just BS. We're not going to take any type of special care of Venezuelan citizens, and the American consumer is not going to see any of the gains from this. And the majority of people are pretty keen to that. You know, when we went to war with Iraq, what was it? 70% of the country initially believed that Saddam Hussein was responsible for the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers. Something like 25% now are in favor of this invasion in the middle of complete economic disparity in this country. So this is just a disaster in every way that you can think of. And this is what he says. What was this? Rubio. Trump was vague on who would be running the country specifically, but said Rubio had spoken to the current vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. "We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are that would run Venezuela. It's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it." No plan. Means nothing. And then he continues, "We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest around anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so." Again, the anti-war president. So there you have it. All of its lies, all of its complete BS. Now we move on to Hold on, let's see. No, we don't need to read that because we already read about how Trump talking about we're going to get the oil flowing. And we already discussed how the Venezuelan people are not going to get any type of benevolent benefits from this. And the American consumer is not about to be paying $1 for gas. And even if that was true, right? Even if it was the case that this invasion and attack on another country's sovereignty, even if it was true, that our oil and our gas is going to be cheaper. Does that justify it? No, it doesn't justify it. So, I mean, it's like Donald Trump is really in a competition with himself to see how unpopular he can become. And then, of course, you have a ton of Republicans who are in favor of this. What was this? This is John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader. He says, I'll just read it from here. I've got to pull up the article. He said, President Trump's decisive action to disrupt the unacceptable status quo and apprehend Maduro through the execution of a valid Department of Justice warrant is an important first step to bring him to justice for the drug crimes for which he has been indicted in the United States. Again, keep in mind, we just pardoned Juan Hernandez, one of the biggest drug kingpins in modern times, because corruption. But we care so much about this, right? No, man, this country is not genuinely interested in tackling the drug problem. We're interested in throwing more people in prison and expanding the surveillance state and expanding the authoritative state. Even though Republicans are supposed to be small government, ICE just expanded to hiring 10,000 people, just Joe Blows, Joe Schmoes from who the fuck are these people? Police academy dropouts, people who couldn't pass the police academy are now running around kidnapping people around the country. Small government, my ass. And this is no different. John Thune continues. He says, I spoke to Secretary Rubio early this morning, and I look forward to receiving further briefings, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm going to pull up we're going to go to some tweets and stuff for the opposition, because mind you, Congress did not approve. Congress did not approve of this. So this is illegal. This is not supposed to take place. All right, AOC, she says, it's not about drugs. If it was, Trump wouldn't have pardoned one of the largest narco traffickers in the world last month. It's about oil and regime change, and they need a trial now to pretend that it isn't, especially to distract from Epstein and skyrocketing healthcare costs. Bingo, 100%. Because like I said, not only is Donald Trump going against everything that he's supposed to stand for in terms of his anti-war bullshit branding, but the rest, domestically, we have serious issues that we can't ignore here, including Epstein. Thomas Massey, who's diehard libertarian and a constant critic of Donald Trump, he says, AG and others legally characterize attack in Venezuela as, quote, arrest with military support. Meanwhile, Trump announces he's taken over the country and will run it until he finds someone suitable to replace him. Added bonus, says American oil companies will get to exploit the oil. 100%. That's all it is. Jasmine Crockett. This is when we see who is serious about their oath and who isn't. The president continues to exceed his powers, because Republicans care more about a pat on the head than they do about being patriots. Our troops, our land, our citizens, and our standing in the world are all being put at risk. This continues, but basically Jasmine Crockett's just going in on them. Nydia Velasquez, and who's stepping down after this term ends. In the dark of night, the so-called no new wars president bombed another country and launched an illegal regime change war that Americans do not want. Maxine Waters, what the hell is going on? Trump has supposedly abducted President Maduro and his wife and brought them to the United States for trial, supposedly for drug trafficking and bringing drugs to the United States. It was just a few weeks ago when Trump pardoned one of the biggest drug traffickers in the world. Yep, there we go. So This is from Marjorie Taylor Greene, who Donald Trump now calls Marjorie Trader Brown. She says, I've served on the Homeland Security Committee for the past 3 years. I'm 100% for strong, safe, secure borders and stopping narco-terrorists and cartels from trafficking deadly drugs and human trafficking into America. Fentanyl is responsible for over 70% of U.S. drug overdose deaths, and fentanyl comes from Mexican cartels made with chemical precursors from China and trafficked across the U.S.-Mexico border. Mexican cartels are primarily and overwhelmingly responsible for killing Americans with deadly drugs. She said that because, you know, basically like Venezuela is not responsible for any of the stuff that you're claiming they are in your justification for these actions. Venezuela is ruled by an illegitimate regime, but the administration has not made the case that an urgent threat to America's national security existed to justify the use of U.S. military force. And that's just it, man. That's just it. You know, that pretty much wraps it up. At the end of the day, this was illegal. It goes against the anti-war stance that Donald Trump's supposed to stand for. This also weakens our stance internationally. You know, America is just this rogue nation basically now that can't be trusted. We're completely unstable. You never know what we're going to choose, what we're going to do. You never know who the American people are going to vote to put in office. And so in addition to that, we've been bullies on the world stage for years. People are tired of us. The rest of the world is caught up. They don't have to accept us dictating everything in the world. And we got the dumbest people in the country calling the shots, right? So this is an absolute disaster. And I mean, we're only 3 days into the new year and we're already looking at this.
Hey now, thank you so much for tuning in here at Politics and Paper. If you like what I do and you support my work, go ahead and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it and really helps to support what we do here.
President Donald Trump continues to try to sell his economy as the best in the world, the greatest ever. However, that doesn't really match the reality. I mean, all you have to do is just look around. Under his so-called business genius, yes, from the very stable genius, U.S. companies are going bankrupt at a rate that we haven't seen since right after the Great Recession. You know, the thing that another Republican, George W. Bush, put us into. Manufacturing jobs are disappearing. Inflation and interest rates are absolutely crushing people. It sucks. And the man at the center of it all has a personal track record of running his own companies straight into the ground and then walking away from the wreckage. So let's kind of connect this fake businessman brand to what is actually happening to American workers and businesses right now. See, Trump's whole political pitch was pretty simple, right? I mean, he's participated in 3 elections now, okay? And the whole time he's like, look, I'm rich, I'm successful, I ran a business, so obviously I can run the country, right? And I'm gonna run it better than anyone has ever run it before because everyone else is dumb and I'm much smarter than everybody else. And I can run a business, I could run the country, I could run everything, and I could do it the greatest, the most tremendous. Okay. Now, obviously, when you dig into his past, you know that that's all bullshit. Okay. Not only if you dig into the past, but you also look into what's happening in the economy right now under Trump's policies. And even what happened under the first Trump administration. You see the same pattern over and over again. He overpromises, there's over leverage, and then there's a crash, and then he walks away. That's it. He did it with the casinos. He did it with his hotels, his so-called business empire. And now we have seen, once again, the same model show up at the national level. So he wants to claim that we are a success now, that everything is great, everything's tremendous, except when it's not. And then that's Joe Biden's fault, right? Well, here's the thing. Let's do a quick tour of Trump's greatest hits when it comes to his success. The Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. Trump called it the eighth wonder of the world, right? To build it, he loaded it up with about $675 million in junk bonds. Junk bonds. That is basically Wall Street vernacular for, these are extremely risky investments, and it's probably a bad idea, right? And surprise to no one, it was a bad idea. The Taj Mahal went bankrupt in 1991. Around the same time, Trump Castle and the Trump Plaza Hotel in New York also went under. Hundreds of millions of dollars in debt at each one. Debt that he didn't repay. In 2004, Trump Hotels and Casino Resorts, the umbrella company for his casino empire, files for bankruptcy yet again. This is the big one. About $1.8 billion dollars in debt. And what happened to Trump, the business genius? His ownership stake gets slashed from majority control down to roughly a quarter. He loses his power. He loses his control. Any normal CEO by that time would be out, gone, kicked to the curb. But Donald Trump, he keeps the title. He keeps his branding. And he keeps the public image of chairman, while the people who actually loaned him money and work for him tried to salvage what's left. To pick up the pieces, if you would. Then in 2009, Trump Entertainment Resorts also goes bankrupt, again with more than $1 billion in debt. It's the same story. Too much debt, terrible management, fantasy projects, and then it all just collapses. This is what he is doing to us. This year, at least 717 U.S. companies have filed for bankruptcy through November. That is the highest number since 2010, okay? When we were still digging out of the Great Recession, and a 14% jump from last year. That is not winning. That's not bringing America back. That is a warning sign. And it's not evenly spread across the economy, by the way. The spike is hitting the industrial sector the hardest. These are the companies that are tied to manufacturing, construction, and transportation. These are some of the same people that Trump promised he was going to save. With the whole tariff and America First stuff, yeah, not going well. Executives and owners are pointing to the same mix of problems. Inflation, obviously, it's a big problem for everybody. High interest rates that are making it more expensive to borrow and expand, which is why Trump constantly is haranguing Jerome Powell to try to lower the interest rates. But that, of course, could heat up inflation. And so there's a bit of a catch-22 there. But then you also have, in Trump's direct control, his chaotic, ever-fluid tariffs that are blowing up the supply chains and jacking up companies' input prices. This is what happens when you put a bankruptcy artist in charge of trade. He runs the country the same way that he ran his casinos. Just into the ground, putting everything on the table, borrowing like crazy, and pretending that the bill will never come due. It will. I mean, remember how Trump tried to sell his tariffs as this brilliant plan to try to bring back American manufacturing. The idea was slap tariffs on foreign goods, force the companies to make stuff here, and boom, the factories reopen, jobs come back, MAGA hats for everybody. The reality, of course, is that it never really works out that way. Tariffs are actually taxes. They get passed on to businesses. Businesses pass them on to consumers, and it makes things more expensive to build in the U.S. Not less expensive, more expensive. That's what's happening. Companies in manufacturing related sectors, they're getting hammered by higher prices for imported goods or imported parts and raw materials. And of course, there's constant uncertainty about which countries Trump is going to target next. And you also have retaliatory tariffs from other countries that are hitting our exports. I mean, soybeans, that's just one example. The result, of course, is the U.S. has actually lost nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs since Trump got back into office past year. The man who promised to revive American industry instead made it more expensive to do manufacturing in this country. And so now we're watching factories shed jobs and while bankruptcies spike. That's not even to talk about farm bankruptcies, by the way. Now, Trump and his defenders are going to try to spin this as, and they're already doing this. Hassett, for example, it's just short-term pain, but don't worry. It's going to be long-term gain. You know, you're going to eventually see it. Oh, we're going to eventually see it. Is this like a lot like trickle down? Because we got told that it's going to eventually, the wealth is going to trickle down to us someday. But we're still waiting on that. It never will. It never will. And you want to tell that to the workers whose plants are closing, who no longer have jobs. Tell that to the small businesses that cannot take those higher costs and higher interest rates at the same time. Those 717 bankruptcies, these are not people that are on Wall Street, not the fat cats, not the billionaires. They are small and mid-sized companies. Employers in your town. The people actually making and moving things, going under, while Trump's billionaire friends cash in on tax cuts and tax loopholes. Look, inflation and interest rates are real problems. They were real problems before. Okay? They were real problems during the Biden administration as well. But Trump's trade wars took that and poured gasoline on that fire. Especially for industrial and manufacturing businesses that have to import parts, materials, or machinery from foreign countries. This is exactly how Trump operated in his private businesses, where he took on massive risky debt while ignoring basic math. And then, after it all collapsed, he just would act surprised and blame someone else. Joe Biden. Now, the collateral damage, unfortunately, isn't just a casino in Atlantic City. It's an entire sector of the U.S. economy. And perhaps the entire U.S. economy. Really, the only sector that is keeping the country afloat right now is the massive bubble that is AI. And that eventually is going to pop. Now, Democrats have rightly jumped on these numbers, and they should. They should. That's smart. The message from party leadership is, hey, Trump's signature achievement was nothing more than a tax giveaway for billionaires and special interests. True. While, of course, working families and small businesses got squeezed on things like healthcare, food, utilities, and now higher borrowing costs, right? They're not wrong. They're not wrong about that at all. Trump absolutely cemented the Republican Party as a party of the ultra-rich. I mean, they have been for a long time, right? But let's be very real. For a lot of working people, vote blue and the economy is going to be fine is not enough anymore. I mean, you are seeing normie liberals, like, for example, Jennifer Welch, right, and the I've Had It podcast, who, by the way, like, she's saying a lot of things that I agree with as a leftist, okay? Like, you've got these normal lib wine moms that are being absolutely radicalized, and I love to see it. It just sucks that we had to get to this point for that to happen. But hey, I will take it. I will take it. And so when you have normie liberal wine moms that are pissed off and start talking about, going after the bougies, things have gotten bad. And that's where we're at. Things are not fine. And the Democratic Party, the leaders of the Democratic Party, people like Chuck Schumer, well, first need to be replaced. But if you're smart, if you're a smart leader in Washington, and there ain't a lot of those, you would be paying attention to what's going on here and seeing the liberal wine moms and going, oh, God, we need to do something. We need to actually start promoting a real progressive, basically plan, a real left-wing plan for the economy to help, to tax the billionaires, to raise wages, to invest in labor power and raise it up and start working for the workers and not for the donors. And unfortunately, the reason that the Democrats haven't really jumped on that message and or adopted that or really taken that anger and turned it into policy is that they still take donor money. They still sign off on corporate-friendly trade deals and still act like the free market is going to come and save everybody. It's not. It's not. But yes, Democrats keep hammering Trump on his failures. That's great. Use every single one of these numbers. 717 bankruptcies, which will probably continue to go up. 49,000 manufacturing jobs gone. Unemployment rate that's ticking up. The cost of living is still absolutely just horrendous and brutal. But if you do actually want people to believe that you're on their side, okay, for example, Gen Z, saw a disastrous poll about Gen Z and how, yes, they are absolutely, especially Gen Z men who swung for Trump real hard, they're not happy, they're fed up. But they're also fed up with both parties. Democrats, you can get those people. You can get those people by doing what? Economic populism. You can't just sit there and say Trump bad anymore and then go back to brunch. You've got to actually offer some real populist pro-worker alternatives. Not just a slightly kinder version of the same old neoliberal nonsense that got us here in the first place. Look, here's the overall lesson, right? Trump's 6 corporate bankruptcies were not just personal failure stories. They are a blueprint to what he is doing to the entire country. And just like with his casinos, he is not the one who is getting burned. It is the workers. It is the small business owners. It is the communities that are watching jobs disappear and storefronts go dark. Perhaps now people will begin to understand, and I think they are, that any man, not just Trump, but anyone whose entire career has been built on bankrupting companies and then walking away from the ashes, those people should not be trusted with your job, your business, or your democracy. Imagine being a teacher in Kentucky. You voted for Trump because he backs the blue somehow, stands for America, and that he's going to shake things up in Washington, don't you know? And then, of course, you find out that the thing that's getting shaken up happens to be your job, your school, and even your students' futures. Yeah. Hey, buddy, we're talking about a group of Kentucky educators today who pulled the lever for Donald Trump and are now staring down deep cuts to public education, thanks to the very agenda that they helped put in power. Hey, look, this is what owning the libs looks like when the bill comes due. So Kentucky, of course, is Trump country. He wins big margins there, man. A lot of educators, even union members, bought into his message that he is an outsider, that he was gonna drain the swamp and whatever, protect our communities, and then we're gonna stop the transing of the kids and gonna do all that, right? Now, fast forward to that, Republicans at the state and federal level happen to be pushing large tax cuts for the rich, bloated police and prison budgets, culture war nonsense in classrooms, because of course, right? And somehow, after all that, there's just no money left for your kids' schools. Shocker. Funny how that works. Now, here's what these Trump voting educators are waking up to. Districts looking at staff layoffs and hiring freezes. Large class sizes, fewer to report staff, and cutbacks in the arts, music, and special education sectors. Pressure to do more with less, while test scores continue to be weaponized to blame teachers. Voucher and charter schemes that are siphoning scarce public money away into private and religious schools, where you don't actually have to have a real education. 2 plus 2 equals Jesus. Oh, your pass. That's the future conservatives want. But anyway, while MAGA politicians continue to scream about, indoctrination, these schools are indoctrination centers. No, the woke libraries led by these woke librarians and the mob.
Woke mob.
The real indoctrination is teaching children that they are worth less to society than the tax break for a billionaire, like Elon Musk. Now, let's be clear. This is not a random budget accident. It's not an oversight. No. This is part of the Trump and MAGA movement. They love massive tax cuts for the rich and corporations. Yeah. Endless increases for the military, the police, and to ICE, so-called border security. They love the demonization of government, except when it's cops, prisons, or border patrol, or ICE. And they love culture war panic. That helps distract people from the money that is being looted at the top. Look, I think it should be really obvious, but nonetheless, people need to learn this. Turns out you can't just cut revenue, shovel cash to the rich, and bloat the security state without having to cut something else. And that something else always happens to be public goods. Schools, healthcare, infrastructure. Public education happens to be one of the biggest line items in any state budget. Yeah, I know. Now, that happens to make it target number one when austerity comes knocking at your door. And so now you have Kentucky teachers who genuinely believe that Trump would help working class folks. I know. They're looking at pink slips and gutted classrooms. Some are furious, some are confused, and many of them are in denial. And you'll hear things like, I didn't vote for this. I just wanted less waste, fraud, and abuse, man. I thought he supported educators, which is funny because there's nowhere in that campaign that made me believe that he was even interested in, he wasn't even saying things like, I support teachers and education. No, he's like, educated people don't like me for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Okay. But look, this is the part that we've got to say out loud. Y'all did vote for this. I'm going to be super charitable to some of you and say that maybe you didn't intentionally vote for this and maybe you didn't do it with malice, but you did vote for it. When you vote for a movement whose entire economic policy is to give everything to the rich and starve the public sector, this is the logical outcome. The money for billionaire tax cuts has to come from somewhere. And it came from you. It's coming from me. It's coming from all of us. Okay? There is another layer here, though. You see, authoritarian politics, the kind that Trump and MAGA have been pushing for some time, they don't actually thrive in well-funded independent public school systems. I know. Who'd have thunk it, right? Which is why they want underpaid, overworked teachers who have no time or power to resist. They want students to learn nationalism and obedience instead of critical thinking. They want parents so busy trying to survive that they cannot fight back against the attacks against the curriculum. Okay? And they look, defunding public education, which is what they're doing, okay, does double duty for them. It frees up the cash for their donors, of course, and it weakens one of the last big unionized democratic institutions in a lot of communities. An educated population that learns actual history, civics, and science happens to be a direct threat to fascism. So, of course, they have come for the schools. The question now is, okay, well, now that they know, what do these Kentucky educators do with that realization? Well, option one, and this is a pretty easy one, double down. Blame Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe. Blame the immigrants. blame the wokes.
Woke mob.
In the big cities, the teachers, the woke teachers, okay? Blame anyone except for the politicians that are actually writing the budget and the billionaires that are cashing the checks. And by the way, the politicians are also cashing the checks from the billionaire donors. But anyway, option two would be to connect the dots. Generally, you would think teachers to be fairly smart, and a lot of them are. Many of them are. Okay. But, you know, there are some teachers that are conservative, some teachers that are MAGA. I mean, you know, just like there are some union or many union members that are Republicans that are MAGA for some odd reason. I still cannot fathom why, how they were able to you know, balance that contradiction. But anyway, when you connect the dots, all right, if your paycheck, your pension, your classroom, and your students' future are being gutted, okay, maybe the problem isn't the drag queens. It's a drag queen story hour, okay? Maybe it's not critical race theory, black history. Maybe it's not the pronouns, okay? Maybe, just listen here for a second. Maybe the problem here is an economic and political agenda that is built on looting public goods and funneling the profit upward. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. So when you see stories about Kentucky educators who back Trump now fearing deep cuts in education, understand that this is not the bug, it's a feature. Can't vote for a party that openly campaigns on cutting government, small government, massive tax cuts, and privatization, and then act surprised when they come for the public schools. Look, if we want fully funded classrooms, respected teachers, and children who get more than just test prep and police in the hallways, that would require voting for people who actually believe in the institution of public education and not just in using that as a backdrop for ridiculous campaign ads. So Donald Trump just vetoed clean drinking water for about 50,000 people in rural Colorado, many of whom voted for him 3 times because his feelings were hurt. Oh. And Lauren Boebert, one of his loudest MAGA attack dogs, is suddenly discovering what it feels like to be on the wrong end of an authoritarian tantrum. It's almost like she didn't realize that the leopards were also going to come for her face. So, yeah, now let's talk about what America First actually looks like when it's your tap water on the line. So here's what happened. There was a decades-long project in Colorado called the Arkansas Valley Conduit, which is supposed to bring safe drinking water to 39 communities on the Eastern Plain. Very important, right? Right now, the groundwater out there is so bad that, well, these wells will put out salt water and sometimes even water with radioactive contamination, like it's freaking Fallout. By the way, season 2, fantastic. Now, we're talking about people who are turning on the tap and wondering whether or not the water is slowly going to kill them. Okay? Congress, by the way, but both Republicans and Democrats, in a very rare effort of bipartisanship, they got together and passed a bill to fund this project unanimously. I mean, there was no drama here, okay? There was no culture war fighting over this or like, oh, it's too expensive. We don't want to spend money on that. No, it was just a rare moment of, hey, you know what would be a great idea? Not having Americans get, poisoned by radioactive groundwater. Yeah, that would be great. Again, completely non-controversial here. As Lauren Boebert herself said. So what happened? Obviously, Trump vetoed it. Why? Well, his official excuse is that his administration is, quote unquote, committed to preventing American taxpayers from funding expensive and unreliable policies, and that we have to stop taxpayer handouts in order to restore fiscal sanity. This coming from a man who blew up the deficit with tax cuts for billionaires and handed out grift money to pretty much every crooked MAGA friend with a consulting LLC. Suddenly, though, clean drinking water in rural Colorado is where he draws a line on handouts. Are you serious?
Really?
Give me a break. Okay, come on. Now, here's where it gets interesting. And by interesting, I mean petty and authoritarian. Lauren Boebert, who has spent years worshiping this man, is now implying that this was an act of political retaliation. See, recently, Boebert was one of the 4 Republicans, and I give them credit for that, along with soon-to-be former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is stepping down, also on the outs with Trump. They pushed to force the release of the Justice Department's files on Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently, Greene had said that in a phone call to her from Donald Trump, Trump's like, you can't do this because it's going to hurt my friends. It's going to hurt my donors. Oh, okay. So Trump fought against transparency for months and then lost that fight. It's over. And now, the first major veto of his, basically the 2026, the first major veto, is a bill that delivers water to Boebert's own district. The timing is not a coincidence here. So now she put out a statement, and I'm going to paraphrase that, saying, I sincerely hope this veto has nothing to do with political retaliation for calling out corruption and demanding accountability. I feel like I got some bad news for you, Lauren. You built this. Okay, you helped build this. Y'all wanted a president who runs the country like a mob boss. Well, congratulations. You got one. And it's not just Colorado being affected. On the exact same day, Trump vetoed a second bill. This one to spend $14 million protecting an area of the Everglades called the Osceola Camp, where members of the Miccosukee tribe live. That same tribe, by the way, if you're seeing that name is familiar, it is because they have been fighting against Alligator Alcatraz, Trump's makeshift immigrant detention center. Okay, so otherwise known as Alligator Auschwitz. Okay, it's another moniker. Now, Trump's justification for this veto is that the Miccosukee were never authorized to inhabit that area. Whatever happened to sovereignty, folks, especially respecting tribal sovereignty? He also says that he won't support special interests, especially ones that happen to be unaligned with his immigration policies. Okay, so that's what that's about. So if you're an indigenous community that stood up to his brutal immigration agenda, suddenly you're considered to be a special interest who does not deserve basic environmental protections. Again, very clear retaliation, not anything based on policy. Again, these 2 vetoes were his first of 2026. He could have chosen anything, but he chose to deny water to rural Coloradans and deny protection to a land where a native indigenous tribe lives. And again, both of them just happen to involve people who challenged him. And in Colorado, by the way, there's another layer, okay, to this. See, Trump has been vowing revenge on the state because one of his allies, Tina Peters, is still in prison. Peters was a county clerk, of course, who tampered with voting machines after the 2020 election. She is serving 9 years on state charges. 9 years. Now, Donald Trump, he wanted to pardon her. He tried to do that. But, of course, presidential pardons don't touch state crimes. So his pardon is basically worthless because the state of Colorado has the final say. So now he is furious that the state and their Democratic governor does not bow to his will. Absolutely furious. So now, magically, a unanimous water project for 39 communities gets slapped down. And you know what? This is what authoritarianism looks like in practice. Okay? It is not about tanks in the streets, although we did see that. Okay? Stupid parade. Oh my God. No, sometimes authoritarianism is a veto pen targeting clean water because a state decided to enforce its own laws, or because a congresswoman briefly stepped out of line on the Epstein files. Now, Boebert's response here to this is kind of wild, too. She recently told a local station, quote, "Nothing says America first like denying clean drinking water to 50,000 people in Southeast Colorado, many of whom enthusiastically voted for him all 3 elections. But hey, if this administration wants to make its legacy blocking projects that deliver water to rural Americans, that's on them." Whoa! Now, look, she is right about that quote. But she is leaving out the part where she helped create this monster, who of course always has seen his own voters as nothing more than disposable props. Remember, I don't care about you. I just need your vote. Trump does not give a damn if these communities are red or blue. He cares if they are obedient. That's all. The second that you cross him, by demanding transparency on Epstein, or by upholding state law against a convicted election denier, by opposing his cruelty at alligator Alcatraz, you go on the enemies list. And there is a list. And if that means poisoning the well, literally, well, he's totally fine with that. So when MAGA politicians tell you that this is about America first, ask yourself this. Which Americans? Which ones? Because it's clearly not about the 50,000 people on Colorado's Eastern Plains turning on the tap and wondering if the water is safe to drink, safe to bathe their kids in. It's not the Miccosukee tribe who's simply trying to protect their land. It's not the voters who thought that they were backing a strong man who would fight for them, and are now learning that he's going to happily hurt them in order to prove a point, whatever point that is. This is why democracy matters. This is why the rule of law matters. Okay? Because when one man gets to decide who deserves clean water based on how personally loyal they are to him, that's not a republic anymore. That's a mob protection racket. Oh, nice water you got there. Be a shame if something happened to it. If you live in Colorado, or you just care about what happens when you hand this level of power to a vindictive egomaniac, pay attention to whether Republican leaders in Congress make an attempt to override this veto. Remember, the bill passed unanimously. So the question, of course, is, will they be willing to actually stand up to Trump for their own constituents? Or will they allow their voters to continue to drink radioactive water in order to avoid death threats and based on bad tweets? I guess we'll see. Well, most of the media is busy replaying Trump's latest word salad or gaffe or, the weird spots on his hands. Here's what actually changed in your real life a couple of days ago. Millions of Americans are getting hit with a stealth health insurance hike. No repeal vote, no big Obamacare is dead moment, just the Affordable Care Act subsidies quietly expiring on January 1st. And your premiums jumping by, in many cases, hundreds of dollars a month. That sticker shock that you are seeing on healthcare.gov and your state marketplace, it is not a glitch. It is, policy. It is policy. 2 days ago, the enhanced ACA subsidies that the Democrats passed during the COVID pandemic and extended once in the Inflation Reduction Act, because it turns out healthcare was already at that point unaffordable for many. So yes, it got extended. Well, now that expired because Congress, which is controlled by Republicans, never renewed them. So now the extra help that made coverage actually somewhat affordable for millions of low and middle income people is now gone. It's gone.
Bing, 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 boom, it's gone.
And now the bill is landing directly in your lap. Not a good place for it. So let's be clear about what has changed. Those temporary boosts did a couple of big things. For one, it increased the size of the tax credits for people that are already getting help. Okay. And it also expanded eligibility to more middle income folks who used to make too much for the subsidies, but still could not afford decent coverage. As of January 1st, we have gone back to the old, weaker subsidy rules. If you were just over the old cutoff, you may now get absolutely no help at all. Now, if you were getting the enhanced help, that just shrank, sometimes by hundreds of dollars a month. So when you log in to renew your plan, or choose a new one, and suddenly your premium explodes, that's Congress. That's not the insurer randomly gouging you more than usual. I mean, yes, let's be fair. The ACA is a giveaway to health insurance companies. Okay. But here's the thing. This current system is not good. Okay. And me coming in to say that, hey, maybe we should have, extended those subsidies again is not defending the broken healthcare system that we have. Oh, no. We need single payer and we need it now. Okay. What I'm saying is that the help, what little help existed in the form of these enhanced subsidies has just significantly shrunk. And that is a problem. Here's what that looks like on the ground. According to numbers from CBS and what they walked through in their analysis and what those same analysts had warned us about, older Americans in the ACA marketplace are seeing some of the biggest jumps. Now, they already had higher base premiums, of course. So losing the enhanced subsidies for them is absolutely brutal. Working in middle-class families who don't get employer coverage, for example, restaurant workers, gig workers, small business owners, independent contractors like myself, we're getting hammered. People in high-premium rural and red state markets are seeing the worst of it. Now, if you're on an ACA plan, you may already be downgrading from a gold or silver plan to some high-deductible bronze trash. Just keep your monthly bill somewhat under control. I mean, why do you think the Trump administration has brought back junk insurance plans? Or, you might be dropping your dental vision or even your mental health coverage, which, I mean, in these days, dropping your mental health coverage, probably not the best thing. But then again, neither is having to drop any of your coverage. All of this is bad. Or, of course, you might be doing this. Saying, screw it, I can't afford it, and then just going uninsured, right? Raw dogging it through life, which unfortunately, that's what I have to do, okay? Because the prices are just simply impossible. And this is exactly what nonpartisan groups like Kaiser have been warning about. Millions of people facing massive premium hikes of hundreds of dollars a month or losing their coverage outright, okay? The second these subsidies vanished, I mean, and that's what happened. They vanished. Okay. We were warned. So who did this? I think the answer here is pretty obvious. Okay. Democrats passed the enhanced subsidies in the first place. They extended them once and they introduced bills to extend them again. But Republicans opposed it every step of the way. They blocked making the help permanent. They refused to move when the clock was ticking down. They didn't have to repeal the ACA. All they had to do was just sit on their hands. Let the enhanced subsidies die and then shrug when people's premiums spiked. This is passive sabotage. Repeal by neglect. And you know what's coming next. Same Republicans like Mike Johnson who let this happen are going to go on Fox News and are going to complain Obamacare premiums are out of control without mentioning that they just yanked away one of the things that actually made it somewhat affordable. But let's connect this to the larger MAGA project. You see, Trump and his allies never dropped their dream of gutting and getting rid of the ACA. They just got smarter on how to do it. I'm not saying Trump got smarter, but people like Russell Vought, for example, the Project 2025 people, they got smarter about how they're going to do it. No big repeal vote that people can rally against, just letting the key supports quietly expire, starving the system of help. It's the same play they use in a lot of these programs. Push people back into junk plans or out of coverage entirely, and then use the chaos that ensues as proof that the government healthcare don't work, except that this isn't actually government healthcare. This is government money going to private healthcare. Project 2025, Agenda 47, all that think tank white paper nonsense points in the same direction for healthcare. Deregulate, privatize, and shift the cost from the government to individuals. In plain English, you will pay more, corporations keep more. Okay? 2 days ago was one of those first shift the cost to you milestones. And it's not an accident, it's a strategy. Now, I know there's a chunk of this audience that does not trust the Democratic establishment. Trust me, I'm there. I agree with you. I do not trust them either. They are often way too timid, way too slow, and way too allergic to saying universal health care out loud. And that's because they're being paid by these health insurance companies. And a lot of times, Democrats, I believe, are paid to lose. Okay, that said, when you're talking about this specific thing, you have one side that wrote and extended the enhanced subsidies. One side tried to make them permanent. And the other side said no, repeatedly, without any plan to do anything about rising premiums or healthcare at all. They had no plan, just concepts. Look, and it's not because the other side is pushing for better health insurance. Republicans are not. They're pushing for worse. You know that. To go back to the bad old days. You don't have to love Democrats. I know I don't. To recognize who at least attempted to keep your premiums from exploding and who is fine letting the market crush you. And the fact that Democrats are not using this to push for single payer, in my mind, is complete political malpractice. But malpractice is quite different from sabotage. Okay, so what now? Well, from here, a few things are going to happen. Okay, as people renew their plans this month, the political pain becomes real, very fast. Some will quietly absorb these higher premiums, cutting other parts of their budget, if they have anything left. Others are going to downgrade their coverage, or they're going to drop out of the market. And of course, you also have that death spiral to worry about now. That means more medical debt, more GoFundMe campaigns for basic care, more people skipping out on their medications. I mean, it's all disaster everywhere. But watch how the right wing is going to spin it. They're going to blame Biden inflation, Obamacare bureaucracy, government overreach. Gotta get big government out of healthcare. In fact, you already have one man on social media who is blaming Obama. There it is. Oh, my insurance is going up. Thanks, Obama's. Really? Obama. Anything except for accepting the simple truth. The fact that Republicans refused to keep the enhanced subsidies in place, while the Democrats refused to do the one thing that would actually solve the healthcare crisis when they actually had a chance, and that was pass single payer. Voters in rural America are now saying the quiet part out loud. I can't afford this. Food pantry lines are growing in deep red counties. Gas and grocery bills are still absolutely brutal. And the people who chanted "Make America Great Again" are suddenly realizing, great again for who exactly? So let's talk about what happens when MAGA economics meets reality. Out in rural towns across America, especially in places that went hard for Trump, you've got working class folks doing everything right by conservative standards, right? They work, they voted against the elites. They backed the billionaire who said that he understands, gets the forgotten American worker. And now that same worker is lining up at a food bank because they can't afford their groceries. People like 68-year-old Terry, who said this, quote, "The cost of groceries is too high. Every time we go to Walmart, it's over $100 a week." Bro, I hear you. Right? I'm spending about the same. So trust me, I get it. He adds, and health insurance charges are outrageous. Very important fact to know that Republicans did nothing to prevent your health insurance premiums from spiking. Okay. Now, Amy Barros, chief executive of the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina, says the partners are reporting annual increases of demand of between 30 to 60%. Food banks. She said, quote, "This is the highest we've seen in nearly 2 decades, even higher than the peak of the pandemic." Much, much higher than during the plague. Okay? And Tricia Cunningham of the North Texas Food Bank notes that middle-class families are having to show up to those food banks too, and not to volunteer. She says, quote, "They're in the same house, they have the same car, but their insurance has gone up. Their rent has gone up. Their grocery costs have gone up." All of these things are true, and yet Trump is out there still claiming that we defeated inflation, all this talk about affordability. It's a Democrat hoax. Democrat hoax. Not real. Really? Well, just tell that to the people who are looking at their receipts for groceries, staples like cereal, milk, bread, eggs, etc., and asking, how in the hell is this still going up while my paycheck isn't? One rural voter put it pretty perfectly here, saying inflation is off the chart and wages aren't going up. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. Again, this is not a lefty think tank, okay, or I should say a neoliberal or liberal think tank. No, this is a Trump voter who is tired of choosing between gas, groceries, and his medications. Look, here's the core problem. Donald Trump and his MAGA movement, they sold people a story, not a plan, not even concepts of a plan. They promised, don't worry, all you have to do is reelect the businessman, and he's going to go back to running America like a big company, and then we're going to be all super happy and very, very wealthy, and it's going to trickle down. But what they didn't say is what company that would be. Amazon. And you're not the CEO. You're not Jeff Bezos, okay? You are the warehouse worker with no benefits having to piss in bottles. Okay, that's where you're at. Or you're a Mar-a-Lago worker who gets stiffed on their paycheck. That's the reality. Look, Trump's economic agenda has always been, and we saw this during the first term, and now the first year of his second term. Tax cuts for corporations and the ultra-wealthy. It's the very first thing they did in both terms. Okay, very first signature legislation is cutting taxes for the wealthy. Deregulation for giant corporations. And for everyone else, you just get a buttload of culture war distractions and a tax on countries like Venezuela. Okay? Look, you don't lower people's cost of living by shoveling money upwards and telling people, oh, if are things going up, it must be the woke baristas. Must be the immigrants. Yes, or the drag queens. Okay, they're responsible for the price of milk going up. No, you lower the cost of living by like raising wages, strengthening labor unions, labor power, bringing down the cost of healthcare, housing, and drugs, prescription drugs, while stopping corporations from price gouging the very people who have no other options. MAGA and Republicans in Congress have fought every one of those ideas and then turn around and say, why is everything so expensive? As if they weren't like cheering for the politicians writing that corporate wish list and then enacting it, voting for it. Look, one of the most telling lines that you'll hear from some of these rural Trump voters is basically, oh, you know the wealthy guys in charge don't even know what groceries cost? Oh, really? Tell me more about that. How out of touch rich people are. It's not like people on the left haven't been saying that for a very, very long time. Okay, and of course they're right. Finally, you finally get it. You understand it. Congratulations, you've caught on. Here's the thing, though. Trump and his billionaire buddies, the right-wing think tank crowd, these people do not stand in the cereal aisle. Okay, debating whether they can afford name brand cereal this week. Okay, is it Post or Multi-Meal? Okay, is it General Mills or Great Value? Okay, what are we gonna get this week? Or are we just gonna skip the whole thing? But wait a minute, I thought breakfast was supposed to be the most important meal of the day. Yeah, but you can't afford it. You can't afford it. Look, these people, they don't know what it's like to see your rent go up while your paycheck flatlines, okay? But they are very, very good, very, very good at weaponizing anger, okay? They want you pissed off, just not at them. So they point you at the Democrats. Well, by the way, they've got their own problems, okay? But they point you at the Democrats, they point you at things like Black Lives Matter, migrants, trans children, anyone, literally anyone but the corporations that are raising the prices and the politicians who are protecting those corporations. The only time that they will actually go after companies is just to call them woke. Meanwhile, the people who actually feel the squeeze, the rural workers, retirees on fixed incomes, grandma and grandpa, young families, they're the ones showing up at the pantries saying, I never thought I'd be here. Well, you are. Here's where it gets interesting politically. The economic pain that people are feeling right now, it does not care who you voted for. It doesn't care what hat you were wearing during the election, okay? Grocery store clerk is not going to give you a discount because you voted to help the corporation, okay? Voting for their tax cuts, all right? The electric company is going to send you a smaller bill because you hate the libs and you allowed these oil companies and coal companies to drill baby drill. They're not going to do that. They're not going to pass any savings down to you. And some of these voters are starting to realize this. They're starting to realize things like the fact that the culture war hasn't lowered the rent. The border hysteria didn't reduce any of their medical debt, which is a uniquely American problem. And that screaming about the woke didn't put more food on the table, okay? A lot of these folks, obviously, they're not going to suddenly become Democrats or liberals or anything like that. No, but they are getting less loyal to the Republican Party that keeps on cashing in on their votes and ignoring their reality. This is why you're seeing more rural frustration. It's also why you're seeing Gen Z, especially men, young Gen Z men who went hard for Trump in this last election. You're seeing them abandon both parties, okay? Abandoning the Republican Party, obviously, but also the Democratic Party, who hasn't really fought that much to solve these very problems. And so now you're seeing more of these people saying, this is not working. I can't afford this. I can't afford to live. Look, the real choice in front of voters, rural, urban, whatever, is pretty simple. Okay. Do we want a government that continues to do PR for corporations and billionaires? Or do we want one that actually does things like raise wages, crack down on corporate price gouging, expand healthcare, not gut it, and invest in rural communities instead of using them as a backdrop for rallies? Look, as far as the Democrats are concerned, there are a lot of Democrats that are not doing that, but there are some that are. And that's important. It's important to get involved in primaries and to vote for the Democrats who actually will not take corporate money, because they do exist. It's just they get drowned out by APAC money. They get drowned out by establishment politicians like your Nancy Pelosi's, okay? So vote in these primaries and vote for progressives, democratic socialists, and people like that, okay? But here's the thing, getting back to MAGA. This really shows you what MAGA means in practice, okay? It means that you get the rage while the billionaires get the money. And when the bill comes due, you're going to be the ones standing in that food pantry line saying to people, why can't I afford this? If this video helped you cut through the BS and see what is really happening, then smash that like button. Every single like pushes back against the right-wing propaganda machine. I can't do this work without your support. So please check out my Patreon. Link is in the description of this video. For a few bucks a month, you can help keep this channel independent from corporate BS. So hit subscribe, hit that notification bell, and let's keep fighting for democracy and against fascism together.
Hello, 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 everybody. I didn't realize I was still muted. Hopefully you're all doing all right today. Usually I come in and I say good morning and good evening, and it's not particularly a good morning or particularly a good evening. It has been a wild couple of days. Now, excuse any background noise you might be able to hear. It is uncomfortably hot here. Down under, I mean, like the last 2 days, it was hitting 113 degrees Fahrenheit where I live. Generally above like triple digits, well into the hundreds. Today it's a bit less, but it's also incredibly humid, so forgive me for that. I have like 7 fans on in here and all of that. But I suppose we'll jump right into it. Now, there's 2 main topics I wanted to cover today. I may not actually have time for one of them, being the Iranian uprising, which it very much looks like Iran could fall at any given moment at this point. But not our priority. We're going to focus on that, if we can, after we talk about the United States. If at the very least, you should feel comfortable that the United States, even though we are threatening movement against Iran, will not be doing that today because there is no U.S. carrier in the region right now. The carrier that is normally in the region is in the Caribbean, and so we would need to get the carrier into the region, though we have sent quite a few flights over there. What's up, meaty doctors? All right, so jumping right to it. We all know about Renee Good. However, what we don't know about is the 2 people that ICE just shot in Portland. Is the oil market up? No, the oil market is down because OPEC is flooding the market with oil, crashing oil prices in order to drive away their competition like U.S. oil companies. But let's jump right into Portland and see what has happened. So this is like within the last hour. Why do we have no audio? Oh yes, that's because I haven't set the thing up to produce the audio. Thank you, Nick.
Again, according to Portland police, just before 2:30, officers received information that a man had been calling for help in this area, and they responded, found a male
Jesus,
and a
okay.
female with
Sorry about that.
apparent gunshot wounds. Again, police and officers on scene worked to give people medical aid during this incident before they were transferred to area hospitals. Again, their conditions right now are still unknown.
Information as we can in the meantime. Okay, Christina, thank you.
Yeah, I am very curious what their condition is. Let's check like an actual video. This just happened, so still catching up myself. As you can see, like within the last hour.
Local and federal sources tell ABC News that federal agents shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon. We're learning that the circumstances right now are a little unclear, but the FBI is responding. The agents who shot, we're told, are with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The FBI will be investigating and lead as the lead agency. I want to bring in ABC News'
I'd like to note that, by the way, the FBI, and specifically Kash Patel, has taken sole investigative rights over, or jurisdiction over the shooting of Renee Good, not allowing the state to actually investigate. However, I did see a report from one jurisdiction within the state saying that they did have the jurisdiction and were going to conduct their own investigation. I've yet to confirm that one. Soulless husks taking away precious souls. Well, I mean, like, yeah, that's kind of their whole thing.
Alex Stone, who is tracking the developments here. And Alex, I recognize that a lot of this is still very, very fluid. But what can you...
There is no law in the United States unless you have less than $1 billion or don't work for someone who has $1 billion or more.
Tell us so far.
Yeah, generally, what we know at this point, Alex, is a short time ago, and the FBI is responding right now, that they will be the ones investigating this, that it was a shooting involving federal agents from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, not ICE, in the Portland area, and that there was a man and a woman, we're told, who were shot. They are being transported right now. There was a city council meeting that was going on for the Portland City Council. They have a...
Jesus Christ, it is getting heated. Apparently a car just ran over a protester in Minneapolis as well.
Abruptly ended that or put that on hold right now. This is all unfolding at this point, but a shooting has occurred, Alex.
They likely were a couple. Let me see if I can play this clip of the protester getting run over. I'm gonna assume, like, no, unless it's not particularly graphic. Okay, yeah, I can show that one. It's not that bad. It should not cause an issue with YouTube, so let's have a look. This just happened.
Who voted for Trump, and they completely disown that. They don't believe in that anymore. The Republican Party.
Whoa. Seeing. Whoa!
Yep, like, very much just running over the protester. Every accusation is a confession of the weaponized cars. Yeah, that tracks. Thank you for the live coverage. You're very welcome, Cucker Tarleson. Also, love the name. Now, continuing on, I would just like to remind you guys that Renee Good is not the first instance of ICE shooting an American citizen, let alone a non-American citizen. She is the 9th documented U.S. citizen who's been shot by ICE. This is like the 50th time overall. What you guys don't understand is the clips that we see are them on their best behavior. Go, like, ask some people who live in Chicago, in LA. Whenever there is an ICE raid in an area and bodies are found afterward, like generally bodies that won't make the news, they're found with like hollow point round wounds. So, like, yeah. This is, again, the 9th documented time that they have shot a U.S. citizen alone. And again, documented.
The killing of Renee Good was at least the 9th time federal immigration officers have fired on people since September.
Since September, mind you, not even like 9th in general. Thank you, Democracy Now! For that. Now we're just gonna, go through some links about the whole shooting of Renee Good, and we'll be checking for updates on the Portland one as we go. But first, to start off with, here is a resident of Minneapolis, a self-proclaimed right-leaning resident, eyewitness, in fact. And let's see what this right-leaning individual has to say about the event that he witnessed.
Around 8:30 this morning, I was just getting up and I heard a bunch of commotion and whistling outside, and then I heard bang, 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 3 shots. I went to go look out the window, and it looked like there was a Honda over there that crashed, and I found out it was an observer that got shot and killed, and I saw them carry it. I got a bunch of video of them carrying the body to the ambulance and stuff. So it was an observer that got shot at an ICE raid of the house next door.
I'm sure that was a scary thing to witness.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty right-leaning, but seeing this is not what you need to do. This is not how to do it. It's not how we're supposed to do things around here in America.
I mean, congrats to this right-leaning individual who is breaking out of the cult thinking. Now, I'd like you to go quite a bit further than that, but I'll take any progress.
So,
What was how many agents and other people were here when that happened?
when it first started, there was maybe 20, but now there's hundreds, and then they got everybody out. So it's kind of crazy right now.
What's it been like seeing all of this?
Kind of scary. I lived during the riots in 2020, so it's kind of paralleling.
By the way, speaking of 2020 and Black Lives Matter, notice how Renee Good was shot to death 600 meters away from where George Floyd was murdered by the police. Now, granted, this wasn't the police, but it was law enforcement.
That right now is kind of same feeling.
Hoping it doesn't.
Hoping it doesn't, but it's getting a little rowdy.
Continuing on, I would just like to remind you guys that we only got this news just 2 days ago. This is the ICE agent that was caught in Chicago off duty with the SS tattoo.
Dude, where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit. Yeah, get the fuck in your truck and get the fuck out of this. Dude, where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit.
These are the ICE agents that are on the street. These are the ones who are coming to kill you and your family. These are the ones who are being told that they have absolute immunity and can do whatever they like with 0 consequences. It's these people, specifically. Well, I mean, I say people, not quite, but...
Yeah, get the fuck in your truck and get the fuck out of this city, dog. Dude, I mean it, bro. Don't make me fucking get on the phone and start calling people.
Which,
I'll have
by the way, this is the bare minimum how you speak to these things.
city come down here and take you the fuck apart.
Dude, I'm not even from nowhere around. We just come
Fuck
through.
off, Nazi. Get in your truck and leave. Your whole fucking crew, Nazis?
No, man, we're not even from here.
Where the rest of them at?
Texas.
Yeah?
No, they're not.
Go back to fucking Texas.
Dude, I had this done years ago.
I know, and it's still on your fucking face,
Because
bro.
I ain't had no
I
time
seen
to
that
change
before. I seen your fucking eyes, dog. Get the fuck out of my city, or I will fucking end you. Look at
that
this.
is how you're treating these Nazis with anything less than this level of contempt is complacency.
Fucking Nazi piece of fucking shit walking down fucking Lindale, bro. Yeah, get the fuck on. I see you, doggy. You're not gonna fucking last long in this fucking city, cunt boy.
Based and red-pilled. Now, mind you, I've been seeing quite a lot of messaging, specifically around even people who are anti-ICE, claiming that this shooting, the shooting of Renee Good, was a result of poor training, that these ICE agents are not trained, and that's why they act like this. No. Nothing to do with the training. Jonathan Ross, the name of the agent who shot Renee Good in the face and killed her, is a Minneapolis resident and a 10-year veteran of enforcement and removal operations, special response team. This is a guy who has done this job for 10 years. He is well trained. This is their training. This is just how they are. ICE equals the Proud Boys plus the KKK. Well, plus, like, all the other Nazi groups. Patriot Front, Blood Tribe, Oath Keepers, and all of that from back in the day. But yeah, this is the guy. He's not untrained. He's very much trained. He's a bailiff? I suppose, yeah. Now, again, on top of this, I know that you guys don't necessarily need me to fact-check the claim that this agent was nearly ran over and barely survived and had to go to the hospital. I know you don't need me to discredit that claim, but I mean, just look at the dude walking after he executed this woman. What's up, Shufapoof?
The agent who fired the shots walks up to the vehicle, then walks away, telling other agents to
Yeah,
call
definitely looking
911.
like he's very injured and in need of a hospital. How could he have? He barely survived, apparently.
Then walks away, telling other agents to call 911. As I said, Homeland Security.
But wait, hold on. This officer's the officer that the president said was he was surprised he stayed alive.
Right.
And he's probably in the hospital right now. He doesn't look to be fine.
Even MSNBC is like, nah, that's bullshit. I'm just so comforted by the soft boot of Ice Daddy Miller on my neck, it warms my goggles to know that we are safe from the scourge of the brown, homeless, and disabled. Yeah. Basically, that is what the right thinks of, though. Like, that is almost one-to-one verbatim the thought process of these people. Wave of fucked upness washing over him. No fucked upness. This dude is so comfortable.
Yeah,
the thing is, that's what I mean. This is a man who has done this before. This is not the first person that he's executed. Do you see how nonchalant he is? I have seen soldiers look less relaxed after killing somebody.
The agent who fired the shots walks up to the vehicle, then walks away, telling other agents to call 911. As I said,
That's not somebody who is under any distress. That is somebody who has done this before and is planning to do this again. And yeah, you're not wrong, Chubacoover. That's why you're not going to see a real autopsy report. Now, continuing on, did you guys know? I'm sure some of you did. Like, this has been all over the place. These murderers. Now, mind you, all of these agents are murderers. The guy who actually shot Renee in the face, he is a murderer. Every single one of them is also a murderer for refusing to let a doctor come and treat her. They needed her to die so she couldn't speak. I mean, I can't say I didn't call it using a Iraq war vet. Tracks.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now!
Can I go check a pulse? No, back up now. Yeah, all of these people are murderers. Every single one of them murdered this woman.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS.
I don't care that you're a physician.
Come on, I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
Thank you. I was also going to ask, where the fuck are they then? Because there isn't any medics on scene. They are waiting for her to die. They claimed that they called an ambulance and medics. They never showed up.
How can I relax? You just killed my fucking neighbor! You caught butter in the fucking face! You killed my fucking neighbor! How do you show up to work every day? How the fuck do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors, you're stealing my neighbors, what the fuck, man?
That's because they're demons. They can do this every day because this is what they take joy from. Check out standard police training on standing in front of a car. Oh, yeah, no. Legally speaking, if the law mattered, which it doesn't in the United States, legally speaking, the officer had zero right to shoot. It is, like, even within the current government's stated laws, still didn't have the jurisdiction to shoot there. Now, however, I will put a comma there. Unfortunately, this ICE agent had every right to shoot this woman in the face and kill her. They do actually have immunity. In fact, like, this entire situation reeks of NSPM 7. And I'm not the only one saying it. Here's it from Ken Klippenstein. ICE's killing of an unarmed American citizen, Renee Nicole Good, in Minneapolis has NSPM 7 written all over it, as well as related Pam Bondi memo ordering the feds to see any interference of ICE agents as a terrorist threat. Yeah, like, laws don't matter here. Obviously. The laws only matter if they are being utilized against us, but technically, both they are allowed to kill her, but also they're not, like, the justification they gave doesn't work. He felt like he was under threat. Specifically, I think it's USC 8 is the law that specifically would say, no, you can't shoot unless there is literally no other option. Like, you have to move out of the way instead. She wasn't going fast enough to shoot. But it doesn't matter, because they do actually just have immunity. And mind you, like, as we saw, they're lying about trying to, block a doctor, any paramedic from giving Renee any medical attention. But then they go on TV, on Fox News, and then they say this shit. Just entire opposite world. Every accusation is a confession.
Tell me what your reaction to that interaction is, Trisha.
Well, my understanding is the facts, that individual and as well as Governor Tim Walz do not have the facts. Immediately, our officers got medics. There was an ambulance on the scene.
Where? Where was the ambulance? There is video footage. Why are you lying so badly? There was no ambulance on the scene. There has been people from the moment the event happened up until currently, at this very moment, like right there. I have cited 8 USC 1357 and 8 CFR 287.8A, or what regulate this interaction. Yeah. Fair enough. And both of those, like, I have seen those. You showed me that yesterday, Buncor. Like, they don't allow this kind of violence in response to a person driving at you. Not to say that she very clearly wasn't. But again, it doesn't matter, because they can just fucking kill you.
Which is where the individual was pronounced dead, no pulse, but that individual was immediately given aid. And I do want to say any loss of life is an absolute tragedy, and we do pray for the deceased and her family, and as well, of course, for our officer and all affected in this situation.
Tell me what you're...
Like, they're just lying. They're lying so badly. She was very clearly moving out of the way. Well, like, not even just that. Like, she was moving out of the way. But she was also legitimately just following the orders of the agents there. They were telling her to move, so she started to move. And then they shot her for moving. Like, she was following instructions, mind you. We're gonna take a deeper look into the protests once we cover all the stories and all of that. But I just did want to touch in because there is nationwide protesting happening right now, both in Minneapolis and, like, again, nationwide. And she yelled out of her window, "Go ahead." Yeah, literally.
Protest here in Minneapolis this morning, as there was last night, outside what's the headquarters of Customs and Border Patrol, known essentially as ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. And you can just see basically the remnants of it behind me now. It's starting to break down. It's reasonably small. They're facing off against a similarly sized number of Border Patrol officers. It wasn't like that this morning. At the beginning of the day, there was a larger number of protesters. They were dispersed with pepper balls and gas, and in fact, the remnants of it are still on the road up there. You can still smell it. They're still very noisy, and it is very, very tense. Although it's relatively peaceful at the moment. There have been a few arrests. Officers have come in and taken some people in and out, but I think state officials, at least, and city officials would...
We're going to take a deeper look into this because it's not as black and white as they're making it out to be. There are agitators and instigators showing up there, specifically from the right. It's pretty bad. But, like, before we go any further, I need you to understand the mentality of the government right now. Because this came out today. In a wide-ranging interview with the New York Times, President Trump declared that his power as commander-in-chief is limited only by his own morality, suggesting that international law, treaties, and other traditional constraints do not restrict his ability to use the military, economic, and political power. Now, he is correct about that. Like, generally, yeah. No, he's the only... his morality is what is stopping this. Well, that and his bosses tell him, no, you can't do that one. Generally, I would imagine... they do that. Though I feel like, knowing Trump, they would just try and avoid that altogether by just directing him away from where they don't want him. But consider that. Keep that in mind as we keep looking at what is happening in this country right now, because obviously that does tie in. Now, following the murder of Renee Good, ICE in Minneapolis then went to go terrorize a high school, as they do. Imagine a school having to go into lockdown because of terroristic law enforcement nearby. They really are terrorists. I mean, I've been saying this since... what was it, June or July last year, whenever LA happened. ICE is a terrorist organization. ICE should free the hostages. All of these states and cities have a right to defend themselves, and from the Pacific to the Atlantic, America should be free. June, thank you. And remember June the 26th, I believe it was. June 6th, thank you. These are monsters. These are all literally like demons and monsters. Now, continuing on, an official from Roosevelt High School in Minneapolis told NPR News that armed U.S. Border Patrol officers came into the school property during dismissal on Wednesday, began tackling people, they handcuffed 2 staff members, and then released chemical weapons on the bystanders. So, you know, I wanted to remember the names, Elijah McClain, George Floyd, and so many more. I mean, you should. And again, just a reminder, George Floyd was murdered 600 meters away from where Renee Good was murdered. And I'd like to remind you all that after George Floyd was murdered, we had 20 million people out in the streets in this country. It sure seems to me like they're getting better at sedating us. But here's them, you know, tackling people at this school and gassing the bystanders.
Oh!
What's up, Orlando? Yep. Continue on. Continue on.
Are you a bear tackle down in football, bitch?
They literally just killed someone.
Where kill you?
Fuck you. Guys, let's
Fuck you. Motherfucking murderer.
You guys gotta go.
Sorry, I had to bring the cat on screen just because, you know, of how horrific what's on screen is. What if those snowballs had a gun? Think of the children. Well, I mean, yeah. Those canisters hurt so much when they hit you. Yeah, they could kill you as well, mind you. And again, like, these are chemical weapons. This is a school. See, the gas that they release, the CN and CS gas, you do realize that harms your fertility. It can cause permanent damage in your lungs. It can cause chemical burn as well. There have been multiple instances of schools having to demand ICE move their staging areas away because they're literally poisoning the people in the schools. To the point where tear gas used in a war setting is a war crime. But used domestically for policing, that's perfectly fine. No issue with that whatsoever. Pro-life? Yeah, well, I mean, they're only pro-life until the baby is out of the uterus so that they can enslave it, unfortunately. Now, moving forward, just from the Minnesota Star Tribune, one of the residents of the community, Renee Good's mother, saying specifically that her daughter was not a part of any protest movement. She was an observer. She was a legal observer of ICE. Not to say that matters much. She was a nice person. She was compassionate, all that, which tracks. Now, one thing that made me very, very upset, more so than the actual shooting itself, is first off, this is reportedly Renee's wife.
They don't. She was in the car with her, bro. Or she tried to save her or something. Somebody. Hey, was you riding with her?
Did you call any of your people yet? Hurts
Did you call
a lot.
Any of your people yet?
Because her response is, I'm new here, I don't have people. She was in the middle of her driveway. I mean, yeah, it's likely that she pulled out of the driveway, stayed to watch ICE, got pulled over, got killed. No, not even that. See, the reason that Renee Good was where she was is because an ICE agent's fucking car got stuck in the snow. That's why she was there. And what's worse is, reportedly, I have seen some on this, but it seems like they are trying to take their kid away from the remaining parent. Like, Renee Good's child was born to a previous marriage, and they're trying to take her away from her mother now, her one remaining mother. Reportedly, it was her ex-husband had to be the one who picked up the kid from school.
This murder today was a lesbian. Renee Good was a lesbian. And the reason that this matters is because, number one, her wife was in the car with her when it happened. Number two, shortly after, her wife gave a distraught interview to a reporter in which she mentioned, we have a 6-year-old who's in school right now. I have to go pick our 6-year-old up from school. After this, the child's grandfather gave an interview to the news. This would either have been Renee's father or the father of that child's biological father. It's unclear from the context clues. That child's grandfather gave an interview to the news in which he said,
I mean, yeah, Shade Dragon, also not to mention that, under NSPM 7, it's kind of domestic terrorism and extremism to think that gay people deserve to have children, and that, a lesbian mother should be able to, I don't know, continue raising her kid after the other mother is killed by law enforcement.
I'm going to have to fly to Minneapolis to pick up my grandchild who has nobody left. There's nobody left for them. That child's other mother is still there. She's still there. That child was in a stable, loving, married 2-parent home, and the second parent is still there. That child's grandfather is now clearly intent on trying to rip the child away from their remaining mother after they lost their other mother today. This is why it matters that Renee Good was a lesbian. Because if she hadn't been, this situation would not be happening. This is the...
Well, I mean, they likely still would have killed her, but, yeah, the taking her kid away thing is partially because she's a lesbian, And the other reason is because they're calling her a terrorist, which is in accordance with NSPM 7. And I mean, like, they have to. They have to maintain that narrative, which involves doing every kind of soulless, horrible thing that they can to this woman's family. Because, I mean, like, if they don't, it makes it quite a little bit harder for them to paint that picture. Now, God, I hate this part of the stream. We get to listen to one of the worst people in the country. So let's take a look at what J.D. Vance said today in his press conference. I have a couple clips from this. So first and foremost, starting off,
CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago.
I sure hope the car was okay.
33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him?
Oh, he's a little bit sensitive, is he? Oh my God, he was sensitive. That's why he shot her 3 times in the face. Yeah, of course, yeah. Let's see what else he's got to say. Let's see. It was the left's fault. Yep, there's that. Tracks.
Is that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. America, what that...
Yes, going to pick your children up from school is attacking, doxing, and, I don't know, whatever the hell else he said. That's totally true. Not entirely made up nonsense whatsoever. What else we got? Oh, we're going door to door, huh? Thanks. That's helpful.
Or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? Of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them.
We're going door to door to look for the undesirables. And we're not allowed to call these guys Nazis? Yeah, sure. Mind you, insane that I still have to answer that rhetoric. Someone got mad at me yesterday because I was calling these ICE agents who murdered this woman a Nazi, and someone who's a liberal was like, can you not use the word Nazi? You're offending Jewish people. To which point I just wanted to scream.
From the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security.
No, he wasn't placed on administrative leave. He wasn't. And again, not a bad trained ICE officer. That's not the cause of this. Dude spent 10 years doing this job.
And they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been...
Everyone should pray for the agent that murdered that woman on camera. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his
Yes,
leg.
ICE officers get trained, Shade Dragon. They get trained in Israel. MX Glitchmaster? See, normally I would have spent some time, I don't know, making a point about why he's lying, about, like, you know, how the video shows very clearly that the vehicle wasn't being weaponized, all of this. Instead, I'm going to do something else. Let's just finish this clip, and I'll show you what I'm going to do instead.
Guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things.
Not only is he a murderer, every single person in that squad was a murderer. Actually, Shufa Poofer, the reason that Jewish people feel safe under this administration is one word, and it starts with a Z. So, you know, do with that what you will. This is what a weaponized vehicle actually looks like, from the perspective of an ICE agent, actually.
Work, baby.
Notice how they're laughing as well.
Really? On the freeway?
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. We might be right in the shit right here.
Oh, man. Nice work, dude.
Let's see what else we got, because I can show you a couple instances of what a weaponized vehicle actually looks like. Sure, I doubt Vance is telling the truth. Oh yeah, no, he's overtly lying. But, like, still, makes an important point here to show what actually is, I don't know, considered a weaponized vehicle. Now, again, all vehicles, cars are a deadly weapon. They are like 2,000 pounds of steel and can go very fast. There is a distinction in how you're using it. I remember showing this clip a little while ago. Here's a cop trying to run people over in Baltimore.
After ICE executed an American citizen who happened to be a single mother and widow yesterday, there seems to be some confusion about what using your vehicle as a weapon looks like. Usually when the tires are pointed in the exact direction as the person fleeing or standing in the way, here's another example of what using one's vehicle as a weapon looks like. This is what trying to get away from somebody looks like as they're trying to open your door and curse at you. And then somebody steps in front and I honestly don't get it, y'all.
Be clear.
Okay?
I saw the video on numerous occasions.
You mean multiple times?
And see
It happened.
Whatever. Got my point covered there. Here's one more. This is just from today as well, in fact. Here is them weaponizing their vehicle. Fascist terrorists attempting to kill a protester by running them over. They killed Renee for less.
Here when they hear the mayor of their city saying ICE should get out, and they don't hear much from the governor except please behave. We saw what happened in 2020. The question is it going to happen again? We'll keep you posted here on the ground, Martha.
Yeah. I mean, look at that guy getting in front of a moving car. If we didn't learn a terrible lesson.
Look at that guy getting in front of a moving car. Sorry, is he gonna shoot the ICE agent in the face 3 times? I'm sure that the lesson that you people learned has nothing to do with it, considering the ICE agent who shot Renee was not in front of the car when he shot her.
About this yesterday, I mean, you gotta just question the judgment of these individuals and also just the basic of yesterday. If a federal law enforcement asks you to get out of your car and you do it, your likelihood of surviving that interaction is
significantly lower than if you just press the gas and drive away. They will shoot at you. You have a much higher chance of survival if they don't catch you. I'm sorry, but at this point it's kidnapper rules. If they take you to the second location, your chances of survival go way fucking down. The moment you're in a camp, you're probably gonna die. So yeah, no, I would take my chances driving the fuck out of there. Now, mind you, I don't advocate for you to commit a crime, but I don't really consider this a law. I also don't consider the U.S. a real country or a real government, and I personally don't consider ICE people, so I don't really even care. The good Lord is the real law, and God's law tells me to drive the fuck away from these ghouls. Now, what else we got? Oh, yes, JD then went on to say this, and I feel like maybe this may have contributed to the 2 more people ICE just shot in Portland today.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation? What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy's protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that
Absolute immunity. No wonder that these people are going around murdering folks right now. That's what happens when you have absolute immunity.
Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous.
He shouldn't be doing that job. He should have learned that, you know, it is not good enough to say, oh, I'm just following orders. Now, again, J.D. Vance is a piece of shit. She's a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're gonna throw their car in front of ICE? She was trying to go and pick up her fucking 6-year-old, and she was there because the dipshit ICE agent got his own car stuck in the snow.
Yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology.
No, she's a victim of getting shot in the face by your people. There's winter is coming of a new meaning since ICE is ushering winter in. No, winter's here, y'all.
What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest.
God, the fucking every accusation is a confession. Just never stops. You're a little brainwashed to get to that point. Motherfucker, you have to be brainwashed to believe you. Ah, Jesus Christ. Now, if you're wondering what that immunity looks like, generally I would imagine it looks, I don't know, kind of like this. You know, maybe that immunity might be contributing to the ever-increasing body count from ICE.
These are live shots that we're watching in Minneapolis right now. More interaction. Tricia, we're watching somebody being taken to the ground by ICE right now. Just give us a sense of what's going on here.
Martha, unfortunately, we are seeing a coordinated campaign of violence against our law enforcement, particularly in Minneapolis.
These are live shots that we're watching.
Yeah, Vance has a law degree from Harvard. He knows what he's talking about. He's just specifically making it annoying. Now, mind you, I don't know much else about the Portland shooting yet, but FBI Portland deleted this post, which the reason is still unclear. FBI Portland is investigating an agent involved in a shooting that happened at approximately 2:15 p.m. near the 10,000 block of Main Street in Portland involving Customs and Border Patrol agents in which 2 individuals were wounded. This remains active and ongoing as an investigation. So we don't know much else yet. Is today the 8th for you guys? Yes, it is. So the Portland mayor actually made a statement. Blah, 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 blah. Confirmed it's real. They just, like, I don't care what the mayor of Portland has to say at this point. It's wild how they use qualified immunity as a selling point when they're recruiting new virgins. Well, I mean, like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Also, fuck you, he went to Yale? Sorry. Okay, Yale it is. Yale is what it is. So, I want you to first, after having to listen to that dipshit talk, hear this woman, who is specifically a retired law enforcement use of force expert, on whether or not this was justified. I know it wasn't. I know you guys know it wasn't, but I don't know, for your own sake, to learn how to argue with these dipshits, which, to be fair, I don't even think is worth doing.
You didn't watch the video. I was a law enforcement officer for 13 years, 5 years as a federal police officer also. I was a use of force expert and an instructor in the use of force. So was my husband. And he was a certified law enforcement firearms instructor, our range master. She didn't try to run him over. You didn't want shit. She didn't try to run him over. Her wheels were turned away. She was leaving. They were unlawfully trying to drag her from her car. She turned away from the officers, but she turned her wheels away from the officers to leave because her initial orders were to leave.
Kind of like, makes sense. Now, look, I'm going to show you how much worse it's getting right now. Now, we all know what happened. What's happening now? Well, as we have major nationwide protests going on, we also have these idiots who are functionally just the average Twitter user who have gone outside, specifically inciting violence. This is what a domestic terrorist looks like.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming.
Damn, did Mike Flynn pay you personally? Because the first words out of your mouth were all QAnon dog whistles. The storm is coming, where we go one, we go all, blah, blah, blah.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists. Patriots, get out here. We need to back up. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, alright? We executed one of you yesterday.
We executed one of you yesterday. That's what this little chud is walking around screaming. Yeah, no, they want to incite violence. This is a terrorist trying to incite terrorism.
We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that? We executed one of you yesterday. Don't get hurt. Don't get hurt. You're just talking to white supremacists. You guys keep...
Personally, like, I would take the fucking, whatchamacallit, the loudspeaker from him if I could. Like, if he just seemed to, like, have, like, a loose grip on it. I'd get the shit kicked out of me by ICE anyway, but, like, still. Get the fucking loudspeaker out of his hand. That'd be funny. They're so cringe, though. It's an embarrassment to be beaten by this. It is, really. The fact that it's these fucking losers that are killing us, that are running this country. To be fair, not much different than the last time. The original Nazis were also fucking losers. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Just for like a clearer look at him saying, we executed one of you yesterday. Here it is.
Liberal commie motherfucker, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, alright? We executed one of you yesterday. We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that? We executed one of you yesterday.
Don't give the trolls. Don't give them the press. You're just talking to white supremacists.
Which she is right. But, I mean, like, it gets... He keeps going. He's still doing this. And mind you, ICE is protecting him. If you haven't noticed, like, they're there waiting for someone to move on him so that they can attack you. They're protecting
you. Liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, alright? We executed...
Don't give them the...
You're gonna keep getting stupid prizes. You guys will continue to be killed if you keep trying to harm these men. Don't you understand it?
You're going to continue to be killed. That was the clip, the part of the clip that I wanted. Now, mind you, we know who this is, and we know who pays him, because, you know, every accusation is a confession, and considering the fact that they are already out there talking about how the protests are people being paid, Jaden Scott, the little chud in this clip over here, is part of Trump's paid agitator and propaganda influencer network, operator across the U.S., linked to individuals tied to Turning Point USA, Michael Flynn, and Israel. Mind you, if he's tied to Turning Point and Flynn, he's also tied to Russia. So, you know, there you go. Now, he's not the only one. There's quite a few of these chuds out there, although at least the protesters are aware that these are just losers who've gone outside for the first time in like a year. This one had a much harder time than the other one did. He definitely does not look happy. But first of all, what the fuck is that face? Jesus Christ, like, these are the people who think that they're the master race? Man looks like a literal Wojak.
We're standing up for our countrymen.
Who does this when someone dies?
Who does this when someone dies, for real? This man, instead of standing with us in solidarity for Renee Nicole Good, he is sitting up here defending ICE, defending actual terrorists.
You've never known no supporting you?
It makes me want to throw up. If I throw up on you, I'm sorry, it wasn't accident.
Is your girlfriend here supporting you?
I don't see anyone.
He's a tiny, small, oinklet little hoggy boy. So cute, so small. Yeah, genuinely. What is that face? It's like a halfling. He looks like the V for Vendetta mask, but without the mask. Habsburg jaw equals pending.
This
True.
man has never known a woman's touch in his life.
Do you know?
Sorry, he looks like the V for Vendetta mask, but gayer.
What a vagina looks like? Do you know what a clitoris is?
Oh, he has one.
You cannot practice on children. That's not okay either. Since you're coming and supporting your fellow pedophiles, we don't. Wait, watch out! Don't hit him.
This terrorist just assaulted an ICE officer. Arrest him now. Pam Bondi, this terrorist on the screen. Look at him. Look, he's assaulting an ICE officer. Look at him. Bam! Just assaulted that ICE officer. This terrorist should get put in a camp. Sorry. His mommy probably drove him there. That too, probably. Tucker Tolson, you're almost certainly correct.
Wait, watch out! Don't hit him. Did you just hit one of the ICE agents with your flag? For real? That's crazy.
That's right. He looks like a femboy without the riz to pull off the makeup. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Look at him. He thinks he looks like a Chad.
I know. Sounds like she is loud. Yes.
Guys raised hell about this.
Context. This guy's a terrorist. And all of these ICE, they killed Renee Nicole Good. She was a mother.
I mean, again, like, Renee Nicole Good is the 9th documented case of a U.S. citizen being shot by ICE. 9th documented. But, like, yeah, no. These people are such losers for people who consider themselves the master race. Now, let's take a look at the reaction among right-wing social media users to the murder of Renee Nicole Good. Because, I don't know if this will be surprising to anybody. It really, really shouldn't be. But yeah, no, they're making fun of her. First of all, here is them referring, here's them making the same joke that they made about George Floyd. Congratulations to Renee Nicole Good on 4 hours of sobriety. Congratulations to Ashley Babbitt on 5 years of sobriety. So, you know, there's that. What else we got? We got Laura Loomer talking about, you know, she, her, literally every time. As in, like, oh, she had pronouns in her bio, so she has every right to be, like, murdered, I guess. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets clocked as trans just for his height occasionally, probably. But, like, pay attention here, because the use of this, making fun of her strategy, it's not just to turn down the heat on them for, I don't know, like the very clear execution of a white lady, U.S. citizen, but also it's because they want to push this message of it doesn't matter if she died, because this is the type of person that they want you to want to kill. Like, they are trying to frame her as, oh, well, she's just like the rest of the ones that, like, you already want to kill. And, yeah, no, like, that's the whole idea. They want to kill us all. What else we got? We got, Matt Walsh. The lesbian agitator gave her life to protect a 68 IQ Somali scammer who couldn't give less of a shit about her. The most disgraceful and humiliating end a person could meet. So you're talking about the 68 IQ Somali scammers who scammed you here, mind you, right? Like, you're dumb enough that a 68 IQ scammer was smarter than you, and that's why you're mad about Minnesota broadly. But, like, just project that onto her, I guess? Matt, how's the dress? Yeah, literally. What else we got? Oh yeah, here we go. Here is Jesse Waters doing the same thing. This is the type of person that's okay to kill, is the message he's pushing. The prediction was if the white ladies were at the front of the protest, they would not fire. Yeah, you were wrong with that prediction. I did say that was not the case. They would absolutely still fire.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado, with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage. She was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer, but there's no evidence she had a law degree. The woman who lost her life was a
So again, it isn't just trolling. Like, it is trolling, but it has a use case, and the use case is trying to convince the public of, oh no, she doesn't matter, she's one of the bad ones. Like, we don't want, like, those types of white people in this country either. That's what they're trying to message. I used to not believe in phrenology, but all of these chuds have incel skull shapes. Well, I mean, I don't believe in phrenology, but I do believe that evil just makes you look bad. Here's them continuing.
Here's the problem with guys. They take women too seriously. You don't really listen to these women, okay? They'll say things. It just goes one ear and out the other. Oh, we're toxic. Okay, here's a drink, babe. Okay, that's done. They love that. They're beautiful.
Oh, yeah, no, we know who the murderer is, old man in Philly. Jonathan Ross is the main ICE agent who shot her in the face 3 times. To be fair, we don't know the ICE agents around him, but we know that that is him specifically because the DOJ went out and said that he was injured in a previous raid that they did 6 months ago or so in LA. He got dragged by a car. Someone went and found the hospital report for all of that. Doesn't matter. Beyond that, though, again, 2 more people got shot in Portland today by ICE already within the last since my stream started functionally.
Little creatures. We just have.
Walls needs to issue an arrest warrant for him. I need you to understand, old man in Philly. There is nothing that the state is going to do to give these people accountability, nor can they. First of all, Walls issued the National Guard, right? They're not going to do anything. Because to do anything, it would require both the state of Minnesota, as well as those National Guard and or police officers, to be willing to start violence against the federal government. Now, they're not going to be willing to do that. They're just not. Beyond that, again, the officers actually do have immunity. They are allowed to kill you. According to NSPM 7, as well as the associated memo from Pam Bondi, they have the right to just break your door down, shoot you in the face, and kill you for no reason. They don't even have to justify it, technically. Now, it's not that simple, but, it makes it quite a bit more difficult. There is no law in the United States. Not on a federal level, not really on a state level when it comes to the federal government.
To adore them and shower.
Hence why they're so comfortable in making this messaging of, you don't have to care. Fuck these people. These are the worthless ones. Because they're comfortable. Join the SRA. Financial hardship, contact your chapter about waivers. The SRA is a 501c4 nonprofit organization specializing in teaching people self-defense and learning to create community. Allowed to take your life and not required to protect other people either, according to SCOTUS. Yeah.
For them with love.
I don't care. That's enough of that one. Fuck. Go. What else we got? Mark Wayne Mullen. ICE agents aren't Disney villains. They're our neighbors, friends, and loved ones. Those immigrations and customs officers are red-blooded American patriots doing a tough job to keep our nation safe. Assaults against ICE agents are up 1,300%. Redacted. It was not Hitler, Goering, Goebbels, Himmler, or whatever the others were called who had me dragged away and beaten. No, it was the cobbler, the neighbor, the old man, the milkman, the postman, those without forms suddenly given armbands and a cap on their heads. And then they were the master race. Like, that is how they view themselves. That is how ICE thinks of themselves. It doesn't matter what the people at the top are saying. The actions are all of them. Top down. We need to respond bottom up. Red Cap, in this case, they will come to your state, to your street, cause chaos, murder you, and then call you a terrorist. That is what they will do. That is what they will continue to do. And while you walk out and you are mad and you are screaming in response and you are demanding justice, they will tell you to turn the temperature down and that you are an extremist. And then they will kill you as well. It's just that simple. Give me a second. Let me open up some further links. Geez, we really may not have the time to touch on Iran today. I genuinely wanted to, but it doesn't look like I will. To death to be feared, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Turn the volume up? Exactly, Funcore, exactly. I'd far prefer dying on my feet than living on my knees. Imagine being so cucked that you would rather stay alive here than, I don't know, like, try and make a meaningful difference, whether that, like, I don't know, puts your own life at risk. Now, like, again, not everybody can, but, like, imagine wanting to. Like, I know a lot of people can't actually put their life at risk and make a difference for whatever reasons and circumstances. Now, a lot of people can, but imagine wanting to stay home. Not just, like, not acting, but specifically not wanting to. Can they arrest us all? Yes, but they're not even worried. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about them arresting you. It's about them shooting you. Global solidarity now. Again, like, they've shot 2 more people today. We all die. We die alone or stand together and die for what matters together. Again, I'd much prefer that way about it. Nobody, like, understands the level of fucked we are in if we don't do anything. We're running out of time. We're out of time. There are people being summarily executed in the streets right the fuck now. Go join the SRA. Here's what they look like today. Here's 10 a.m. this morning. They are ready to kill again. Look at the first agent. Look at the first one with his long gun that he puts down, pulls out his, like, sidearm and points it directly at this person's face because his long gun is a non-lethal munition. That is a pellet gun. That it's a pepper gun. So he puts that down and pulls out his actual fucking sidearm to point at this woman's face, or what I assume is a woman. So, you know, they want to kill you. They are allowed to kill you, and they will kill you.
Oh shit, he's got his gun. He pulled out his fucking gun. I saw that.
They're getting bolder. This just happened today. This just happened less than an hour ago. There's protests broke out all over Minnesota, and this just happened. Now, you saw the video and what this person was doing. Just standing there, probably saying something he didn't like. How many more people need to be shot in their face before we stand up? It's only a matter of time before this happens.
It's not just about getting shot in your face. It's about taken into camps, the processing centers. The death camps are coming. Like, they're being built now. The Utah camp is the first extermination camp. Beyond that, what else do we have? I mean, like, in every manner of this country, we are being attacked right now. Like, ICE is currently going fucking crazy. Oh, sorry, not that one. Well, I mean that one too.
Presence right now, but remember, we've seen people come up. They're shooting some kind of pellets. The gas is coming. come down right now. We're going to back up a little bit more. It's in the air, Casey. We're going to get to a safe
Laura,
location, okay?
we're sticking with you as long as you're feeling safe, and you just let us know if you need to move to a safe location right now.
Here's them going fucking crazy.
Out of the way! Out of the way! Get out of the way!
Get your hands
Now! Get the fuck back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
Who's down there? What's your name?
Give me your hand!
Who's down there?
Give him your hand!
Why?
Biden didn't create this. This has existed for longer than Biden. I would like to remind you that Tom Homan, who is the border czar in front of ICE, was appointed to his position by Obama. DHS was built for this. Following 9/11, following the Patriot Act, following the creation of the Department of Homeland Security. This is literally what they were created for. They have been specifically the Gestapo since day one under George W. Bush.
Stand back.
Not here. Here. Yeah.
So, continuing on. Well, I mean, yeah, not to say that, this country wasn't always this. This is, the actual face of this country. We have always been the bad guys. Now, we tried to fix that for a time, but we didn't go far enough. I mean, we fought the Civil War over this, and then we just didn't do Reconstruction far enough. Same way that we didn't denazify, both Europe and America following World War II. Now, here's the double standard on masks, which I find very amusing from Fox News.
Look how many people are wearing masks
Yeah.
at this protest. And it's not just because
Look how many people are wearing masks at this protest.
it's cold. They're wearing all sorts of masks. They're trying to disguise their faces. And in some localities, they have said that this is no longer allowed. What do you think?
Oh my, yeah, I can see, I don't know, a lot of faces. I can also see people who are disguising their faces. I wonder why.
That and how it feels like this isn't right.
Yeah, so we saw that even at yesterday's incident and then in the aftermath, and it was an interesting split screen as the press conference was going on with Jacob Frey and the police chief saying that they were peacefully protesting, and at the same time we are seeing on the left side of the screen that they were attacking ICE.
Well, yes, there's COVID as well, but the idea that they're trying to spin here is that the protesters are trying to hide their identity with masks, and that this is actually not the same as ICE agents who are masked, because that's for a different reason. They don't want to be doxxed, which is not the same reason as the protesters. Fox News called masked Minneapolis protesters cowardly. Co-host says ICE agents are also masked, but that's for a different reason, because they don't want to be doxxed. It's the same fucking reason around, but, What's up, Ethan? Shameful how long the people have ignored the Republican Party's trajectory into fascism. Not just the Republican Party, kind of the United States broadly. I'd like to remind you all that in the 1930s, they tried to coup FDR to install a fascist dictatorship. It was called the Business Plot of 1932, 33? It was American corporations, J.P. Morgan, Remington Steele, DuPont. I talk about this all the time. They tried to overthrow FDR and install a fascist government at the time. The funniest thing about that to me is still the fact that George W. Bush's grandfather was only not involved with it because he was too involved with the actual Nazis over in Europe. Every accusation is a confession, true. Wintertime is cold. Global solidarity now. They started off the video by talking about why it's not because of the cold. In the last video clip, there were at least 10 brown shirts who could/should be doxxed. That is technically a Fed post, but, technically, I did notice that too, old man Billy. What you mean to say is that they're not doing such a good job of preventing their identity from getting out. Gotta say, like, I don't mind. I'm glad. I don't recommend any of you go and do that, but, you know, still. Yep, I hope to see some good news and a tide shift in the elections this midterms. Personally, I only believe in any chance of an election shift this year happening because of a plan that is in place. I've said before where there's multiple plans in place, and one of those involves in case of emergency, in case they don't feel like they have enough time to get this stuff done and to consolidate power, they're perfectly willing to let a Democrat come back into power. It'll almost certainly be Gavin Newsom, fuck shit up a bit longer, and then try again in 2032, when they can bring a Republican back in after they can, I don't know, make everyone hate the Democrats again. That is a possibility. I don't think that we're headed that way. I don't necessarily think they'll need to, but if they felt the need to, that is absolutely a documented, written out plan that they intend to enact if needed. Like, as well as every other plan. Again, you need to understand that the people who you see in charge of the government are not the people in charge of the government. These are the figureheads. The people in charge are not nearly as dumb. Now, mind you, they are also quite a bit dumb, but not that dumb. How many Tennessee ICE are on that list of wife beaters? All of them. All of them. Local elections, including those for election certifiers, are worth voting for. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. You should vote, no matter what you have. Like, no matter what the situation is, you should still vote. Never am I saying don't vote. I'm just saying don't expect it to do anything. You should still do, like, the actual voting. Just don't rely on it. What else we got? Shit. I'm running a bit low on time, I think. Wait, no, sorry. Hold on. I have another hour left. Sorry, I thought we were just a bit ahead than we were. That's good. I actually have time for Iran today. So, people are getting brave. I mean, like, again, this is felony assault, throwing snowballs at law enforcement vehicles. They don't care.
That people feel because of what they saw ICE do here in Minneapolis. Right now, what you're seeing is people walking here. We're on Portland Avenue. We were at East 34th and Portland Avenue. Now we're walking along Portland Avenue toward East 33rd, and you're seeing people really trailing these law enforcement vehicles and throwing,
Shufa Poofer, I would like to warn you that, like, it's not that simple. If we had, I don't know, let's say people that the regime doesn't like gain local elector seats, for example, and then the regime won their main election and won to, I don't know, solidify their power, then they would arrest those people who won their own election. It wouldn't matter. Tennessee recently passed a law requiring men who are persistent spousal abusers to be on an online registry. I don't think they're allowed to have firearms legally. Doesn't matter. The law doesn't exist for them. It just doesn't. Period. That law will not be enforced. And even if it is, it will then be overturned by the federal government. Beyond that, like, on top of this, you already exist in a situation in which a lot of the local and state level elections have already been fucked with. So, like, be aware.
again, snowballs and chunks of ice at these vehicles, Boris. That people feel because of what they saw ICE do here in Minneapolis.
Now, this was immediately following the murder of Renee Good in Minneapolis, and this is how ICE was responding to the immediate protest there. Sure, but it gives a legal precedent to file suits against them. Sure, yeah, like, just, again, don't be too comfortable in it. Obviously, you should still do whatever you can. Just generally, I don't know, expect less gains. Jeez, I don't know why it was lagging so much there for a sec. Let's try that again. Why is it freezing? That's the clip where the agent shot that guy in the face. I'm sure you guys have seen that at other angles, but like, yeah, no, like, I don't know why this clip is acting like this. I don't care. I'm just gonna move past it. Fucking TikTok. What else we got? I mean, here is them in Minneapolis. That is a child, motherfucker. That's a child. They're covering the child with an umbrella, trying to spray under the umbrella to get them in the face again.
Get out of the way! Get out!
Like, look at this fucking asshole. Just got already sprayed in the face. He's screaming "my eyes" with his hands in his eyes. For fun that time, and then drag him. Oh yeah, clearly the civilians are the threat here. I will say, people are fucking pissed. It's getting heated. For example, here is crowds in Minneapolis burning a flag.
Bob, I want to jump in here. I want to ask you where you're at right now. And we're seeing the images on the screen. There's that flag you were talking about being burned here. What kind of things are they shouting? The crowd that's out there, I know they're obviously not happy ICE is there. They've been talking about that. What are they saying? You know, what's the energy like where you are right now?
So that's one reason why I'm not getting too close, so I can hear all of you, because it is loud out here. It's profanities, a lot of profanities against ICE.
Bob, I want to jump in here. I want to ask you where you're at right now.
Come on, umbrellas are dangerous. I've seen the Penguin. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, here is this. I mean, here's them trying to... This is both just being a dick and also inciting violence. I believe that one was my hometown of Sacramento. Based. Here's Trump's goons kicking over the memorial for Renee Nicole Good.
Really, you fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
This is textbook fascism, by the way, because they do want you to get up in their face.
Really, you fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
What?
What? You know what the fuck is that for? What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
You're gonna push me? What is that for?
Back up.
What was that
I don't
for?
give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck about
Back
her?
up.
Bro, this is why we're here.
Back up.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
What's her name? Renee Good?
Back up.
And you fucking, that's a memorial to her. That's a memorial to her. No, it's good. You're a fucking coward.
Fuck you guys.
You're a
You
piece
guys
of
are
shit.
Nazis.
You fucking
Shame
proud
More child rights. We need child rights to do unlimited sexual assault and human trafficking, to more child rights to own children. Not every single one of these motherfuckers. Yeah, generally. Look at them surrounding him like pussies. Well, I mean, they are. They are all, like, cowards. Every fascist is a coward.
on you guys. Fucking shame on you guys.
You're a fucking punk. Really?
Go with your fuck.
That's what they fucking want to do. You're a little bitch.
Fuck you guys.
I'm that fucking badger, a coward, you little cock.
No, I can't. I am dyslexic, Buncor. What else we got? Oh yeah, here is the terrorists being terrorists. The right celebrates ICE killings and want more of it. I don't care how high the body count gets. I stand with ICE. Sonia has solutions. I just want a higher body count. I just want a higher body count, specifically for that one. Mark my words, this is a test of reactions. I expect there'll be more soon. Oh no, there is more soon. In fact, I have a little bit more information on the Portland shooting that occurred today. Let's have a look at that. So, Portland shooting, the DHS account 48 minutes ago, an agent fired a defensive shot, so an offensive shot. It's always the opposite. Most illiterate person I know, based. DHS spokesperson, 7 minutes later, an agent fired defensive shots. So that changes it, yeah. Considering 2 people were shot, I was going to go ahead and assume that it was more than 1. What's amazing is half the public seems to be cheering on ICE. People are really that stupid. No. It's not about stupidity, Donald James. The people cheering on ICE just want people like us to die. They're just evil. They have bought into it. It makes them feel good. The people who are against it, even some conservatives, plenty of conservatives, mind you, are already against it. What else we got here? So, yeah, I'm not going to read all that. All I know is it is confirmed that ICE shot 2 more people. And since they're calling it defensively, I'm just going to go ahead and assume it was offensively. Now, at the very least, protests are not dying down. There's 10,000 people in That's very loud. Oh, yes, no, they will absolutely also die from this. Obviously, go look back at, like, the 20th century. Go look back at World War II. Do you know how many Germans, like the Aryan master race ones, died in World War II? Yeah, those are the ones that get sent to war and then get shot in the war. What else we got? This was outside the Minnesota Federal, like, ICE processing center.
Oh my God, drag him back!
Let's get back to the sidewalk. Hold on, I'll help you up.
Back up!
The cruelty is, in large part, the point. They enjoy the cruelty of this. Like, it's fun for them. What else we got? Sorry, I'm moving through some of these quite fast because I would like to at least touch on Iran if we can. What's up, Manda?
You bitches!
Right here.
Yes, this right here is a incredibly based Vietnam War veteran.
You bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me!
White supremacists
That's right!
People.
I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up! You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe.
I know, that coat is so sick.
But no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you.
True and based. I love that man. He has more, though. That's not all.
You told me that you've been struggling with PTSD and that you didn't want to have to be here today. But after what happened yesterday, you had to be here today. Why do you have to be here today?
Number one, my oath impels me to be here.
I would bet me joining ICE as a prize that the last clip had a few people in it that are already dead. The one with this guy? Or the clip before that one, because I'll check. I want to see what I think you saw. I wasn't looking in the background very heavily.
I took an oath in 1969 to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I had to be here to make sure that no one else was killed the way Nicole Good was killed yesterday. I couldn't sit at home and just watch this. Minneapolis is a peaceful place, but ICE has descended upon this place like a storm. And they've ruined businesses that have been here for decades. They've cost children the lives of their mothers. I couldn't sit at home anymore. I wasn't going to be here. I was driving past here, and my car said, yeah, you're going. So I just had to face the enemy eye to eye and say what I had to say.
You told me.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Buncor. The one in front of the Minnesota Minneapolis processing facility. Looks pretty bad. What else we got? I mean, like, this was earlier of the actual protest in Minneapolis. We still haven't touched on, like, the protests in the other cities, but, like, it's big. I want more than protests, but this is a decent start. I'm gonna torch YouTube chat with fucking thermite. The rage I feel typing unalive is more palpable than witnessing a murder. Yeah, no, I feel that. I really do hate the coddling language as well. I'm not a fan in any way whatsoever. But, let's see. So this is Chicago, or was Chicago.
Let's go!
Like, they're everywhere. Oopsie. God damn it. Didn't mean to close that. Here it is. Here is Milwaukee in Wisconsin.
Democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
I'm so very sick of this Libby fucking protest chant. Get something better, guys. Genuinely. Also, like, come on. Let's see, what else we got? Here is... Oh, actually, not that one. I would show that one. I am a fan. I don't want to get anyone in trouble with that one. Here is several different cities just in one. No, I literally can't show that one, Cucker Tarleson, sorry. I specifically asked my counsel on that and was told no.
People united will never be defeated.
Although this one is a close second of my favorite that I have seen so far out of these protests. Protesters in New York called to, quote, topple the Trump regime. We are calling for regime change now at our protests. Based, I don't know who's the one who's gonna do regime change to us, but the please was about getting the new fucking chant, so sick of that one specifically. Yeah, that I'm on board.
We must be much more outraged than we already are. We haven't begun to scratch the surface of how outraged we must be to topple this regime. Do you understand that? That's right. So I want you to go home tonight. I don't want you to be happy that you went to a rally, even though it's a good...
Fully support and stand in solidarity with those protesters in New York. What else we got? Oh, guess who's joined in on these protests? Weird to see them doing anything. Anchorage, Alaska. Like, even fucking... I don't know how many people live in the Anchorage area, but even Alaska's protesting.
Down with ICE! Down with ICE! Down with fascism! Down with fascism! Down with people power! Who's got the power? We got the power! No ICE! No KKK! No fascism! Down with ICE! Down with ICE! Down with fascism!
No, it's actually not that weird. I'm just being, like, a little shit. Just because there's, like, 7 people that live in Alaska, generally. What else we got? We got, yes, ICE just attacking the elderly with, pepper spray. Technically, I'm not counsel, I speak to, well, that's why I didn't say, my lawyer. I said counsel in the non-lawyery way, like, you counsel me, you're my counselor. The small counsel. It's not just you, there's a few that I would consider counselors. Just saw there was one in Houston too. There's one pretty much everywhere. Oh yeah, here's the elderly getting tear gassed.
There's something else happening. Oh, careful, Nate, careful. Careful. You see this going down here with ICE agents trying to, we're not sure what happened, but now trying to grab protesters.
Usually I'm not a fan of this kind of music being dubbed over to, like, over videos, but I genuinely do support it when it's, those ones. Wild to see, obviously, the right doing their same exact messaging, pretending that all of these protests are paid for. It's every accusation is a confession, as usual. I know I'm just being, like, what's the word? Contrarian, Shade Dragon. I was making a joke. I am aware that, like, the leftist movements in and around, like, Alaska do tend to be pretty good. Now, this is insane to me. Luckily, I think we did actually finish talking about what's happening in the US today, and we can touch on Iran. To start off with, the fucking audacity of what we said today about Iran. Like, it's almost like a joke. Trump warns that the US will intervene if Iran kills protesters. We doubled down on this one today. US immigration agent fatally shoots woman in Minneapolis. So, like, we'll bomb Iran for how they're treating their protesters, but they'll just kill you here for fun. It's insane. Alright, let's take a look at Iran properly, because it looks like Iran may be legitimately about to fall. Like, I have never seen it like this before. And this isn't even necessarily the largest protests in Iran. As far as I've seen, continuing on to today, like even the ones today, these are still smaller in size than the, I believe, 2021 Masha Amini protests. So, like, pretty wild. Alright, hold on, let me finish opening these up, because we have a lot of links to get through. Thankfully, these are not like the ones we were looking at earlier, where it's going to be, like, quite a lot of analysis. Now, I do want you to take this with a grain of salt. Most of these images don't seem to have any kind of, whatchamacallit, community note on them, claiming that they are older, but that doesn't mean that they may not be. I am not perfect, and do not have photographic memory, so some of these may be from a previous protest or from a different year. Most of these, so far, consistent. But anytime we're looking at breaking news, especially in that region of the world, do tend to be, you know, difficult to tell. Alright, so starting off. This was in Fardis, and this was the burning of an Islamic City Council building. Now, again, don't know how close to the most recent protest this is from, but I have not seen this clip before, and I have seen the last few protests in Iran. As you can see, just lighting shit on fire. Now, part of the reason, by the way, that this protest movement is continuing to grow is because of a multitude of factors. For one, it doesn't seem like the Iranian government has been cracking down as heavily as they usually do, which has led a lot of people to seem to think that they don't have the ability to, which would track. Secondly, the vast majority of these people out in the streets today, I'm not caught up, why did the protest start? Well, that's what I was about to explain. The vast majority of the people out in the streets today, yesterday, this last week, are not for what is usually the cause of the protest. Like the 2021 Masha Amini protest was from the death of an individual by the morality police. This is not about spirituality, religion, morality. It's necessarily economic. CIA operation, literally, that too. It ties in pretty, widely. Because, first, we put new sanctions on them. The new sanctions we put on them dropped the value of the Iranian rial to about 1 million rial to $1 US, which then resulted in specifically, I believe, electronics traders in the Grand Bazaar, likely some kind of CIA and or Mossad operative, both, because both countries have claimed that, yes, we have CIA operations in effect at the moment in Israel, not in Israel, in Iran, and Israel has said the same about Mossad operations. Almost all of, the initial trigger for this was likely some version of, reality where mostly a natural protest movement rose up, but with the instigators being operatives. Now, beyond that, then it grew. And it grew because of these operatives. We've had Israel screaming, from the rooftops, rise up to the people of Iran. You have to, reinstitute, the Shah. America has jumped on board, saying, maybe the Shah's gonna come back. And interviewing the Shah's, the former Shah's son, who I believe now lives in America. So, it's all of these tying together. And this also coincided with the attack on Venezuela. Then we had Lindsey Graham going on television being we're going to make Iran great again, all of that stuff. It's just all at once tying together. Now, partially in relation to what's happening in Venezuela, partially what's happening in relation to China, because Venezuela was a source of a lot of China's fuel. China's now having to pivot that fuel source to Iran, as well as the fact that, we've been talking about potentially bombing Iran again for a couple weeks. But the reason they continue is because the security forces, as they usually do, are not cracking down as heavily. Likely because they can't. Now, the nature was that of astroturfing by assets. Makes sense. All of it really tying together to me, in my view of it. But, sure, the majority of it, I would imagine, is that astroturfing by assets, because I never in my life, looking at Iranian protests, have seen that much support for the former Shah's son, as I'm seeing in this set of protests. Is there much support for the old Shah or the citizens desperate for change? Well, I'm seeing a lot of it. Likely, yes, desperation for change, and likely the astroturfing. I've seen posts saying that the Iranian people are begging for the American government to come save them, which is nonsense. Now, these aren't the interesting parts of this. So this one is confirmed as real and from today. This is Tehran, the capital. That's a pretty big deal to see in Tehran. Now, one of my favorite sets of images to come out of the Iranian uprising is these baddies, these hot Iranian partisans. And God, I love hot partisans. Just lighting your cigarette with the burning image of the dictator. 10 out of 10. The parental advisory sticker, I support this heavily. This is how you make being a partisan look cool. 10 out of 10. Now, this, I'm, hold on, sorry. I actually have a better view of it. Nope. This right here is in front of an IRGC headquarter. That is also been confirmed. Like the fact that there are vehicles being set ablaze in front of the headquarters of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is pretty interesting. Like that is far and away a line. I'm gonna remake the picture with a photo of Agent Orange. Won't be as pretty, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Please do. I would, but my ass will absolutely burn my hair, like by accident, because I'm not very smart. Whoa, in Tehran, do we have an estimate? They have fully abdicated any attempts to control that crowd. I think it's kind of over, if that's what the capital looked like. Yeah, about 10,000 is the numbers that I've seen, Buncor. Yeah, that is the capital. Genuinely, yes. Also, the fact that this shit is happening. This is from Radio Free Europe, so like confirmed. This is the statue honoring Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani being toppled. This, to me, seeing Tehran like that, seeing statues of Soleimani getting toppled, indicates that Iran has fallen. Several major cities have fallen to the protesters. For example, Isfahan has fallen. This is from the city center of Shahin Sarar, near Isfahan. The city center is effectively under protester control. That is true. Here is the highway in Karaj, which is like every major city. Here is Mashhad. That's a lot of fucking people. That's Iran again. Sorry, not Iran, Tehran again. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's them just chanting death to Khomeini. This is in Rasht. This is the Islamic Republic of Iran broadcasting complex that had been set on fire in Isfahan. Here is a protester in Khorramabad? Khorramabad. Western Iran, removing the Islamic Republic flag from the city center and placing the monarchist lion and sun flag over it. This right here is inoperative. Yeah, no, it's completely over. Like, Tehran hasn't had that kind of crowd since the original overthrow of the Shah. Yeah. Has this all gone down today? Yesterday and today, primarily, Manda. We've had the security forces starting opening fire, but this has been quite late in this. So, like, yeah, no, Iran's basically fallen. What a week? Oh, it's gonna get a lot crazier. It's gonna be a wild fucking year. Here we go. Here is the operative speak. Breaking, more areas in Tehran are responding to Reza Pahlavi's call to action. That is the former Shah's son. People in Arya Shahar are now chanting Javid Shah, Pavlani is returning. Again, these are the assets and operatives. What else we got? And to really hammer in the fact that, like, yeah, no, Iran has fallen. First off, here's Babul. Crowds chant, "Long live the Shah and death to the dictator," in a northern Iranian city. Here's them burning a memorial of Qasem Soleimani. And this is in Tehran, mind you. Like, yeah, Buncor, they're doing this in Tehran, it's over. My fears are so different than they used to be. I used to be afraid of things like this leading to world war. Now I fear war couldn't even be fought. Well, like, we're gonna fight a war over this. A world war is the least of my concerns. Water shortage is a factor. It's the same reason that, like, everything else is a factor. The water shortage is not necessarily just from a lack of rainfall. Here's the police, refusing to confront the protesters. Yeah, certainly over. Well, even more over when you consider the fact that we did this. NOTAMs have been issued across Iran, indicating that we have some interest in bombing Iran. Now, like I said, we're not going to do that today, or tomorrow likely, because we don't have a carrier group in the region. But we have been shuffling quite a bit of air assets across the ocean and then down from Europe closer to the region for a little while now. What would bombing achieve? It would supply Israel with their goal, considering the fact that a large bet was placed from Israel on Polymarket on the question of, will Israel or the United States use military force against the country of Iran by January 31st? Just put all in on that one. So, that really should not surprise you that much. Outside of more chaos, well, always more chaos. But then again, think about this, Jet. If we were able to, take Khamenei before he's able to flee to Moscow, then we can just be like, Iran is ours, just like we said with Venezuela. Now, will that work for us? Certainly not. But are they dumb enough to try? Probably. What else we got? Yes, and the Pentagon pizza tracker has been quite high today, indicating that we have been watching Iran throughout. So, take your pick: Minnesota, Iran, Venezuela. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. Now, that is the primary list of stuff that I wanted to show you. Actually, one more thing I actually really do want to show you. Or two more horrific things that I want to show you. And then I'm going to show you some more, I don't want to say positive, but less depressing shit. Now, before we stop talking about bad news altogether, I want you to understand and realize things are going to continue to get worse until we stop it. This was just like a week and a half ago. Louisiana ICE officer pleads guilty to sexually abusing Nicaraguan detainee for months while she was under his authority. This is commonplace. Literally, I was shocked that the officer who shot Renee didn't try and rape her after. Secondly, this is the most Russian shit you're going to see on American TV. This was a U.S. citizen after talking in a news interview, and what happened to her?
Both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car, and now right here we're showing you video we have immediately after the interview finished. Plickta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video, and an officer tells Plickta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car, she was issuing a number of messages about wanting the U.S. to free Maduro. But again, she was taken away by police officers there, and you can see in this video, officers were closely following this procession in downtown Grand Rapids. We have reached out to GRPD for more information about the arrest, but we have not heard back so far.
So, like, yeah, that's the kind of shit that they're going to do. Now, this I found fantastic. Unrelated to everything. This one I just think is funny.
New dietary guidelines announced today as HHS Secretary RFK Jr. now recommends drinking anything that comes out of a cow. The new dietary report promises to, quote, make America healthy again by highlighting the nutritional value of raw cow milk, urine, mucus, and various other excrements. In a statement, HHS Secretary RFK Jr. called the updated guidelines, quote, the most significant reset of federal bovine nutritional policy in history, and encouraged all Americans, particularly young Americans, to go find.
Urine is included on the list. This is The Onion, guys. Just to be clear, it's The Onion.
And just start sucking. New dietary guidelines announced today as HHS Secretary RF.
I thought I was done with bad news. I got one more for you, and then we'll jump back to the funnier news. Why is he in charge of anything? Well, that's because ruining your life and making you suffer is the goal. This is The Onion. Here is actual bad news, though. ICE arrested illegally another U.S. citizen in Minnesota. This time it was a teenager. Tracks, you know, of course they're kidnapping children, even citizens.
What are you doing? Me?
This isn't it right now. Not in fucking Minneapolis. Where is
No.
anyone else
What?
going to ask for
Is that John?
fucking
Get on the phone. Hey, no.
shit? Where's the shit? Christian, do you have anybody you want us to call? My mom. What's her number?
Hey, all border vacation. Go to hell, dude. That's some bull.
Dr. Oz is a pee drinker. Guys, please join the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association, the 501c4 nonprofit that is specifically about teaching you how to defend yourself and to build community. Oh, lame, she's not even shot. Well, I mean, she is a kid, so, you know, they still have plenty of time to shoot her after they molest her, considering it's these fucks. Now, on a slighter, brighter bit of news. Guys, remember that MAGA grifter Nick Shirley who talked about how, like, daycare centers are scams and tried to break into one and wouldn't be allowed in? God, I love Walter Masterson sometimes because this is literally what it looked like to me.
Open up and show us your children! Why won't you let... Open up and show us your children! Why won't you let me in to see your children? I have a YouTube channel! If you thought the Somali daycare scandal was big, strap in. Apparently there's these things called churches.
Do you know that these buildings, they don't even pay taxes? Yeah, okay. Like, where are the children?
Look at this. It's daytime. No people. It's this store.
What is up with TikTok today? It is just constantly freezing.
Is locked.
Where are all the kids?
This church has capacity for 1,200 people. Look how many people are here today.
Oh my God.
When is Sunday school going on?
Today's Friday, so Sunday school happens on Sunday.
I don't know about that.
It's Friday, so.
Oh, apparently no one goes to school on Friday.
Basically empty, no children. And then they threw us out when we asked where they're keeping all of their gambling proceeds.
Have you ever seen a Sunday school come out of that church?
Have I?
Yeah.
No.
Yep, exactly.
Because I'm making bagels.
And how long have you been making bagels?
Hot bagels?
How long have you?
For a couple of years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in that church?
I have not been in that church.
Has anyone?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly. Thank you. You're a true patriot.
What's this?
Archbishop John J. Hughes, immigrant.
It is Friday at
Immigrant. The way he said that one was very funny to me.
1:45 p.m. and no one is at this door.
Have you ever seen any children coming out of this Sunday school?
No.
Yep. Thank you. Exactly.
Exactly. The bus driver has never seen a Sunday school at this church. So you've done extensive research on the church fraud.
I talked to my friend who works in the government, and he gave me these numbers that I didn't want to believe at first.
And this came from your contacts at City Hall.
Yeah, and the day after he gave this to me, he died.
Open up and show us.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Oh, some good news. Also, some less, like, this is middle ground. I can see quite a lot of benefit in this. The less good side is whatever the fuck they're gonna do afterward. The UK is considering banning Twitter, specifically because Grok keeps making child pornography. So, you know, fully support that. Not the child pornography, the banning Twitter part. What they will do afterward, unclear about that. Considering, like, a lot of journalists still are on Twitter. Could go either way. Could be used to specifically try and control the narrative. Who's banning Twitter? The UK. Now, like, again, the UK is not exactly great right now. The UK is pretty much in the same boat as America. In fact, pretty far and away more racist than America. UK racism is insane. Now, whether they get rid of this and replace it with, I don't know, like Blue Sky as their primary place where the journalists go to get the news from, who knows? But necessarily, I think it will just additionally be utilized to censor people. Honestly, journalists should be dishing Twitter in the wake of the Grok crap. Jet. Grok is a piece of shit. But journalists can't ditch Twitter unless everyone ditches Twitter. All of the journalists that are on Twitter because other journalists are on Twitter and because important, like, government figures are on Twitter. Hell, the US regime functions half on Twitter anyway. Like, to get any news about what the government's doing, you have to be on Twitter. And it was like this before Elon bought it too. Specifically, in fact, like, it's not very different for a journalist spending time on Twitter than it was before Elon bought it. It's just slightly more inundated with Nazis. But besides that, like, it's not as easy as just hopping off of Twitter. I got two more shorter clips to show you guys. This one is, I really wish that people did this with more of Trump's speeches. This was a significant improvement to every speech I've ever seen him say.
America.
I hate that this clip is fucking freezing. I'm gonna actually pull this video up and watch it off of, like, a media player.
Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all. Good evening, America.
If only that was just how he did his video. Like, how every time he spoke, if that was what I saw, I would be far less upset about it. Genuinely. This is the only acceptable way to watch his speeches. I don't disagree. The man sucks. You know, there's a joke that I heard the other day. It was something like, so Trump wakes up in hell, right? And he goes up to the devil and he's like, listen, I don't want to be here. I want to go back up to Earth. I want my freedom. And the devil tells him, listen, you're not going back up to Earth, but what I will tell you is you can choose your punishment. And the way this is going to work is I'm going to show you 3 rooms. And in every room is somebody else being tortured. And you're going to get to choose which one of them is freed and gets to go to heaven, and you take their place. So they go to the first door. Devil brings them through, opens the first door, and inside is Obama. And Obama is just like pushing a boulder up a hill and it rolls back down. And Trump is like, no, listen, I don't want him out of here. I don't want to roll that boulder. Like, I got health issues. I got the club foot, all that. So they move on. Second door. Now, the second door, the devil opens and you just see Joe Biden. And Joe Biden is just being forced to be awake. Like 24/7. He's just not allowed to fall asleep. And, you know, Trump's like, I'm not letting him out. I can't do it. And also, I don't want to do that. So they go into the third room. And in the third room, the devil opens the door. Trump walks in. He sees Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky. And Monica Lewinsky is just going down on Bill Clinton over and over and over and over again, just like never stopping. And so Trump thinks to himself, he's like, you know what? This one I could probably get used to. I choose this door. And so the devil is like, all right, fine. Monica, you're out. You can go up to heaven. And that's the story. Now, beyond that, anyone want to tell me what the fuck is going on in this prison in New York? Because this right here is the real-life Arkham Asylum. The MDC prison in Brooklyn, thank you guys, thank you, is currently holding Nicolas Maduro, Luigi Mangione, Diddy, R. Kelly, Sam Bankman-Fried, Al Chapo,
Luigi Mangione,
Michael Cohen, and Al Sharpton. There's one more in there, I don't know, but like, Jesus
This
Christ.
has to be the real life Arkham Asylum. Because not only is this prison holding the Venezuelan president and Maduro and Luigi Mangione, they also have R. Kelly, Diddy, Al Chapo, fucking the FP.
Ah, yeah, and Ghislaine Maxwell and Martin Shkreli and Al Sharpton. My partner? Oof, Bunkor. Literally, my partner is in there. Oof. Well, flex for your partner that they got put into the like uber terrorist prison. I don't know why Al Sharpton is in there, but like the rest of these people, kinda like it's it is definitely something that will give you a bit of a cred, I guess. To be Luigi doesn't belong in that clout. He doesn't. But then again, like it is a flex.
DX crypto scammer, Jeffrey Epstein's girl, like, and I'm pretty sure this dude pissed off Trump or something, and then this dude's a scammer too. I don't know why Al Sharpton's here, but like,
Martin Shkreli was the one who made like the HIV medication like 500 times. Oh yeah, Bunkor is married to Maduro. That is true. See, I would have gone with El Chapo. Although I'm glad that none of you made that joke with Diddy or R. Kelly.
this is Arkham Asylum. This has to be the real.
I got a couple more things that I want to show you guys just while I'm killing some time. By the way, guys, stick around. I know normally I am the last show of the night, but I will not be this evening. We will be having another show. I'm not going to spoil it, but you know. Now, continuing on, I think that this is a strategy that we ought to employ more. Why not have people dress up as Spider-Man in a cafe?
And a beanie is a whole nother vibe.
It is a whole different vibe, but have you seen Spider-Man in a keffiyeh? I mean, look at that. Isn't it so cute? But obviously, Spider-Man is going to be against all forms of oppression, whether it's in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, or anywhere else in the world.
Very good for maintaining somewhat, I don't know, your biometrics off the screen. It makes it harder for them to learn who you are. A couple more. I like this. Video game spaces are incredibly overlooked and lack any kind of censorship. So people using Grand Theft Auto to teach each other their rights, 10 out of 10, I fully support.
People what their rights are if they run into ICE. I'm going to repeat that. They are using GTA RP servers to teach people what their rights are if they run into ICE.
So at this point, if there is no signed warrant by a judge, I think you all need to dismiss yourselves from my client's property.
On the one hand, we live in an incredibly dystopian world, but on the other one, it's incredibly cool to see gamers engaging themselves politically, especially considering that it's a space that, despite being accessible to people from all types of community, has remained this sort of apolitical space, or a space where people are afraid to be political.
Significantly less scrutiny and oversight in video games. Give her money, she's starving. More so, it's 113 degrees and I can't turn the air conditioner off unless I have to stream because it's expensive. Yeah, basically that one. Guys, thank you for watching. Stick around and stay safe. Go outside. Join the SRA or any other fucking movement. Go and organize something. Talk to your neighbors. Do something, y'all. Please. Join my Discord if you haven't already. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.
Hello? This person just brought me on with no intro because this is not a normal showgram. Hello, everybody. Welcome to This Space live. Tuesday, Wednesday. Hold on, this camera is in a different position. But Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're live on This Space. I am a professional podcaster, show streamer, extraordinaire today, so that's why the microphone is in front of my face to show you how professional I am today. Thank you, Visora, for streaming. I caught a little bit of the end of the show. I will watch the rest. I usually watch the VODs over the weekend, but thank you for streaming, Visora, and others today on This Space, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There are some news items I would like to discuss in this impromptu news bulletin segment of the This Space Universal Network on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There are currently across the United States protests happening, so I would like to talk briefly about that and maybe some other news reports here. I would like to say hello to the chat room. The chat room here on This Space Industrial Studios chat room. Hello, welcome to the chat room for this professional live stream broadcast brought to you by me. Today, is this on, by the way? Can you hear me? Producer, are we on? Hello? Are we live? Okay. So This Space is doing a news report bulletin. I would like to talk about protests just for a minute because I don't know what we're going to be looking at over the course of the rest of the weekend. I don't know. I mean, we're here live Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on This Space. Normally, we don't go live on the weekend, but we're looking at a position where the weekend could be pretty interesting here in the United States of these America. And I would like to brief you all and brace you all for, I don't know, I feel it's a little humid in the United States, not where I am, but I'm talking about the moisture of what's going on. I recently read in the news earlier today that in the city of Portland, that federal officers were involved with shooting somebody, two somebodies actually. And it appears that there are some conflicting reports. I don't want to get out here and give you any fake news. I don't want to do that, but I will if necessary. But there are conflicting reports. This is very early But it appears it could have been some sort of targeted situation. We don't really know. Yesterday in the United States of America, the federal government has basically declared war not only on half the planet, but also the domestic citizen population. And so when a federal agent is capable of shooting and killing somebody in broad daylight on video, and the vice president gets on a podium and says that he has absolute immunity, what that means is that all federal agents understand that the Civil War is here and that the game is on. So it appears now. Again, I was just reading up on it over the last few hours. It's very new stuff, but it could have been that what's going on in Portland and maybe other places are that now that the cat's out of the bag, as it were, that the people are finding the people they've been targeting and building reports and profiles on. Maybe now is open season. We don't really know. This is we're entering the purge here in the United States, so it's not looking so good on today or yesterday. Even yesterday was pretty bad, but today's also not looking so good. So the apparently, according to DHS, I'm looking at of one of the more recent reports, they said that they shot Venezuelan gangsters. They shot the gangsters from Venezuela. I did not know that Venezuela had a secret operations base in Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon, one of the I don't know if it is one of the most left-wing cities in the country, but at least it has that reputation. They really have like a shithole mayor up there. It's kind of a bad deal, but whatever. But isn't it very interesting? A lot of people have made a lot of enemies in Portland, Oregon, with the federal police. The current situation with the federal police is that basically anyone and anyone can get $50,000 to shoot and kill anybody they want. And so if you are a disgruntled loser and you don't like people, you can get $50,000 to go and kill them. And the government says that there is absolute immunity, according to JD Vance. So I don't know what's going to be going over the weekend, but it might not be good. We may be here on this space to talk about it more in the future. But I would like to provide to you before we go this evening, some sort of tips and tricks, for protesting. Now, protesting, I've done a lot of protesting in my time. I am 29 years old, and I've been to a couple of protests starting in around 2018. I decided to do that quite a bit. And I've acquired some sort of, tips and tricks that I would like to share with people. When I was protesting in, 2018, 19, 20, 21, mostly, it was pretty much easy mode compared to what we're doing right now. Back then, the cops were really bad. They didn't mind killing people if they needed to. They didn't mind fucking you up if they wanted to. It was totally, it's pretty much as bad as it ever was at that point. But now we have $50,000 sign-on bonuses for anyone with an interpersonal grievance to get given guns and grenade launchers by the federal government to kill anybody they want. We have the CEO, or not the CEO, one of the C-suite motherfuckers from Palantir, this dystopian shithole company, going on Twitter.com and saying that it's open season to kill all the lefties and that is his mission at Palantir. So I'm going to tell you all that if you plan on going to protest, your protest should not be a social media stunt. You should not be bringing trackable devices with you at protests. You should be wearing materials, on your body that are non-identifying. At several other protests across in the United States, people have been identified by things such as their shoes, such as shoelaces, such as watches, such as backpacks, such as sweatshirts or hoodies or accessories or certain types of keychains or belts. So be wary of what you're wearing. Consider anything you wear to a protest to be compromised. Be sure to keep track of the costumes or clothing materials that you wear when you go outside. Do not take videos of protesters that do not want to be videoed. If someone tells you not to video them, what are you, a cop? especially now more than ever, all videos are being surveilled by the federal government. They have given millions and millions and millions of dollars to neo-Nazis to parade around social media, to take photographic and surveillance, material for everyone that goes to these protests. So do not do that. Protests are not, in this current state of affairs, this is not a no kings type situation that I see brewing in the United States of America. Again, there's more information that needs to come out about the 2 people that were shot in Portland. We don't really know what's going on there, but we could be in a situation where it's open season and there's a lot of protests. I see some in New York City, some in Chicago, some in California. And again, we don't really, it could fizzle out. It could fizzle out. It is America, after all. It could fizzle out, so we don't really know. Maybe by Tuesday it'll be like, oh, remember when we thought something was going to happen? But it's possible something happens. Usually nothing happens, but it's possible something happens. And again, this is not a social media situation. This is not a let me take a selfie for Instagram situation. We're very much so in a situation where you could call it a civil war. You could call it an invasion of the country. I don't really know what's going on, but this is not the same as local police departments. Local police departments have held grudges. For example, in Ferguson, Missouri, many of the Black Lives Matter demonstrators, after a lot of the media left and after all the protests stopped, a lot of protesters and demonstrators in that location were found dead by suicide. They were burned alive in cars that were just found all around the city. So that's something to keep in mind when it comes to filming protests, especially filming yourself, especially saying you've been to a protest, posting about going to a protest. These are not, this is not a time for you to, this is what they were doing before they gave $50,000 federal sign-on bonuses to literally anyone and everyone with absolute immunity and also a motivation, an ideological motivation to kill people. We don't really know what's going on. This weekend is looking to be very scary. The rest of this time on Earth is looking to be pretty scary. So before this space concludes, I just wanted to share with you some tips and tricks, for staying safe. This is not a game. Do not treat it as a game. Protests are not where you have epic debate moments and you try to do all this cool, fun stuff and be epic for the camera. Maybe you can if you want to be that kind of character. My webcam fell over because I got this webcam stand out at the last minute because I don't normally come here live on Thursdays. So bear with me while I have a stack of books as my webcam stand. So just bear with me. It's falling apart. But again, a lot of the media, they cover protests, and a lot of people in media have never been to protests. I've been to protests many times. If you are someone who has a skill such as being a doctor or a medic of some kind, if you have that kind of experience, be sure to lend that experience to people who need it. When Renee Good was murdered, shot 3 times in the face in broad daylight, there were street medics at the scene that were repelled by federal agents. At this point, I don't know if we should call them ICE or CBP or DHS. I would just say federal agents. They don't wear badges. It doesn't really matter which one they are. Federal agents. So again, there were street medics at the time. They were repelled and they were unable to save Renee Good's life. But if you are someone who is a street medic of some kind or has that kind of skill, be sure to utilize it if possible. And also, if there are situations where people get injured, be sure to try to bring people to safety if you can. Who knows what's going to go across in America? Americans don't really care that much when we bomb people overseas. But I don't know, man, bombing people overseas, killing grandmas in Caracas, and then also killing Renee Good. I don't know. It's kind of like a couple things to, if you would have done it a couple weeks apart, maybe people wouldn't care so much. But I don't know. Things are getting pretty scary in the United States. And if you plan on going out there, please be careful. Please be safe. Do not take selfies. If you do take selfies, make sure no one is, in the shot. People will get identified by literally any photo you take. If you want to maybe bring like a Polaroid camera and take a selfie with that and then never share it for like 30 years or something, maybe then it's kind of weird to explain that. And really, maybe you should kind of think, why do you want to take a selfie at a protest in the first place? But really, if you're going to be bringing around your cell phones, be very smart. Do not fuck anyone else over. If you are going to a protest and you are just there to look around, don't fuck anyone else over. Don't like, oh, hey, I'm going to live stream and look at everyone's faces and zoom in on their eyeballs and stuff. Don't do that kind of stuff. Be smart, be compassionate, be intelligent, and more importantly, don't die. That we're also in the middle of flu season in the 7th year of the coronavirus pandemic. Consider wearing a N95 or higher quality, such as a P100 respirator. A P100 respirator also has the bonus effect of filtering tear gas and other chemicals. Now, again, I say this all the time. If you are on the left, you should already have a P100 respirator because of the pandemic that we are living in right now. This is why I tell you all of these things on my shows. If you don't already have one, maybe go ahead and purchase one. They're very useful for situations like this. But again, this is not something that you should take lightly. This is a serious situation that is unfolding in the United States, and you need to treat it as such. Be careful, be diligent, and don't hurt anyone else. Don't fuck anyone else over. Don't identify anyone else. Any pictures you take at a protest, people can get identified from everything. So be careful. And this is not a game. This is not a joke. Be careful about what you post on the internet as well. Again, they have millions and millions. One of the most funded agencies in the history of this planet has people that are dedicated to crawling social media websites to see what you post online, especially in textual form. On such like Twitter. Twitter is heavily monitored, stuff like that. Twitter is literally owned by one of the largest neo-Nazis on planet Earth. So you just be careful. This is not a joke. This is not a game. A lot of people treat things like this as a game, and I just want to get on here to tell you all that this is not a game. And be careful. So anyway, this space, we may be on here again over the weekend if things escalate. Maybe it's possible that we do that. I don't know. Don't count. It depends. I don't really know. I'm just announcing this. I'm spitballing here. I know the producer's panicking. Like they're thinking, oh, I don't want to work on the weekend. Well, me neither. Well, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it later. Who knows what's going to, hey, again, it's America. Who knows? And this could fizzle out, federal agents shoot 2 people in Portland, kill someone in Minneapolis. Hey, Americans don't really give a fuck about much, right? So who knows? Everyone could go home by Friday, right? I don't know. I really don't know. But we'll see. Again, please be careful. We're dealing with unprecedented times in this. Well, they're all very precedented. Again, Minneapolis, again, why is it Minneapolis? It's all Minneapolis. Why is it always Minneapolis? So these are very precedented times, but I'm just trying to use flowery language. A lot of people, they say they're unprecedented times. They're really not. I apologize for saying that. These are very precedented times. In fact, again, this whole situation, it's shocked that it's taken this long, but hey, whatever. I should also get on here to tell you that over 30 people have been verifiably killed, murdered in custody by the federal agents, some of them known as ICE. Over 30 people so far have been documented to be murdered. Not whoops, we shot someone because they were running at us with a hatchet and a chainsaw and 15 like machine guns come like strapped to their chest or whatever. That's not happening. They put people in the back of a police car and then just like left them in there for hours. They died of dehydration or starvation or other sorts of things. 30 people have been killed. At least minimum. And that's, there's also hundreds and hundreds of people that we don't know the whereabouts of. We could probably just verifiably say that they're dead. And we probably, again, they don't mind lying. They don't mind jumping to conclusions. We kind of have like on the left here, we have a little bit of journalistic integrity, but like you could probably say it's reasonable to assume that the hundreds of disappeared people, thousands even, it's kind of hard to keep track. You could probably reasonably assume and educate that, yeah, they're probably not here on this planet anymore, at least not in living form, not to mention the hundreds and hundreds of people sent to concentration camps that have been exported to places like El Salvador. So again, this is not a joke. We are in a very scary situation, and I hope people do something about it. But I don't know. Anyway, thank you all for watching this emergency news bulletin. I hope you enjoy your weekend festivities, such as drinking soda and playing video games. This space, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tell your friends. Subscribe. We will be maybe expanding into a fourth day. I don't really know. Some people have told me that. I'm not sure about that. Maybe I shouldn't say it on public, but I've said it on accident. I don't know. I kind of, it's just something that just falls out of me. It's like, it just falls out. Like when you're sitting on the toilet for too long, it all comes out. Gravity does its thing. Anyway, goodbye, everybody. And Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If we're all still here, if the world still exists, we don't really know. I mean, hey, we got a whole thing with Greenland going on. I don't know. I don't want to be here too long. I kind of, whatever. But anyway, thank you all. Tuesday went this space. Tell your friends. All right, producer, put it up.